Well, it's a very warm welcome to our first Williams Esports broadcast here on Twitch for 2024. We trust that you had a wonderful festive period if you were celebrating, and we trust that you had a fantastic new year. But it's out with the old and in with the new, and we have an absolute stormer for you today. Get yourselves buckled in because we go community racing this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, as we join the Williams Gaming Club Meow before the 24. That's right, you've heard the roar before the 24, you've heard of the Rolex Daytona 24. All of that pales into comparison to the prestige, to the honour that goes in today's race. 6 hours round to Hallowed Turf here at Daytona, 3.5 miles, and it is open, of course, to the GTPs, the LMP2s, and the GT3s, aka the GTDs. My name is David Christie, and of course, as always, I can never do this job alone. It's a very warm welcome into the commentary box. Joining me today for Mr. Tim Philbrick. Tim, Happy New Year, welcome back. Are we going racing?
Oh, fine, at long last. It feels like we've been away on a little break for ages now, but yeah, so excited to get started in 2024, David. And what a way to do it. 6 hours at Daytona. I love this circuit. I love the racing it produces. 3 classes today, you know, fighting it out for 3 victories. It's just going to be a great event, and I'm really looking forward to things getting started.
Delighted to see a large turnout for this Williams Gaming Club event here. Of course, iRacing, it's one of the biggest events of the year here, the Daytona 24. A lot of these drivers are actually going to be using this, I think, to get a little bit of pre-practice in, given that it's only a couple of weeks away.
Yeah, perfect time to get some laps in, get some stint practice. Also with Daytona, one of the most important things is traffic management. You know, there are a lot of opportunities here to pass the traffic, but there's a few points where you have to maybe just, apply that discretion is the better part of valor, and just, lay low, just take it chill, take it easy. And in a race like this, 6 hours, it's shorter. You're going to be wanting to have quick stints, really push on. There's less time to make up for mistakes compared to the 24. And that's where I think that traffic management practice today in the 6 hours will really help the drivers that are going to be going on to do the 24 in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, talking of Daytona, let's have a quick look at the circuit there. You can see that 5.7 kilometers in length, 3.5 miles, 12 corners, of course, encompassing 3 or 4 of those world famous Daytona banked ovals. They take in that front stretch before they head out onto the back stretch as well. Going down into that infield section in turn 1 through into turn 2, that Rodriguez International Horseshoe is one of the most difficult corners I think they're going to have to face there. Then it's on to the dogleg and the West Horseshoe before rejoining the banking. Then you've got that Le Mans chicane there, Tim. I think we are going to see that as being the real hotspot today for some chaos and calamity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really touch and go there because you can get overtakes done. You've got that long run out from turn 6 and 7 round what is the oval turns 1 and 2 down the backstretch. There's a lot of time to get the pass done whilst you're flat out, but often you have to look and make the move down into the chicane, and it's a chicane, but it's it's quite fast. You know, it's almost like a condensed S section. It's really quick, smashing the curbs left and right. There's only one real line through there as well, so you have to get things sorted out very, very quickly. So I think you're spot on, David. It's one of those real hotspots on the track where you can get pretty close, up close and personal with the competition.
Yeah, for sure. We can wax lyrical for hours about Daytona, but there's only one man that we trust to give you an inside guide here at Daytona International Speedway. Punju, over to you.
Welcome, everybody, to beautiful, sunny Daytona. My name is iRacing. I go by Punju online. I'm a content creator on a bunch of motorsports games, primarily F1 and iRacing, and I am here to take you around the Daytona International Speedway road course here for the Meow 24, and I'm spinning it. I'll retry that. Hello, everybody, and welcome to beautiful, sunny Daytona, Florida. My name is Eli. I go by Punju. I'm a sim racing content creator on iRacing, F1, and the WRC game. But of course, today we are playing iRacing here at the Daytona International Motor Speedway, the road course of it in the Cadillac V-Series GTP, to walk you around a lap before our Meow before the 24 today. Now, Daytona International Motor Speedway was founded in 1959 is what was first opened up to the public, but the very first Rolex 24-hour was hosted in 1962. It's known as the Rolex Daytona 24-hour because every single year, every race winner gets a beautiful little Rolex as their trophy. Now, we're going to be coming into turn one after that nice little fun fact. A fast turn one it is. You want to go a little bit wide there so you can get a quick apex, keep it in tight, and get early on the power. So you can blast out through these little kinks right here. That's technically known as just one corner, turn two, into turn three right here. The first of the two horseshoes, this one is known as International Horseshoe. I don't know what makes this one more international than the other one, but it is known as International Horseshoe. And then we're here going up to the dogleg, turn four, and then up into turn five, the West Horseshoe. I also really don't know why they called them horseshoes instead of hairpins. If somebody can answer that for me, I'd really like to know, because it really doesn't make any sense to me. They seem like hairpins to me. But anyways, we're out of that one into the corner known as In and Out, turn six, In and Out, because you go into the banking of the NASCAR track and out of the road course. That's pretty on the nose. It's a pretty obvious name right there for sure. A bit silly, honestly. I think they should have done a little bit better with the naming right there. But now we're down into the bus stop coming up. It's the most famous corner here at Daytona. Now, the bus stop, actually, fun fact, this is the bus stop I used to get picked up at when I would go to school in the mornings. Just kidding, I went to a different school, not in Florida. But we get a really good entry and exit there through the bus stop. Actually, it's a really good bus stop, I can't even lie. A little bit better than I'm used to getting. And on to the final banking right here, coming out of the bus stop and rounding out our lap. Now, we have a long banking to finish out our lap, so we just get to sit here and talk for a little bit. Honestly, I'm super excited for today's Meow before the 24. I think it's going to be a blast. These IMSA cars are going to be super fun to see fly around the track. And we cross the line at a 32.888. Pretty decent time here for the GTPs, but I promise you, you will see much better in the race today.
A huge thank you to Punju there for giving us a rather insightful guide there about, great to hear about the fact that every winner, of course, of the Rolex 24 getting a prestigious Rolex. What annoyed me though, Tim, was the fact that he so nonchalantly guided us through the track there, faster than I probably could take a GTP car. I mean, it looks so easy as well. I think drivers really not going to find it that easy and wishing maybe they had the track to themselves today.
Yeah, well, you took the words right out of my mouth there. He had the serenity of the Daytona International Speedway to himself, setting that lap. And with 34 cars, I think we've got ready to go racing today. It's going to be close. It's going to be personal. You're going to have to just accept that there are going to be some touch and go moments, maybe a little bit of paint traded here and there. But yeah, great to see from a driver's perspective what this venue is like. It's certainly a spectacular circuit to go endurance racing.
Qualifying has just got underway just now. This is going to be an important part of the day for a lot of these drivers. They get 4 laps in which they can set a time. And again, with the solo qualifying is, I guess, the last chance of that piece, the last chance of that quiet. But obviously, a lot of change in the past couple of years here, Tim. We've got the brand new GTP class, a very, highly anticipated GTP class there with the likes of the Porsche, the 963. You've got the the Honda in there, the Acura. That's what I was trying to remember what they call it over there. The Chevy in there as well. And surprising me, this is a massive surprise to me, is the fact that you've got no BMW out there in that GTP field.
Yeah, it's a shame, but 4 cars, obviously, that race in the real world that are here on the iRacing platform. 4 cars that you'll find racing in IMSA. So you'll find, you'll see these cars racing at Daytona for real. We saw that in 2023 for the first time. They'll be back in just at the end of January for the real Rolex 24 at Daytona. These are just amazing cars, really fascinating top category machines, and yet quite surprised to see that BMW not picked up by any of the teams racing today. That was the car, the M Hybrid V8, that was the first onto the iRacing platform. It's potentially the one you would say, therefore, that drivers have had more time with, might be more comfortable with. But the addition then of the Porsche 963, the Cadillac V Series R, and the Acura ARX06, those 3 cars were picked up just across the board by so many people, and already super nailed down setups, drivers finding the car that they feel more at ease with. They've got very different characteristics as well. They give you very different driving sensations, driving experiences. So it's about finding the car and the setup that works for you. And at a track like Daytona, where the cars are trimmed out, you want that top speed. You're almost running as little downforce as possible. It's about what can you then manage on the slightly more sketchy bits, shall we say, the braking zone down in towards turn 1, the fast Le Mans chicane. I've already put a £5 on an over and under of how many times we call it the bus stop accidentally. But you really got to manage that setup, and here in qualifying as well, factor in low fuel. These cars are going to be really dancing in this qualifying session, and it's so cool to watch these GTP cars hammering around here.
And they're an absolute joy to drive as well. I've had limited amount of time, only behind the BMW for sure here at Daytona. But I mean, compared to the class that we'll talk about in a minute, that LMP2 class, that's always been known for being very, very difficult, very, very fast, very nimble, but very twitchy, and easy to punish mistakes here. And again, I think that the GTP class, has really lit the fire got the passion, got the interest of a lot of the drivers who maybe were turned off by the LMP2 class, and they've decided that prototypes is for them. But then you've got the GT3 class, the GT3 contingent, or the GTD as it's known over in America as well. You've got again probably one of the biggest moments, the biggest periods of racing that they've gone through just now. Eligible cars for that, you've got the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, you've got the BMW M4, which is my personal favourite because it's very, very neutral, the Huracan GT3 Evo, the Merc AMG GT3 2020, and the 911 GT3 R992. Moved over though for me as the new favourite, although it doesn't seem to be right at the top 6 compared to the Porsche right now, is that Ferrari 296 GT3 that we're seeing here just now, run by VGTR Esport. Joe Lask, it's Artemi Ilin behind the wheel of this just now, and as a replacement for the 488 Evo, this the 296 has been an absolute revelation. Building upon the successes, the extra aero, the extra downforce, the grip that this car is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's an incredible car, isn't it? It's really pushing that whole GT3 rule set to the limits. It's almost a prototype kind of dressed up as a Ferrari, the way this car is built and manufactured. Obviously, it's built in tandem with Orica. They're the ones that actually stick a lot of parts of that car together in the real world. And what do they build? Well, they build a lot of prototypes. They build the LMP2s that we see dominate in the real world. They provide the spine, the basis on which the Acura ARX06 LMDH, the car racing in GTP today, they provide that basis there as well. The 296 is an incredible car, and plus, even more importantly than just how technically interesting it is, how quick it is, David, I think it looks pretty good as well. It's really classic Ferrari sports car. They've managed to make this super modern race car somehow carry through all that retro kind of styling of Ferraris gone by.
A lot of smooth curves, and this is another car that is very iconic, very distinctive. The Porsche. Again, it's one of those cars that I love it as a brand because it's just so distinctive. You know that it's a Porsche because of the curves on it. The same way that you know that it's a Ferrari. Same way even that you maybe know that it's a BMW because of the traditional kind of big, boxy, bulky nature of it. But like you were saying earlier, Tim, as well, for those that don't do sim racing, the really interesting fact, or the really unusual fact, is that all of these cars, even in the different classes, GTP, LMP2 and GT3, they all have their unique driving characteristics. They have a very different way of driving themselves. For instance, if you're used to the Porsche, you won't just be able to usually jump into, say, the Ferrari or the BMW and be very quick straight away. You have to take a little bit of time getting used to that new car.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the cars, run very similar lap times. They're all built to that same rule set, but underneath they're very different beasts. And the car on screen now, the number 23 Porsche, that's Leon Mischke, the Ryhs engineering car. The Porsche has the weight further back, over the, not as quite as far as it used to be on previous Porsche GT3 cars, but it's a little bit more mid-engined. But still, this car's got all that weight kind of over the rear. So under the brakes and trying to get traction out the corner, completely different experience to a car that's kind of the polar opposite in the Mercedes AMG Evo, where the engine's out the front and it feels like you could land a jet fighter on the hood of the car. It's like an aircraft carrier at times, but all the weight there is at the front. So when you hit the brakes, the rear goes light and you get this mad rotation into the corner. Very different experience. And yeah, for drivers, you have to learn to deal with that, learn to drive around that, or maybe you just click with the car straight away. Your driving style fits that particular machine, and that is a great feeling. If you've ever hopped in something and gone, this is the car that works with me, I'm going to stick with this car and I'm going to drive it absolutely all the time, every second I've got. But yeah, completely different experiences in these cars, and I think that's why people are so drawn to the iRacing platform at the moment, with the cars available in GTP and GT3. We're really up to date with these cars now, and it's great to have them on the platform and be able to push them to the limit at our beck and call, really.
Yeah, I could not agree more with you. As we go halfway through qualifying just now, let's take you through the order just now. GTPs, it's currently Old Firm Racing Yellow and Old Firm Racing Purple that are on the top row of that grid just now. With LMP2s, it's currently Esports Vikakavs, yeah, if I can even say it, ITT Racing 2 in second place, and then with the GTDs, aka GT3s, Acura Racing Team and Ryhs Engineering Esports, they're on the top step of that podium as well. And again, it's just a case of trying to find cars that are currently out on track at the moment because there's so few and far between them. But that gives us a chance to say hello to Twitch chat. Hello, Twitch chat. We've missed you. It's our first chance to say hello in 2024, Tim, and there's quite a lot of support out there.
Oh, it's great to see the chat kicking off. That's what's we love it, don't we, David? These community streams, not only is the community out there on track and we're watching them set the story on the circuit, but it's nice to be here sharing it all with our beloved friends on Twitch. And hello to everyone that's tuned in.
For sure. Unfortunately, I'm the sort of immature person. I love just poking the bear with Twitch.
You
chat
do, don't you, David?
I can't help it.
You love it.
I love causing trouble. What could I say? Good afternoon to Guru Cookie, who is a constant regular here on the channel. Zila Plays, Will Green. We've also got Lixuga Style. We've also got Ryhs Engineering Esports, Juicy Hyper, as well as quite a few others. Matcast Offer. We've got Marmadillo wants to say big shout out for Truck Boys. That is, of course, the number 29 outfit in the GT3 class just now. That is Connor Eggett and Alex Pantelli in the 296 GT3 car. I've got to be honest, right? They win the prize today for the best, easily hands down, the best avatar for their SimGrid profile. I'm going to send you a link to it right now, Tim, and you are going to very, very much appreciate it. Their team tagline is just "We are a bunch of men."
Brilliant.
That's
Keep it simple. You know, there's no need for the fancy nature. Let's just keep it. We are a bunch. Oh, I've seen this before. Fantastic. Very good.
Yeah, it's got to be done. Let's see who else we've got going out there. Wrench the Media Dudes, good afternoon. Hope you had a fantastic Christmas and a New Year, buddy. Welcome back to the stream. I think that's pretty much everyone else. Sanoli Nelson, 1909. Is out there as well. Redix saying G29 are going to survive. Wild prediction. Well, to be fair, that is a wild prediction. And Tim, no word of a lie. If you can survive that first hour, you're in with a hell of a chance, aren't you?
Yeah, the starts here at Daytona are particularly frenetic. The way this circuit is set up, one of the best things about it is it does keep the pack together. You've got these opportunities to slipstream your way around, not super complex infield in terms of the layout on the map. Obviously, it's very different when you're trying to drive it and maximize the time. But the circuit kind of keeps the cars together. And so you actually want to survive. You know, making moves doesn't need to happen early on. And that's not just the endurance racing cliche, but it just applies to the nature of the racing here at Daytona. It is often better to just wait it out. You know, get that first stint done, get your first pit stop out of the way, survive the first few rounds of traffic, because of course if you're in the faster, higher category cars, the GTPs and the LMP2s, you're going to be arriving on the scene and you've got to fight your way through a whole load of GT3s. But then likewise, as the GT3 cars, you've got to manage letting all those faster prototypes through without losing time yourself. And so you get this weird kind of mix there, and surviving the first hour, like you said, David, getting to that first pit stop where the things start to just space out a little bit and gaps start to form, and then that's really where you can knuckle down, set your pace, and kick on into the rest of the race.
So many moving pieces in this race. Do you know what there's not so many moving pieces in is the ability to get involved in the Williams Gaming Club community. This is all of the upcoming events that you can get yourself involved in. Type !Discord in the chat to get the link for the Williams Gaming Club Discord. We've got the iRacing GT3 Sprint Cup. That starts on Tuesday the 9th of January. Very tempted to get myself involved in that. That is going to be at Road Atlanta. Zila Plays, who was in Twitch chat earlier on, has their F4 series on iRacing at Red Bull Ring on Saturday the 12th of January. You've got the 6 hours of Suzuka Big Grids, where we are trying to get as many people onto the track as possible. That is going to be on Saturday the 20th of January. And then Assetto Corsa Competizione on Monday the 29th is the Winter Cup. The WGC Winter Cup Season 2 kicks off Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. That is going to be absolutely epic. As someone that was here for the entirety of Season 1, oh my lord, am I excited about that. Are we going to see Joe Dash? That is what we need to answer on that one. Upcoming streams, so live from 6 o'clock on Wednesday, we have got Meraki on the takeover with his usual brands of insane open lobbies. Now, normally I am not liking, using hyperbole when it's not needed. Having watched some of his streams before, Tim, that is very much. I mean, to be fair, F1 online usually is pretty insane open lobbies anyway. But I don't know if it's maybe his fan base or whatever, but he really seems to attract the interesting ones.
Well, it's summed up in those 3 words: insane open lobbies. I mean, you know exactly what you're going to get when you sign up for that. Anyway, it's funny because the irony is you sometimes join a lobby that says something like super serious 100% race somewhere, and that just turns out to be carnage, so it's a complete lie. But I quite like that you know exactly what you're getting yourself into when something's titled like that.
I love that. It's and I think it's something that, it goes hand in hand with Williams Gaming Club as well, because you've got your serious events where you can try hard and get all sweaty, and then you can just go and have fun. And it's something that in sim racing community I think we need to have a little bit more of. Is we need to kind of have those days where we don't take things so seriously. No sign of that today though, Tim.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to have these kind of serious events where we knuckle down and you kind of live that, that allow that racing driver in you out. Something like today's race, 6 hours at Daytona. You get to plan strategy, traffic management, setup work, all of that kind of stuff. But actually, sometimes it's good to park that, exactly like you say, David, and go on something like Wreckfest or whatever and smash up some buses and lorries or whatever it is, and let your hair down and enjoy sim racing in a different way. I completely agree. Got to have that balance. It's what keeps this kind of community, it keeps the gaming side of sim racing so alive and so much fun to be part of.
Wreckfest, so much fun. I was playing that last night. Oh wait, no, sorry, that was iRacing on GT4s. Never mind. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter at all. Honest, right? Back to the chat though. Williams Esports saying, forgot about Joe Dash. Forget Joe Dash. What about that Will Gerrity? Jeez. Oh, I wonder what admin's in charge of the account today. Then let's remind us on that. Wrench the Media dude saying hello to Dale. Punju. We absolutely loved your track preview. We need to get you full time as a regular pundit here and to get you doing all of the track guides. What I did notice though, Punju, is we've got one of your guys, I think, in here. We've got Punt and Crew Racing, and it's in a similar font, so I'm presuming it's one of your community members, in terms of Eli Singh and Amir Mohammed. And then we've also got a notice in the GT3s, the Pun Crew Martini Works, and we've got Lars Vogler in the number 180 car in there as well. So great to see the community out there in force taking part today. NXM Bops saying let's go Pun Crew, and Mr. Dale JE saying +1 for Punju being an absolute god in capital letters. I love that real exclamation there on that last bit.
Really makes this point known.
It does. That's just it.
Absolutely god.
Right, a minute and a half left to go in qualifying. Absolutely nobody is on the track. They only were allowed to do 4 laps of qualifying, which thankfully only means that we have to fill for another minute and a half. But there's so much to talk about because obviously pole position then. GTP is going to be Julien Jouy for Old Firm Racing Yellow. Now, Old Firm Racing getting P1 and P2, that's going to be a key thing in that GTP race because they can maybe help each other out through that first hour. LMP2s, you've got Esports Bikefast in pole position. ITD Racing on the second row. We'll take you through the full grid when they get on the grid shortly. And still on pole position for GT3s is Okuni Racing Team and Writer Engineering Esports in second place. So the work is done, qualifying's done. They've got their peace and quiet out of the way now, Tim. Again, what do you think we're going to be looking out for in these first sort of 10-15 minutes here?
I think you've got to look out for that survival element. You've got to see actually who is picking to just hang back and maybe let other people take themselves out of contention a little bit at a venue like Daytona. But another thing to factor in as well is starting a little bit further in the pack. Some venues can be quite daunting. Imagine charging down towards turn 1 at Monza and you're in the middle of the pack. You're sweating profusely before the lights go green, right? But here at Daytona, actually, you can use that to your advantage and kind of hang back in the slipstream a little bit and extend your stints, particularly that first stint, and maybe get some clean air, maybe get a break in traffic and jump your way up the order. So be interested to see if there are drivers slightly lower down the order opting to work together, like you kind of alluded to there with the Old Firm racing cars, and kind of tandem it a little bit, draft and maybe share the slipstream a little bit to try and extend the fuel stint. There's a lot of different things at play here at a venue at Daytona, which is why I absolutely love racing here. I love the racing it produces. I love the kind of the strategy calls, the wheel-to-wheel stuff that it provides. And yeah, this opening hour of the race in some other endurance races, say like at the Nordschleife, say you're at Le Mans as well, somewhere like that, or even the 24 Hours of Spa, it can actually just separate out a little bit quickly due to the nature of the circuit and how you have to drive. But here at Daytona, everyone sticks together, everyone's nose to tail, and it takes a bit of an outside assistance, shall we say, maybe to split the pack up.
I think that is going to be all under consideration over the next 6 hours. But talking of which, the cars making their way onto the grid just now. Also had in the Twitch chat there from Flat Out Escort saying the plan from the 76 is stay out the flipping way. That is Duncan Edward Jones in the Photon Racing Machine, currently P13 in the GT3 class. I think if he stays out the way, he's going to be in the top 10 on that first lap there. Another wild prediction from Reddit saying that G29 Racing with the best livery. Well, that's an early controversial move there from Reddit. Well, I don't think we've actually seen the G29 Racing. So they are in the number 52 LMP2 car. I hope they last long enough for us to see that livery.
Yeah, but a bit disappointed that they haven't chosen to run with the number 29, David. I don't know. G29 Racing and their number 52.
29's taken up by the good old truck boys.
Ah, there we
So
go.
that's
Truck boys
why.
at it again already.
Telling you.
Oh dear.
So why does it make me think of Blues Brothers, the good old truck
Yeah.
boys? I
Do
don't
you
know
reckon
why.
you reckon they're wearing sunglasses?
Well, yeah, we'll leave that one. That's not going to go anywhere fast, right? But what is going to go somewhere very, very fast is this 6 hour race. A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. If you're new to the Williams Esports Twitch channel, get that like button done, give us a follow, give us a subscribe, do everything that you do on Twitch, and come and be part of the community here at Williams Game Club. Type !Discord in the chat to get yourself involved. Here is the running order then for the GTPs. Old Firm Racing, yellow and purple lead off in P1 and P2. Wizards Black Sapphire and 420 Endurance team in row 2. Row 3 is Phoenix Sim Racing, row British University Sim Racing, and then row 4 is going to be the Truck Boys extra fast with Anseed Weekend Warriors Delta. Wizards Fire Ruby and QV Motorsports on row 5. Country Racing and VGTR Esports GTP on row 6, but we go racing, and that is a hell of a start from Julian Joy. Gets the jump, gets everybody caught in the wake, and descent to turn 1 for the first time. Old Firm Racing Purple down into 3rd place already, as here comes the short field of LMP2s, but perfectly formed. 6 cars make their way down into turn 1, led off by Mateus Martinez Garriard for Esports Bikefas there in the number 47 LMP2. Let's have a look for that G29 car as the GT3s, aka the GTDs, make their way down into the first corner then for 6 hours of mayhem here at Daytona. Everybody is so keen to just get these next 10 minutes under their belt. The GTPs are going to be across the back of the GT3s in about 10 minutes time. As you can see, a little bit of a move on the back there. Phoenix Sim Racing getting that 4th position as they go on to 8 for the first time of asking, on to 7, on to 8, and they're on to the backstretch.
Yeah, it looks like we may have had some drama in the GTPs already. It looks like the Wizards Fire Ruby car, as well as the 2 QV Motorsports, the left and the right twin tail cars, having trouble. I think they've just caught them potentially spun out at the back of shots, as well as it looked like something in the GT3s was kicking off. Might get a replay shortly. But look at this, David. This is the slipstream kicking in at Daytona. Side by side, Chira Malarin in the Wizards Black Sapphire, the number 9 Porsche, looking for a way around the outside of that number 10 Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche, side by side across the line. The number 10's just going to lead this first lap, but they haven't got the slipstream, so guess who's that dragging back into the show? There it is, arriving on the scene. The number 7 Old Firm Racing Acura flying in towards turn 1. It's 3 for the lead, and Wizards take the top spot after turn 1.
Incredible bravery there for Tourmaller and for Wizards Black Sapphire, driving round the outside even when Old Firm Racing Purple were harassing that car going into turn 1 there. Amazing racing here already, and we're only 2 minutes into a 6 hour race. I don't think anybody's told these guys and girls that this is a 6 hour race. Here is Dominic Coruscavino for the Cooney Racing team in that GT3 class, ahead of Ryhs Engineering just now. 0.4 of a second separate those 2 Porsches at the moment, but again, that is going to allow Yanis Konstantin in the White Stag T Romania Motorsport car in the 74 just to catch up on them very shortly. 1.2 seconds is the gap, but looking at that GTP battle already, it's a 4-car fight for the lead, because don't discount your Phoenix Sim Racing right now. Kyle Felvis in that number 717 Acura, 0.6 of a second. He's also bringing the 420 car into the mix as well here, so this could be be absolutely awesome stuff as Tino Cupera just half a second off of the tail end. He's dropped back a little bit here, but we've seen how strong that draft can be here at Daytona.
Yeah, and it only takes, a couple of corners for the cars ahead to try and go side by side and battle a little bit, and that just allows you to pick up a double slipstream, if you like. And look at the times on the left-hand side there. Purple lap time for the Phoenix Sim racing car, a 1:33.1. And here we go, the GT3s, a little replay of the start through the twists and turns. Oh, and a big spin. Artemiel in the number 14 and collects one of the other Ferraris there. Really unfortunate instant so early on in the race. It's so difficult trying to squeeze that pack through the kind of right-left there. It's completely flat. It's not a corner when you're on your own, but when you've got cars around you, you're really having to check the space, and an unfortunate instant early on. But David, look at this train of GTP cars. This is exactly what this formula of racing provides. We've got the top 5 nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail, nose to tail, etc. Then I think there was a GT3 car just trying to survive themselves, and then you've got more cars arriving on the scene. Wizards Black Sapphire just starting to put a couple of car lengths in, but I think after the Le Mans chicane and on the run back towards the start-finish line at the Tri-Oval, we'll see these cars bunch up again in the slipstream.
I am positively giddy with excitement if this is an idea of what we can expect in just a couple of weeks' time from the Rolex 24 here on iRacing. But for just now, what an amazing start to a community event. What an amazing start to 2024 if this is what Williams Gaming Club has got in store for us just now. As we've got almost a 3-car battle going across the start-finish line just now. Tino Cupera trying to hold on from that number 5 car just beside him as they all go into turn 1. Oh, that's a huge move up the inside there as well. So that is Tino Cupera down into P7 just now. That was Alex Ginger Carver for Aniseed Racing, the Weekend Warriors Delta car, firing it up the inside into turn 1 there. And my goodness me, that was a brave move. But you have to be brave because, if you go for a move and it doesn't work, then you've got 3 cars that are trying to get past you. You've got Jake Hatton and the Truck Boys extra fast car right there trying to get in here. And this looks very sketchy indeed. Obviously, a lot of talented drivers here, but all it takes is one lockup, one miss of the brake, one, accident to happen. And then suddenly you've got absolute calamity going out. But that's Declan Bowler in that VGTR Esports GTP car on the back there of the 33 Jake Hatton. Hatton looked like he was going a little bit hot into that corner, as we've got more fighting going into 1 for the GT3 class here, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Alex Carver, I don't think he meant to go for such a move up the inside in the Aniseed Weekend Warriors car. I think he maybe got away with it there. It looked like he was steaming in, and lucky to get the car stopped and not have an incident with anyone else. But yeah, he got the move done and probably right off and say, yeah, look, I absolutely meant to do that. Dust that one off and I'll go again, chaps. Absolutely sending it up the inside. But loving this racing from the 2 Porsches out front in the GT3 class, the Acura Racing team and the Ryhs Engineering Esports squads. Dominic Koroshavin and Leon Mishka together on track. And this is what I was talking about, David, this kind of tandem racing you get at Daytona. Find someone that's kind of happy to just run around with you and work your way away from the drama. And that's exactly what they're doing. Taking a bit of the slipstream. Mishka behind will be lifting and coasting down towards the Le Mans chicane, lifting and coasting down towards turn 1, saving a bit of fuel. But they're going quicker than the rest of the pack because they're not fighting each other. They're helping each other out, actually, just by, staying, line astern and running around nose to tail. Sometimes it's about picking your battles, and in a 6-hour endurance race here at Daytona, it's definitely the place to do that.
Yeah, let's not forget the pace they've got just now. Dominic Koroshavin and Leon Mishka there. 1:45.5 last lap round was almost a full second quicker than anyone else on the circuit. These two are absolutely flying, but you're absolutely spot on when you say the two of them. A lot of trust comes into this as well, where they have to really, rely on knowing that they're not actually going to make any stupid moves here. As we go to a replay of yet another incident in the first 7 minutes of this fantastic race. So this is down with the GTPs, and that's just a little bit of contact between the 75 and the 52 then. So that is a Yuo Chico Sopanen for Vador X Optiminal and Mikhail Randlov of the G29 Racing. So we got to see the G29 livery for very, very briefly. But what was taking my interest there was the fact that Kyle Felvis, out of shot, has got up to third position in that GTP battle for Phoenix Sim Racing. So that now relegates Old Firm Racing Purple, where they were 1 and 2 on the grid. They're now 2 and 4 in the race. Bear in mind, we're still in the opening 10 minutes of the race here, Tim. But either way, that is not exactly the start that they are going to have wanted to this race.
No, not ideal. You know, they would have liked to have been able to kind of have the door kind of lock and bolted on the front of the order and be running around 1 and 2. It kind of, I was going to say, it all started with the start. That's a funny place to start, isn't it, David? It did all start at the start. It did all start at the start when on that run down towards turn 1, as we see just a look up the inside from Declan Bowler in the number 15 VGTR Esports Porsche. It down towards turn 1, the Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche got a blistering start, but what that did was it brought the Wizards Black Sapphire car with them up the inside and kind of shuffled the Old Firm Racing purple Acura of Julian Harman to the outside, and that's where that kind of slipping back down the order started. It opened the door, and it's hard to kind of re-engage and push on to the cars ahead if you've spent the first 10 minutes of the race getting overtaken. You know, it's a bit of a mental game racing here at Daytona, and having to get back into, you know, attack and defence when you've been, you know, maybe not quite got the pace of your competitors at the moment. So yeah, difficult couple of minutes ahead for Harman as they fight their way through this insane amount of traffic as Julian Joy looks for a way through on the Porsches into turn 6 and 7. Very, very sketchy point of the track there as well. It's so low grip, David. I don't know what it is about that corner. I don't know if it's about the surface change, coming off the infield and trying to run up towards the banking, but there is just no grip there at all. And in these GTP cars, the hybrid wants to deploy, wants to kick in, and you could just find yourself spinning so easily. And then you've got this flat-out run down to the bus stop and ascend up the inside from Alexa Gates. Oh, managed to all survive somehow, Dave.
And this is going to be a big chance, though, for Alexa Gates, though, because right on to the back end of Alex Ginger Carver here through the traffic. So the Anseed Weekend Warriors Delta car coming under real pressure as the GT3 cars all fighting their own little fight as well. I'm pretty sure there was some bump drafting going on there down the back straight here, but here comes Alexa Gates round to the outside of one. Alex Carver just on the inside there, so has to think better of it as we've got the two caddies going almost side by side across the start finish line here. But this is going to be the recurring theme now, because for the rest of the race you're going to struggle to get a clean lap in. You're going to be compromised because while you've got a lot of the GT3 cars at different parts of the circuit, it then means that you're really, really going to be compromised. And we see Tino Cabrera, whoa, absolutely sending it on the exit of the dog leg, coming right down onto the brakes, into turn 5, into that West Horseshoe. And I swear to God, hand on heart, I thought he was not stopping that car. I thought he got onto the grass there on the right-hand side, and that car was 100% going into the barriers. No idea, Tim, how we got that one stopped.
No, absolutely. You've got to have so much trust in the other drivers, and you have to have that faith that the GT3 car was going to move back over to the left and open the door, because if the GT3, you know, maybe was having their own little moment, you know, low downforce, running through the kink on the infield, a little bit of a twitch that you have to catch and adjust, and you're in the middle of the road, then there's no room for you down towards the Western Horseshoe there. It would have been such a difficult incident to unpick. But as with 1,000,001 overtakes that happen in sports car racing, in endurance racing, there's one that goes bad, and there's 99 that you start to wonder, how did they get that done? Incredible stuff, as we see Oliver Ettridge come down pit road in the number 6 car quite early on. I wonder if they're carrying damage, or whether they just want to get out of the fight. As here we are, our two GT3 leaders, they're trying to run around together, and the GTP pack's arriving. Declan to the inside, locks the rear, spins and collects the leader of the GT3, the Acura Racing Team Porsche, into the side of the number 15 963. Our race leader shunted down. He's only going to be in second place, but you can see, David, damage to the front right of that Porsche. I wonder if we might see them in pit lane shortly. You'll get an idea of how this damage is affecting the car as the number 75 LMP2 is off in the background there. It's all kicking off as they all try and make their way through the traffic inside this first 15 minutes, but the race leader in GT3 affected already.
Damn it, it's only 13 minutes. How the hell are we supposed to survive 6 hours of this? Oh, that was Yuho Checo's opening that we saw off into the barriers at the West Horseshoe there at turn 5 there. Absolute commiserations there, but Dominic Koroshavin will be absolutely raging at that one. Completely innocent bystander at what looked like locked up brakes going into that international horseshoe. Let's take another look at it here as this is Tino Couperis. This is a different incident. We saw the exit of the international horseshoe there. Nudges one of the GTP cars into the grass there. Goes off onto the grass himself and then pulls it in. Oh, I think he's very lucky that he didn't cause a huge accident there, and I wonder if there'll be anything said on that. But yeah, that accident where we saw the GTP cars, I think it was actually the VGTR Esports GTP car of Declan Bowler, locked up onto the grass, and it was either him or Oliver Etheridge, and just, you know, going straight into Dominic Koroshavin there. Now, thankfully, Koroshavin's still out there, still going, so if there is any damage on that car, it doesn't look like it's enough to cost him, because he's still 1.65 off the lead of this race right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like he's managing to keep the pace up and carry on pushing round. Such was the buffer, the margin that the Acura Racing Team and Ryhs Engineering Esports Porsches were able to put on the rest of the field, that they could have that incident and still emerge in second place, but undoubtedly carrying damage which will affect his straight line speed, and obviously round here at Daytona, that's really going to start to tell on your lap time. And here's a look at this instance. So this is on board with the 963, looking to the inside, hits the brakes, and then on the way in, there you go, just that lockup which you could see from the camera, and you're carrying so much speed down towards the hairpin there, loops the car, no slowing down, and unfortunately nowhere to go for Dominic Koroshavin in the number 30 car. So really unfortunate incident. I think that, David, we can feel it up in the commentary box, right? You know, this adrenaline from the race start at Daytona, the pack racing, how close everyone is. You guys in the car are going to be feeling the same as well, and that's a move that, you know, Declan will now have banked him, know that he's got to be a bit more careful trying to pull that off. Unfortunately, he'll be carrying a bit of damage as well, but a lesson learnt the hard way early on here at Daytona.
100%, and I feel for Declan as much as I feel for Dominic right now, as we see a fight for the GT3s tricked around the outside. This is Byron Cotter trying to take that position from Sigma Esports just in front. Fantastic move going into that international horseshoe. James Shotton on the outside, he's not going to get it though. That's going to be run wide, and surely Byron should have that, but no way. What a run from James Shotton, holds it in. He's going to have the inside line through 4 and going to hold on to that place somehow. I was just about to say, I feel so bad. As much as I feel bad for Dominic Koroshavin, I also feel really bad for Declan, because there was no malice in that whatsoever. I've been there numerous times learning how to drive that GTP car. You know, as the balance of the car changes in the first 15 minutes, whoa, that was wild from Byron Kotzer there. That first 15 minutes, the balance of the car changes, so you know you have to have the brake bias set forward a little bit just to make sure that you don't lock up, and then as the race goes on, you bring that brake bias back again, because if you have too much to the front, it just pitches the rear of the car right round when you have to go onto the brakes quite quickly, and that is unfortunately what happens very, very quickly with you, as we've almost had 18 minutes of the race gone so far. So apart from that drama with the GTPs and the GT3s here, Tim, it's been an enjoyable race nonetheless.
Well, apart from the drama with the GTPs, apart from the incredible racing, and apart
from everything,
apart from the nose tail action, apart from Twitch chat absolutely loving it, it's just been every other race, isn't it, David? I couldn't be more wrong. This has been a brilliant race here at Daytona. 20 minutes and it's flown by. This is what the racing's like here, and the community here are putting on an absolute show for us. But as it's the way now with these new cars, this GTP fight is really, really fascinating with the pace difference, who's got the speed over this first stint. Qualifying is one thing, you know, where you can use all the hybrid deploy, you can rinse the tyres for all their worth, you can run around on low fuel, but when it comes to race time, got to manage the traffic, got to manage your fuel, get your stint distance done, try and eke the tyres out across that stint as well, just alongside trying to be quick in the car and beat the other competitors out there on track. That's where different drivers, different teams start to come to the fore, and this Wizards Black Sapphire car is doing exactly that in the top 3 in qualifying. But Turo Malarin is putting in a really strong first stint, very consistent, very controlled. And as you can tell by the front end of that Porsche, the sides of the Porsche 963 and the back, it doesn't look like he's had any contact with anyone yet, so clean as well. This top 4 all together on track. I think it might even be the top 5 are all fairly decently within camera view. And David, I did a 1 hour race at Daytona not too long ago with a load of friends. We managed to get into a server that I set up. We did an hour, and the top 5 crossed the finish line 1 second apart.
Yep, I absolutely believe that. It's
it?
wild how close the racing is, though, as well. But that is what makes it one of the great spectacles in the world, as Drew Hopkins somehow, for the love of God, in the LMP2 Highline Motorsport car, holds on to that car round the outside of one, took way, way, way too much speed into that first corner in that number 51 Dallara. And yes, he was a very, very lucky boy. But no, look, you're absolutely spot on. It's what makes it such an enjoyable spectacle for both the drivers and for the spectators as well. Just this constant action. Tim, how often as commentators have we watched an endurance race and after 20 minutes you're sitting there going, oh, right, okay, so everybody's 15 seconds apart now and I've got nothing to talk about, right? We're 20 minutes in and we're like, I need a break. I need something to actually grab a breath on this, because it's just been so intense. And the fact is, we're already not going to get another break, because Tourmaline is coming up to the halfway point around the 13th lap. Guess where the GT3s are? They're just past the halfway point on the 11th lap. So they're already going to get put two laps down at the end of this lap. That's how quick we're already catching up at the GTPs and the GT3s every 7 laps.
It's just relentless. You know, it's a rarity. The clear lap at Daytona in an endurance race is like a unicorn or a blue moon or any of those anecdotes. You know, it's such a rarity because the traffic is relentless, and it's what makes this race so exciting, be it the 24, be it the 6 hours we've got today, be it a 1 hour sprint, a half an hour sprint. It's fascinating to watch. You're seeing that right here, Konstantin Levitsky in the number 164 Porsche getting squeezed to the outside as 2 cars come past. The number 32 James Shotton in the Sigma Esports car, and just ahead, I think that is the Truck Boys Ferrari. Don't know if we've spoken about that car at all. I haven't heard of the Truck Boys. Don't think you've mentioned them either, David.
No. Who are they? Sorry, I've not really seen much support. Simon, And again, I have got no idea what language this is, so I do thoroughly apologise, Ivan. It's in Aguante Chile, Aguante Vaikafes. That is in relation to, that might be Ford number 47 LMP2 car, which is Esports Vaikafes, which is in the lead of the LMP2 race. Mateus Martinez Garriard is in the lead of the LMP2, so he will be very, very happy with that, as ITV Racing in second place. But here comes Alec Carver carving his way. See what I did there? I'm here all weekend. Lars Vogler for the Pun Crew Racing GT3. Oh no, what's happened here? Oh my god, he's just died. Oh no. He's tried to pick a fight with a GTP car, and the GTP car has sent him off to the nether realm. I'm hoping Punju wasn't here to watch that absolute sacrilege live on stream, Tim.
No, it's really tricky that, because the cars behind were the two, one of the names escaping, the Old Firm Racing cars. I think that was the Old Firm Racing purple Acura, and the Anseed Weekend Warriors Cadillac side by side, or at least batting down towards turn one, as this trio of GT3s continue to knock lumps out of each other. But it's a really tricky one there, because there is still time to get the move done as you kind of come off the banking and the track levels out. I don't think the GTP was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I do think the Mercedes maybe just moved over a little bit, trying to take their line, or were maybe just used to running around on their own, and then the traffic got up to them. And unfortunately, at one of the fastest points of the track, one of the trickiest braking zones on the track, the side-by-side saw the Mercedes being sent off into the nether realm there. But a shame to see so early on, but I'm sure they'll bounce back, and we'll see that brightly coloured AMG Evo back in the action shortly.
Yeah, here's hoping, but well, we'll just see how that all unfolds. But still, 25 minutes into the race, and it feels like we've done about 6 hours already of this meow before the 24. Of course, the Williams Gaming Club first official event of 2024, live here on the Williams Esports Twitch channel. David Christie and Tim Philbrick taking you through all of the action. Well, I am Tim. You're going to be abandoning us very, very shortly as well. I hope whatever you've got planned for your day is going to be exciting enough to put up with this.
It's basically, I just need a break already, David. It's just been too much. This first half an hour, I need to lie down in a dark room and someone dab my forehead with a cold towel for a little bit. We'll see what goes on.
Oh man, definitely.
I'll be back, David.
You will.
I'll be back for the last couple of hours of the race.
You're pacing yourself. That's what it is. It's strategy. It's
endurance
like
racing.
this. Exactly. We're tagging out. You're going into the pit stop. We'll get a coffee, and we'll be back out for the next round of pit stops. Talking of which, though, Zamfir Radu Olympia here for QV Motorsports Right Twin Tail, after a pretty dogged start to the race, already trying to make their way back up, and they're already fighting for that 9th position just now. So Amir Mohammadi for Pun Crew Racing gets himself up there. The other thing I was away to say as well was, now who were we talking about earlier? Oh no, what's happened to Duncan Edward Jones there? Duncan was in 10th position for Photon Racing. Remember, he was the one that said his only plan was to stay out of everybody's flipping way, and he did, and he was up at the P9, and I've just noticed he's now disconnected from the race. So Duncan Edward Jones, that sole driver for Photon Racing, well, Godspeed, buddy. I've got no idea what happened there, and that's a shame to see.
Yeah, I think we had maybe some telltale signs of a connection not quite at its happiest. The Audi was blinking a little bit, and that's iRacing desperately trying to keep you in the race and in the server, if you like. And unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if that is nothing to do with Duncan's choosing. And unfortunately, his connection has dropped out. It's the equivalent of a real-world mechanical failure to some extent, isn't it, David?
We say that, right, and at least through a real-world mechanical failure, having experienced both, a real-world mechanical failure, it doesn't sting as much, I don't think, because it's like something, you know, your immediate concern is like for your own safety, for the safety of those around you, and pulling the car off, and you know something bad's gone wrong. Whereas it seems to be like when you're in the sim, I had it yesterday where my VR headset locked up halfway through a race, and I'm just screaming. I'm like, you know, like proper 3-year-old tantrum going on, and I just think that we tend to lose our marbles a little bit more when we're in the sim, and I think it hurts a little bit more. But what doesn't hurt is the fact that I've just noticed the livery on the Truck Boys, that GT3 car, that is rather splendid. Oh, and we go and cut away from it, Tim, just as I was talking about it there.
I think that was deliberate.
That was deliberate.
I think they didn't.
We cannot peak too early on this podcast. We cannot let them see too much here. Oh my lord, what is going on here with the LMP2s and the GTPs? That's Drew Hopkins breathing a sigh of relief as 15,000 GTPs get past them there. I think that might have been Julian Harmand. Alex Carver was in there as well. I think that Kyle Felvis might have been up there as well. That's a move for 4th and 5th. So GTPs at the moment, they are knocking lumps out of each other just now as Julian Harmand goes very, very wide indeed, and that is going to drop him down to P5 and potentially lose out even more there, and trying to get back around the outside here. This is epic racing. That's Declan Bowler, so he will not be wanting to get involved in any of that whatsoever, but that move immediately comes at a price at the International Horseshoe, and again it just shows how quickly this race can be turned upside down, and you kind of have to count your blessings at some point.
Yeah, it's one of those where the race will really ebb and flow, and sometimes it will favour you and sometimes it will come back to bite you, and this is it, down towards the International Horseshoe, side by side, Julian Harmand up the inside, and then that allows the Cadillac through of Alex Carver. He's just able to cut back and get the run out of the corner, but the third car in the mix there is Harmand goes bouncing over the curbs at the Le Mans chicane. He's actually got a slowdown. He cut the final part so much, he's going to have to lift off and run high around the banking. That third car there, the white and red Porsche, that is the number 15 of Declan Bowler, and that's a lap down. I think he must have pitted after that contact with this car on screen for Dominic Koroshavin, Cooney Racing Team Porsche. But yeah, you really have to give and take really around Daytona, and with so many cars so close to get this clumping effect. I think John Hindhaugh termed it clumping, where cars just somehow manage to magnetize towards each other, and one moment you'll be running around with clean air, and the next thing you'll know, you'll have 12 other cars all trying to get through the same corner all at the same time. It's a great place for side-to-side sports car racing.
It really is, and it's one of the things that I absolutely love about it. So I'm relatively new, and when I say relatively new, I mean like in the past sort of 5-6 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, of watching sports car racing. I used to be massively into the British touring cars and TCR and that sort of things. We see Brian Coates out here for Cyberdyne Motorsports flying it up the inside and taking that 6th position away from Trident Motorsports just now. But yeah, so relatively late into the International Horseshoe, and that is how you don't do a recovery there. The 7th place car there, that was Alexei Barry. I think less said about that better. We'll just move swiftly on from that one. Yeah, so relatively coming when it comes to sports car racing. So Daytona was the first one, that I kind of got into. Hadn't watched Le Mans really before that, hadn't really watched any real endurance racing. I'd watched Nürburgring on and off maybe a couple of times, but it was and especially watching Radio Le Mans, John Hindhaugh, and the amazing commentary team that they have. For me, they are just like anything that's endurance racing. They are the voices of it, and it's that introduced me to this entire world, and it's just spectacular. And that was only back in like 2015, 2016. And you look at it like now, I think last year was one of the greatest years that we had for the Daytona 24. It was absolutely epic because, of course, we had the GTPs in, and they were just I think they even exceeded everybody's expectations. Whenever you get a new championship or you get a new class in, there's always that first year where everything's a bit meh, and it doesn't really quite work out the way you think it is, but it was just absolutely blooming spectacular. More of that in a second. Let's go to a replay then of what happens with that Trident Motorsport car. So it was actually the 164, not Alexei Barry, it was Konstantin Levetsky in that 164, excuse me, and again trying to get the car slowed down, locks up under braking, clips the car, and thankfully it's just them affected in that incident.
Yeah, just running in a bit too deep. I think trying to get back up the inside after fighting for the previous corner, probably the previous lap, but unfortunately it didn't quite come off, and instead just a little silly bump there, but kind of a bit of justice done in that the 164 was the car that spun. It wasn't a tap spin and spinning around the Porsche ahead. So all is done, leveled out and justice served kind of thing, and the race can carry on. But yeah, David, on your point about Daytona, it's an incredible sports car race. I couldn't talk about it highly enough. A great way to kick off the IMSA season, the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season. It's a great way to start kind of the major sports car events of the year, and the reason that is just because of the racing it provides. It's a relentless, it's such a unique event in just the pace of it. An event like the Nürburgring 24, you're fighting the track as much as you are your competitors. Somewhere like Le Mans, again you're doing long stints in this incredibly fast long lap circuits, about nailing every 3.5 to 4 minute lap. Here at Daytona, you are busy for every single second of the lap, every single second of your stint, whether you're passing traffic, being passed by other classes, whether you're in a battle of your own, having a slipstream fest down towards turn 1. It's just mesmeric, and the fact that they're able to do it for 24 hours just completely baffles me, but absolutely worth tuning in for. And I think that is also a testament to, you look at the sim racing world, you look at iRacing, you look at even just our community race going on today, and it perfectly captures that same spirit of the real world event. Look at this, different classes of cars, all nose to tail, all trying to share the same track at the same time. And it's getting heated, and that's why we love it.
And from experience as well, Tim, I know that you've had your experience with sim racing endurance events. Certainly I've taken part in a number of iRacing Daytona 24s. I like to consider myself an expert at the Daytona 24, and when I say expert, it's one of those things that you put an asterisk on, and that expert is that I know exactly where you can put your car in a tyre wall and get it lodged, get it so that you have to escape back to the pit so that you can't recover it. Absolute expert at doing that, much to my teammates' dismay. Thankfully I won't be doing that this year, mostly because I'm in the Ferrari 296, and it feels a little bit more, we were always in the Merc, the AMG, and that thing was great until it went low on fuel, and then it was just slip slidey all the way. And then we tried 1 year in the LMP2, and oh dear God, never again. Wouldn't mind giving it a go in the GTPs, but oh, the LMP2, no, that's... But again, going back to that point of a 24-hour race, even down to a 6-hour race, the sense of achievement, the sense of camaraderie, the sense of belonging, and you get to that final hour, and you'll notice that the aggression dials down about 80% from everyone, because they're just like, right, we've done it, we've got what we came out to do here, we're just here to finish. With the exception of maybe if you're in the fight for the lead, for the most part everybody wants to try and hold each other's hands and get through that final hour together.
Yeah, and that's what's so nice about endurance racing, is there's this extremely competitive aspect of it. You wouldn't see 3 Cadillacs running nose to tail down towards the Western Horseshoe passing a BMW M4 like it wasn't there if they weren't trying to maximise every corner and beat everyone fair and square. There's also this element, we've all achieved something here. Let's kind of pat each other on the backs and celebrate that fact. But we just saw it a little bit there, David. Part of this talking about traffic management and about trying to get through on the slower class cars. could just see ahead, I think it's one of the British University Cadillacs, up the inside in towards turn 6 and 7. And the move is so difficult to do there with the track narrows up. And then you're trying to get clean on the exit and get the power down. And it's quite difficult to get the whole passing thing completed. And then you run round to the bus stop here. We've just saw on the 420 Motorsports car getting held up by the 296 in towards the Le Mans chicane. The way the gaps can just massively extend and decrease in the blink of an eye through one corner is what makes this event really fascinating, and why the gaps. Yeah, you might have a 3-second advantage over someone, but that could be nothing after one run through the infield, one slightly suboptimal run in that first sector or so. And we've kind of seen that here. Look, the top two, the number 9 Tura Malarin in the Wizards Black Sapphire Porsche, and look at that, closing up behind the Julian Joy in the number 10 Old Firm Racing Yellow Porsche. These two, less than half a second separating them now, but it was over half a second up towards a whole second the last time around. So it just shows how quickly the gaps can change. And here, on the offensive now, is Julian flashing the lights down towards the Le Mans chicane. It looks like he wants to get past shortly.
Yeah, I wonder if this is strategy that's at play here. I wonder if this is maybe a little bit of fuel saving here from Ture Malarin right now, because it seems to be on the high speed sections. Julian Joy just absolutely going for it. But again, fuel is something we're going to have to talk about here. And in fact, that's exactly what it is, because you know you're not going to necessarily be slow off of 12 and 13, but you know, as we go into the final chicane, then we're down to what's that, a 133.194. Geez, so that's about 0.3 of a second off of our fastest time just now. We've got GT3 cars appearing out of thin air just now, but Old Firm Racing Yellow, I definitely think that there's been some black traffic that's kind of played into the favour of Julian Joy just now. We've got these two a little bit closer. Have a look in the background as well. You can see Kyle Felvis and Alex Carver as well. But as we're watching this, as Kyle Ferver sent up the inside, he missed his braking point, and that was very, very opportunistic. Makes it work 3 wide, coming down in towards 7 and 8 here, as it's going to be a move up the inside as well. Tries to close it off there. Felvis forced out wide by Alex Carver, and Carver gets that taken from him. Kyle Felvis up into P3 in that 717 car. Wow, this is wild, wild racing here, and I feel kind of smug because, you know, we've got all this action going on in the GTP, Tim, and you're going to have to leave us.
Well, yeah, I am going to have to in the next minute or so, but just quickly, on that move, on that battle between the two cars, Alex Carver, again, so late on the brakes. We saw it down at turn 1. In a battle earlier in the first kind of 15 minutes of the race. I don't know how he gets the car stopped. The body language of the car looks like he doesn't mean to go for the move. And then somehow he gets the thing stopped and he's not shot off into the barrier. Or for that matter, he's not taking anyone else out. I don't know how he's quite doing it, but opportunistic move down towards the Western Horseshoe. Sees the gap opening up.
Change for the lead. Julian Joyce just taking the lead for Old Firm Racing Yellow. We missed that while we were watching Phoenix Sim Racing. But yeah, we've now got a new race leader for Old Firm Racing Yellow. And that 1.5 second gap suggests to me that that is absolutely strategy.
Yeah, or they maybe hit traffic at a bad time. There's a car off in the background there as well. I think that might have been...
That's Alex Carver.
That might have been Carver again, off in the background. I wonder if he went for the same move. But yeah, the lead changing. Old Firm Racing Yellow now pick up the baton at the front. 1.4 seconds. I don't think that's just an overtake. I don't think that's just a pass. I think there might be something more at play here, as the top 4 have started to spread out as incidents are creeping in. But yeah, we're nearing the end of the stint here. But yeah, I completely agree, Dave. Definitely thoughts turn towards strategy and when you're going to be pitting. But I don't know, with such a swing like that from 0.3 back to a second and a half ahead, I'd like to see what's going on. I think we've got a replay queued now.
Look at what happened in between the two of them.
Slow down.
There we go. That'll do it. Yeah, so that is Tour Muller and get it all wrong at the Le Mans chicane. And Julian Joy said, thank you very much. And that is how quickly things can turn. Now, that actually, just as a final quick note there, Tim, that is going to be a huge point through the race, because 25 penalty points that the drivers are allowed, and then they get a penalty. They get, I believe it'll be like a drive-through penalty for 25x, 25 instant points, and then every 10x after that. I could imagine you could easily get at least half of that in the first hour.
Yeah, absolutely. Just from pushing, it's so easy to just do that every so often at the Le Mans chicane and pick up a 1x you really could do without. As we've got another replay here of the battle. This is Alex Carver. Let's see if he tries to do the same thing. He's so far back, 5 or 6 car lengths back, and he's trying it. Look, he's gone diving up the inside, and Carl Purvis cleverly there just checks up, backs out of it, leaves the gap, and allows Carver to just run off into the fields there. Really quite heads up driving, but Carver trying to make a move work. Whilst the first attempt down there, I think he made work and was potentially extremely opportunistic, but you know, the door maybe was open a little bit. I think that second one was potentially asking for a little too much.
I have to agree with you on that one. I think that might have been opportunistic as we go into the pits then for the GTPs. Wrench the Media dude saying he's on to YouTube. He's asking for clips to put on his compilation channel. I Love F1 and Clash of Clans saying hello, Williams. Hello. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the channel. It's been a while. It's actually gone a little bit quiet there in the Twitch chat, but GTPs all into pit lane then. So we have reached 45 minutes, and from experience we've got about 10 minutes now before the GT3s go into pit lane as well. It's a very, very busy pit lane as we go with them. But the GT3 battle now, a Cooney Racing team, Dominic Kodashavin, we saw getting hit by one of the GTP cars, Declan Bowler, about 20 minutes ago. We wondered if that car had damage. Quite clearly does have damage, we believe, because this is getting caught hands over fist right now by that car in third position. And around the outside with no real fight there, Yanis Konstantin goes up into P2 for White Stag Team Romania Motorsport. So that is a change for position. And that is done and dusted. 45 minutes left to go as Pun Crew Racing GTP go to the lead of the race. Amir Mohammadi goes into the lead of the race, but again, I think that will very likely be because he needs to come into the pits at the end of this one. But 45 minutes gone in the race, Tim. What's been your opening thoughts on and your sort of final thoughts before you head off for a little bit?
Yeah, just before my own pit stop. My thoughts are excellent racing, really close fights across the board. Ryhs Engineering, I think, are just going to start to eke away at the front of the field in that GT3 fight. But in terms of the GTP, anyone's guess. And I think we're set for another, incredible race here at Daytona within the Williams esports community. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. And I will be back for the last couple of hours and we'll run into the finish.
Looking forward to it. Tim Philbrick, thank you so much for joining us here in the commentary box for just now. He's off to take his pit stop, and as he said, he'll be back in a couple of hours' time, which means you're left with myself, ladies and gentlemen. Dave Christie here with you for the next couple of hours. Keep me company here as we go through the remainder of this 6-hour meow before the 24 hours here at Daytona International Speedway as part of Williams Gaming Club, our very first 2024 event. And my goodness me, we've got many, many more in store for you. There's been a driver change over at Old Firm Racing Yellow, as that is going to be Wizards Saturday in minutes time, as we see Dominic Kodashavin, after giving up that position to Yanis Konstantin in that GT3 fight just now, will likely just be wanting to keep that car out of harm's way for just now. He's got some GTPs coming up behind him, and this is going to be a very, very awkward moment nonetheless just now. Well, it's not, because the cars are already past those GT3s right now. So that was a fairly uneventful affair as they go down that backstretch towards the Le Mans chicane. Alexandre Carlier behind the wheel of the Old Firm Racing yellow car. Have a look at Ture Molleren. He is absolutely baying for blood. He wants to get that position back. Good afternoon to Good Stuff Bud, saying he likes the pink Porsche. The pink Porsche is absolutely fantastic. That is Dominic Koroshavin in the Okuni Racing team behind the wheel of the number 30 just now. But here we go, move for the lead then, side by side as they come into turn one, and again handed over by Alexandre Carlier there. You get the feel that there might be some strategy going on here. Good afternoon all to Steve Proudley and to Flat Out Escort. Right, Duncan Edward Jones for Photon Racing. Well, he's saying that he's focusing too hard. We need to figure out what happened, buddy. We were looking out for you, and then we just saw you disconnecting from the server, and gutting to see if that is your day done and dusted already. As we're seeing Dominic Koroshavin then onto the tail end of Yanis Konstantin. Lap number 27 for the GTPs, sorry, for the GT3s. You've got the 717 GTP trying to get past. That's Adam Lyle in the Phoenix Sim Racing Machine. You've got Chaos going into turn 4. Patrick Yanis-Toth in the QV Motorsports Right twin-tail car is fighting with the recovering Declan Bowler. This is for 10th position just now, as Declan is on the lead lap now, given that he did have to pit, remember. So that might have worked in for his favour, but he will have to pit, I would imagine, in the next, let's have a look here. He's going to have to pit now, basically. Everybody else pitted on lap 29. In fact, no, sorry, he'll have to pit in about 9 laps time, where the VGTR Esports GTP drivers. So that car massively out of class, out of the running, as Patrick Yanis-Toth gets a slow down penalty there. Very, very slow on the exit of the Le Mans chicane, as Yanis Konstantin into pit lane. Now that is slightly early for the GT3s, and the fact that he's jumped up, so something has happened to Yanis Konstantin, because that car has jumped up to lap 29, the GT3s are on lap 38, and that happens when you escape back to pits, ladies and gentlemen. So we need to see what has happened to that White Stag T Romania car. Let's have a look at the pit entry that we had a look at. We'll bring that up just very shortly. Just now, Yanis Konstantin then into the pit lane. Oh, now has he went to the pit lane and then hit escape because he's sped through the pits? I'm not sure here. Goes in. Oh, he's missed his pit box. He's reversed in. I wonder if he's been disqualified. He gets in there and the car goes in. Well, that I still don't understand why he was shown as on lap 20. Okay, well, he's back out anyway. So he is down there in P8 just now. But again, I'm very confused as to why that car appeared a lap ahead. Maybe that was just a glitch on the old timing screens. But either way, he's back out. And that is not as bad as initially feared. Because if that is just a planned stop and he spent about 15-20 seconds longer, then that is something that he can recover from. But that means that Whiter Engineering Esports in the lead of the race. Leon Mischt behind the wheel of the number 23 for the GTD, aka the GT3s just now. And just in front of the White Stag Romania car, that is going to be the Yellow Submarine squad of Mike Gaff behind the wheel of the 534 Ferrari. Back to the leaders of the GTP class though. That battle is now down to 0.7 of a second, so that fight is still going on between Alexandre Carlier and Ture Molleren. I wonder if that is some traffic that is catching the two of them out at the moment. see some... Oh, that was a big moment there. There's a GTP car trying to get through there. And that was almost allowing Janis Konstantin to take that position. Out the final turn then towards the banked corner here at Daytona to take the start-finish line. We've got a GTP car just cruising its way around the outside, because of course it does. On the way round to one there. This is where you see all of the problems beginning at one, with that tyre stack tucked in on the inside line there. You never want to try and take it too early on the inside. You've got more GTPs coming around the inside there. And I think that might have actually been, was that Alexa Gates or Adam Lyle? It was one of the GTP cars that has just gone round as well. It might actually have been Jake Hatton. We'll double check very, very shortly. But either way, back with a GTP fight. We've not also seen much of the LMP2s at the moment, because quite honestly, they have been kind of just keeping themselves to themselves for this race here. As we've got about 7 seconds of difference between all of the LMP2s at the moment. But we're back watching Oliver Ettridge here for Wizards Fire Ruby. This is going to be a move on one of the lapped cars there down into turn 1, and that is how you take too much speed into turn 1 and then miss the corner completely. Alexa Gates though fighting side by side with the Phoenix Sim Racing car. This is into the Le Mans chicane, as up into 5th position that is going to be Phoenix Sim Racing in the 717. So Adam Lyle just getting past Alexa Gates for position. Again, they're just out of pit lane, but here comes Alexa Gates on the toe. The run of the car very, very strong. It's going to be Acura versus Cadillac, getting squeezed out there. Oh, this is not going to work out, because that is going to mean that Adam Lyle gets boxed in behind one of the GT3 cars. Stunning driving there from Alexa Gates there to make that work. And you can see that Adam Lyle has been absolutely caught out on that one. Great move there from Alexa Gates. Great awareness and ability to make that work out, as Adam Lyle fires it up the inside, tries to make this work, but the damage is done, and that gap is 2.8 seconds there. Fantastic move there. As we see Adam Lyle still trying to make this work. That's back to Janis Konstantin in that GT3 battle. That is Declan Bowler, you can see in the GTP car that's just ahead there, trying to make their way through. We've had another car into pit lane now. Interestingly, a Acura Racing team come into the pits from 2nd place in GT3. Dominic Koroshavin jumps out of the car. Pavlo Dejenseiko gets behind the wheel of that one. They are doing a driver change already after the first stint. So it'll be interesting to see how the rest of them are going to make this happen here, as the GTP's rocking the camera as it flies past here. And yet again, coming through that Le Mans chicane, you've got more GTP traffic in the background there. That is the, let's have a look there, that's Jake Hatton and Tino Cupera, I believe that is right there, in the 420 Endurance team, and the number 33 Truck Boys extra fast car, as the GT3s think about going into pit lane, as that's a bit of mind games there. So Janis Konstantin jumps back up into P3. Jake Hatton though in this fight for 7th and 8th place here. You've got the 420 Endurance Racing team, Tino Cupera just ahead of Jake Hatton right now as they go into the International Horseshoe. And again, you get the feeling that this battle is going to rage on for a very, very long time indeed. So if you have just joined us, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Williams Esports Twitch channel. My name is Dave Christie. I'm going to be taking you through the majority of the race here today, the Meow before the 24 6-hour endurance race here for Williams Gaming Club, the Williams Esports community. You can get yourself involved. Type !Discord in the chat. get yourself over to the Discord server and get yourself involved in some of the amazing races that we've got coming up here this month as part of Williams Gaming Club. Tim Philbrook is going to be joining me back on the microphone in a couple of hours' time. He's just got to step away and do some real life stuff. But what could be more important, really, than 6 hours of Daytona? I was actually going to be taking part in this event. It's a funny fact. And then Steve reached out to me and says, do you fancy doing some commentary on this? And if it's a choice between embarrassing myself live on stream or embarrassing myself live on stream, I'd rather do the comms, to be honest with you. If I'm going to be making a fool of myself, it's just that whole control thing, you know. At least I get to stay in charge, you know, positivity and all that. Good afternoon to Skr, saying, where is Pablo? I have no idea who is Pablo. What driver, what team. In fact, I will go and find out for you who Pablo is and where, more importantly, that he is right now. I can't find any drivers named Pablo, so unfortunately, I have no idea. Old Timer Dude, hello there. Thank you very much for joining us. That's one of my friends coming to say hello, so thank you very much for popping in, Timo. Very, very good to see you. Metallic's in here as well, so he's floating about somewhere there as well. It's always nice to see my friends coming in and keep me company through the afternoon. But pit stops underway. GT3 fight still going on. Trident Motorsport just getting that position done from Sigma Esports. Just now it's a three-way fight just now because you've got a GTP car trying to go around the outside. This is coming into the 4 into the dog leg. Pankaj Kulkarni gets it around the outside for that 32 Sigma Esports car. Around the only BMW. I cannot believe Arsene Petrosian for Trident Motorsports, the only BMW that we are seeing out there on the fields today. Pretty dire stuff, that, because I've got to be honest, I've got a soft spot for the BMW. It's great to see, and we love to see more of that just now. We're coming up then to the tail end of our first hour. It looks like we've done pretty much all of the pit stops. I think the only car we've still got to pit is Leon Mishka. Is it? No, everybody has pitted for GT3s in that last hour there, as we've got GTP action going on here. Truck Boys are fighting Pun Crew Racing. We know how this is going to end, or at least I think we know how this is going to end, as Amir Mohammadi fires up the outside of turn 4. Beautiful move, and oh, so close. I think there was actually contact there. Goes round the outside of the Truck Boys. Extra fast machine there, and 8th position then for Pun Crew Racing on the exit of 7. That tail sliding out, so easy to do. As you can see, the sun's starting to, I believe, set here at Daytona. The track temperature looks to be dropping. It's an overcast day here in Florida, and that is going to cause havoc with tyre grip and with tyre life as well. But here comes the Truck Boys extra fast racing car through the Le Mans chicane, and that's going to be a slowdown for Amir, surely. That did look like that was a little bit wide going into that Le Mans chicane. We'll wait and see whether or not anything actually happens with that, but yeah, interesting stuff. Also, as we said, incident points are going to be the key factor here. The cars only allow 25 incidents before they get a drive-through penalty, and then after that, it's every 10 incidents. And remember, the way that iRacing works, you get a 1x, 1 incident point for going wide, exceeding track limits. You get 2x for contact or losing control of the car, and you get a 4x for colliding with another car. So you can see just how quickly those points can add up here. Back to the LMP2 battle, which is a shame because we haven't really spoken about the LMP2s right now. Esports Bikeifaz, Mateus Martinez Gallardo behind the wheel of that from, I believe, Argentina. Certainly if the flag is to be believed on SDK. I believe that is where that driver is from, as we see a fight. No, we don't actually, because that's a GTP car going through on ICD Racing's David Adeyeye. And that was, I'm pretty sure that was second place actually going through. That was Alexandre Carlier for Old Firm Racing Yellow. I'm pretty sure that just went past there. In fact, no, it wasn't. it wasn't Alexandre. Oh, Zach Summerall gets behind the wheel of the VGTR Esports GTP and promptly stacks it at turn 7. Very, very easy to do. That is the point where the infield comes back out. It's a left-hander and very, very easy to do. The track just changes and really, really just is very, very difficult to deal with, because you're having to deal with tarmac changes and with patience, basically trying to make it work, getting back onto the oval. You boot it onto the accelerator a little bit too early, the car wiggles and weaves, and you end up having a moment kind of like what we just saw there for Zach Summerall in that number 15 Porsche. Meanwhile, while I was gibbering and chattering away there, Pun Crew Racing GTP, 420 Endurance Team and Truck Boys Extra Fast Racing, what a little fight that was. That was a proper little scrap between the three of them. I get the feeling that some traffic might have been involved to bring them all together like that. But either way, Amir Mohammadi, Tino Capera and Jake Hatton all knocking absolute lumps out of each other here. So I am totally down for that. And maybe we'll get that a little bit more as they come out the Le Mans chicane here. Tomo299 saying, let's go ITD, obviously supporting David Adeyeye in the number 21 ITD racing car as well. Well, yep, that's the only ITD racing car that I can see in the race today. We've got more of the GT3 cars getting just swamped by these GT cars at the moment. That was Duncan Edward Jones. Oh, great to see Duncan back out on track for the Photon racing car. That number 76 Audi looked to be back out, and he is taking part again. Right, okay, here we go then. GTP action down into one. What's going to happen here? You've got the Truck Boys Extra Fast car making a move on the 420 Endurance Team there. 420 getting caught out on the entry into turn 1 there, not able to make anything happen with that. So Tina Capera loses that position. Now, is Jake Hatton going to stick or twist right now? I feel like I already know the answer to this one. Truck Boys Extra Fast into the back of Amir Mohammadi. Let's have a look at that in a minute, because just now we've got a little look at what happened to Zach Summerall here for VGTR Esports GTP. Again, now you saw exactly what he did there. If you look closely, he clipped the curb on the left-hand side. It unsettles the car. You start to put the foot down. It gets a little bit squirrely. Your answer is usually a little bit more throttle, and it just washed away from him at the back end. That is very, very unfortunate to see that happen to Zach, but he will bounce back from it, and he will recover. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever. P13 at the moment, but back to this fight for 7th, 8th and 9th position then, as Amir Mohammadi is still trying to hold on for 7th ahead of Jake Hatton. I get the feeling this might be a bit of a losing fight now, because that time is going to come down very, very quickly indeed. You can see it dropping down. The power of the toe of these cars is just absolutely sensational. But it's Tino Capera here, I think, is going to have the real chance, because he gets the double toe essentially, not only from Amir but also from Jake as well, as they go through into start lap number 41, as we have crossed the first hour of 6 here at Daytona. Back to the GT3s though. This is Truck Boys in their other outfit, as Pankaj Kulkarni sends it up the inside into turn 5. That was wild. That was a ballsy move from Pankaj for Sigma Esports. And poor Truck Boys. Oh, and there's been contact with a battle for 7th place there. It looked like that was Amir Mohammadi for Pun Crew Racing that came off worst of that. There was smoke. There was the 3 cars caught up there, and Tino Capera scarpers away there. And that also looks like Jake Hatton was the one that was caught up with Amir. So I wonder if Tino managed to avoid all of that, but either way, that is not going to do their hopes of catching up to that lead group any help whatsoever. So I'm sure we'll get a replay of that very, very shortly, but that was a very unfortunate moment that we just came back to for that GTP battle just now. still watching Tino Capera then for 420 Endurance Team on a little bit of a recovery mission here just now. He's got one of the GT3 cars just in front of him. Let's get an ID on that one. I think that might be one of the Phoenix Sim racing cars just in front of him. It's certainly one of the Porsches that he's got past just now, but down into 4, into 5, through the West Horseshoe, and Capera unfortunately kind of in no man's land right now, 3.1 seconds behind everyone else at the moment. So this is now where things start to go into a little bit of a lull. The only real fight for the GTPs at the moment is Alex Carver for ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta, because he's just a second behind Alexander Riccardi. Let's have a look here what happens, and that is going to be into the turn 5. Oh, and that is so unfortunate. A tiny mistake there for Amir Mohammadi, and unfortunately Jake Hatton was the innocent party in that. He didn't really have anywhere to go there, and that was all on the Pun Crew Racing.gp. Sorry, excuse me, the Pun Crew Racing GTP car. You hate to see it. Right, we've got a change for second place as a Cooney Racing Team back up into P2 ahead of White Stag Romania. So that little fight that's been going on all through. Pavlo Diansenko gets ahead of Yanis Konstantin. Now that's a big fight that we saw coming to a head towards the end of the first stint there. Remember, we saw the White Stag Romania car just getting ahead of the Acuna Racing Team on the end there. Now, on top of that, actually, we need to cut to P2 in the GTP fight, because they're coming under real pressure right now. This is wild stuff right now. So we've got Old Firm Racing Yellow going down into P3, and Alex Carver getting his way up. So what has happened here? Because now not only is Alexander Carlier losing out second place, but Julien Harmand is now into the mix here as well. Alex Carver 7.8 seconds behind the race leader, but I wonder, that's after the bus stop, I wonder if there's been a slowdown coming out of that Le Mans chicane. And there we go, the first time that I've called it the bus stop this afternoon. I'm sure I'll call it that many times. Flat Out Escort, aka Duncan, saying that a bit too far down to recover for me, was knocked by a GTP in the first 10 laps, giving me suspension damage, for your knowledge, David. Duncan, I am absolutely gutted to hear that, friend. I hope you enjoyed the laps that you did have out there. Obviously, it's not the best way to end your race. Unfortunately, them's the breaks of multi-class racing here, but yep, you just have to pick yourself up and have a better race next time out. Either way, we have been treated to some fantastic action here as Alex Carver trying to hold on to that car through 7, back up onto the back turns here at Daytona International Speedway. Alexander Carlier in that newly acquired third position. I'm sure it's not going to be a position that he wanted to acquire, but it's one that he's got nonetheless. Those GTP cars coming through the Le Mans chicane, they just absolutely pinned to the road here, such as the amount of downforce that they've got here. As you've got another GTP car just in front. Let's have a look here up the inside there. That is the battle for GT3s. That's the BMW and the Porsche then. So that's Arsene Petrosian, and that is going to be Pankaj Kulkarni for Sigma Esports. It's safe to say they're knocking doors with each other there just now, and that allows Pankaj to move up into P5 at an early stage of the race. Back to your GT3s though, this is the fight for second position. So now Yanis Konstantin has got back into P2. This is all changed because last lap round Pavlov Diansenko had got that Acuna Racing Team car up into P2, and now it's changed again. So they're swapping every single lap here. Fantastic racing that we've got going on in this GT3 class, and they're going to have to keep it up for another 4.5 hours here. Right, Redix has got a little bit of gossip saying that I heard a little bird saying the G29 team are having a driver swap in a few laps time, so not so long until we end up crashing. Ah ha 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 ha. I will try not to. You see, you say that, that's the same sort of energy that I go into my stints with, Redix, and it's, well, I mean, I'm sure that it's not going to be like that, and if that is company Mikhail Randlov behind the car, behind the wheel, then that means that Redix is Magnus Broderson. So Magnus, best of luck in your stint, my friends. Hope you enjoy your time behind the wheel. Keep it safe, bring it back in one piece. And if you can't do that, then, well, just make it spectacular. Make sure we get a replay out of it at the very, very least. Patrick Janner's Toth down into 5, makes the move and makes that happen there. In fact, sorry, that's again not a move. I get so excited there when I see any sort of overtaking move whatsoever. That is Zach Summerall in the VGTR esports car, who is already a lap down at this point and already 2 laps down on the leader. So back up to the fight for the second place then in GTPs, and anti-3D Weekend Warriors Delta, Alex's Carver, is now just 0.6 of a second, so you can see him just up there. I wouldn't worry about Julien Harmans and Alexandre Carlier, because I don't think, I know I might be wrong on this, I don't think with them being teammates that they are going to be fighting. They may try indeed and work together to catch up to that car around the banked oval here at Daytona, catch up to that anti-3D Weekend Warriors Delta car of Alex Carver just now. We'll certainly wait and see as they come into the Le Mans chicane. 46 laps in the book here, and it's a fascinating little battle here because you've got the Cadillac power, you've got the Porsche power, and you've got the Acura power. Acura. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. It's we call it Honda. It's how we pronounce it over here. But of course, you've got that the stunning ARX 06 GTP. You've got the Porsche 963 GTP, and then you've got the Cadillac V-Series R GTP. And yeah, they're just absolute weapons, absolute weapons. Right, this is interesting. Patrick Janner's Toth coming on to the back here of his teammate in QV Motorsports left tail, because they're coming up to White Stag Romania and Okuni Racing Team. So that's second and third in the GT3 fight, and they are passing like nothing even happened. Meanwhile, back up for that second place fight, Alex Carver still just 1/10 of a second ahead of Alexandre Carlier there just now. That fight's still going on exceptionally strong. They're halfway around the lap here. This is starting to get a little bit dicey as we've got Esports Vanquist into the pit lane then. Does Carlier want to make a move going into the Le Mans chicane? No, he doesn't. He's got a Porsche just in front of him, tries to get the run through, but doesn't happen. And that now allows Old Firm Racing Purple to get the move on the inside. So that's great bit of team play there. That's going to be a pre-agreed move there for Yellow to allow OFR Purple to get that position done, purely so the pair of them can work this out. So LMP2s, they're into the pits then. Juan Peredo is behind the wheel now of the Esports Vanquist car that was in the lead, that will still be in the lead. David Adelier is into the lead of the race just now, but he hasn't been pitted at the moment. This is the fight, as we said, for second position in the GTP class. This is very, very firmly fought right now. And again, you just have no idea which way this is going to go. Mel O'Brien said that Duncan has jinxed himself now. Well, we'll see on that one. We will see on that one. G29 Racing then. Magnus Broderson has left the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Redix is no longer in the chat because he is behind the wheel. Get your judgmental boots on immediately. Let's watch him, let's judge him, and let's critique him. I'm only joking. he will be under a lot of pressure behind the wheel of that G29 Racing, because what a start they have had to this race just now. As Julian Herman's now in that Old Firm Racing purple, absolutely doing everything to catch up to the back end of that anti-greedy Weekend Warriors Delta car. Here comes Pavlo Deyensenko side by side then for P2 in the GT3 class. White Stag Romania's car moves up to the outside there. Julian Herman moves to the inside to take P2 then. And that was a really, really well planned, well executed move there for Julian Herman to take second place in the race. Whether or not he keeps it is another matter entirely, given the amount of traffic that we have got coming up just now. ITD Racing is in the pit lane. That's Mats Brennater from the lead, or from the provisional lead of the LMP2 class just now. As I said, they are right in the middle of their pit stop window at the moment. And here comes the GTP cars. Oh! Now that is absolute mayhem. That is a car well and truly into the barriers there. Who was that? Into the wall at the exit of 7 there. Was that an LMP2? No, that was a GTP car. Who the hell was that? Goodness me, that car was absolutely destroyed on the exit of 7. I'm absolutely praying that wasn't G29. Thank goodness for that. Right, who has gone back into the pits then? Can it be James Portalozzi in the number 37 Dallara? It was definitely a prototype type car. I couldn't tell if it was a GTP or an LMP2, but given that there's only one car back in the pit lane at the moment, I have a horrible, horrible feeling that it might have been Team James Portalozzi in that number 37 Dallara. That was a big hit that car took. Oh no, it wasn't. It was the number 18 car of Flip Van Zyl. So here we go, onto the brakes and bump into the barrier. That is wheel damage. Gets that car going again, but that car is into pit lane. So Flip Van Zyl for LT Racing. Oh man, I hate saying that, because that is exactly, ladies and gentlemen, the sort of accident that I have. Guaranteed every Daytona 24, that is what I do. If there's a barrier that I can get the car lodged into, then I will find it. You better believe it. It's just a case of taking too much speed into the corner and the car locks up and you are straight to the scene of the accident. Back watching this GTP battle then, Julian Herman for Old Firm Racing Purple up in the second place there. That has meant that Alex Carver drops down into P3 and now starting to come under pressure here from Alexander Callier. That Old Firm Racing yellow car is starting to make a bit of an aggressive comeback here, but again 0.4 of a second behind, as we're seeing Amir Mohammadi for the Puncrew Racing GTP fight. Truck Boys extra fast have finally got themselves back in front after that chaotic moment going down into the West Horseshoe about 25 minutes ago. And again, it's a case of a recovery drive here from Puncrew Racing. We saw Amir having a little moment there and having a little bit of a spin. Just managing to get past one of the GTP cars, sorry, the GT3 cars. And into one then to start lap number 51. So we go, we've got the recovering car there of Stephen Smith, 36. That's LT Racing Handling. So the way iRacing works is that if there's somebody already with your name, it gives you an extra number on top of it. We've got 36 Stephen Smiths. Okay, well, it's obviously a very popular name here in iRacing. Or if you're like me and have ended up creating multiple accounts over the years to take advantage of the wonderful trials. Not at the same time, but like you end up forgetting your the password, and then you have to create a new account. And yeah, you end up having to get a new account. It's fun times. We go for a replay. Then this is our two GV Motorsport twin-tail cars. That's the number 63. Oh, Ricardo Sapien is the luckiest person I think we'll ever see right there. I think he very, very, very gently booped that corner. Sorry, the tyre wall at the middle of the Le Mans chicane. That is a technical term, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Boop. You are very, very welcome to use it for yourselves. Just now, Twitch chat, you've gone very, very quiet. I haven't really heard anything from you lot out there. Just now, Alex Pantelli for Truck Boys in the GT3 car. He's in the middle of a pack by himself. He has got a GTP car catching him very, very quickly. What's going to happen here? Oh! Oh no! No, 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 no. That's Stephen Smith again. Oh, gee. That's horrible to see. Right, well. Stephen Smith will be going back to pit lane then, I would imagine. That LT Racing car has not had any luck whatsoever. Right. Yeah, I honestly don't know what to say about that one. That was pretty brutal. Pretty brutal to watch that car. Obviously getting caught out by... I don't know why it was going so slowly coming out of the pit lane, but getting immediately smashed here. As we see GT3s and GTPs all in the mix here just now. Pankaj Kulkarni here for Sigma Esports onto the back end of the Cyberdyne Motorsport car. That beautiful, almost patchwork livery that is on the front of the car, or on all of the car of Byron Coates in the 885 Porsche just now. You've got a GTP car trying to get in the middle of the pair of them just now. And yeah, Pankaj Kulkarni getting that position. Different fuel strategy from the pair of them, and you could see that as that's one of the GTP cars. Who's that behind the wheel of that one? That is Zach Summerall, just getting past there for the GTR Esports GTP. As we're coming up rapidly to the second half of our second hour here at Daytona. This is the Meow Before the 24 here on the Williams Esports Twitch channel, one of many Williams Gaming Club events that we are going to be hosting here in 2024. Type !Discord in the chat, get yourself over to the Discord chat and get yourself back over to the channel. Right, let's have a look here. Guru Cookie saying, oh no, Old Timer Dude saying oof. I'm pretty sure that's on that monster hit. Metallic offering, Guru Cookie offering to give some chat to the chat. I could discuss food. Yes, Guru Cookie. What is your favourite food? We need to know this right now, because at the moment I'm sitting here with a coffee. I've got a box of black grapes to keep me going for the afternoon. I've got a couple of pot noodles. I've got a couple of instant noodle-based snacks. There we go. Other noodle-based snacks are available. And to be honest with you, I was going to need to get a Red Bull, but I don't think we're going to need to get that. I'm going to have to get another brand of energy drink now that I've went and mentioned that. So there you go. 2 cardinal sins already within the 5 minutes. That's quite an impressive record for me. At this point of the day. This is what happens when you leave me alone and Tim Philbrick decides to have stuff to do during the afternoon. But nonetheless, we go on, and we're back watching Alexander Carlier here for Old Firm Racing Yellow. He is on the back of Anti-3D's Weekend Warriors Delta car. As the two of them make their way again through that GT3 traffic. And You know, I leave chat alone for like half a second. I'll look elsewhere. I'm looking at like some interesting stats about the race, some tidbits to talk about, and chat just degenerates. Duncan, aka Flat Out Escort, saying he could kill for attacking bean pie. Oh my god, yes, that's my guy right there. That is Duncan. I'm going to guess that you're Scottish. I always feel like that's a Scottish thing. Well, we call it a tatty and bean pie, yeah, we call it tatty and beans, right? So it's basically like a mince pie with potatoes on the top and beans in the middle, and oh man, that brings back childhood memories of that. They were absolutely epic. Although what I will say is that anybody that puts tomato sauce on them is I was trying to massively distract myself from the fact that Zach Summerall again is into the wall. VGTR Esports, I think have had more hits than Jay-Z at this point. It's not went well. It's not going well for them. But it's endurance racing. The whole spirit of it, the whole ethos is just keep on going, just keep on trucking, keep on pushing, and get yourself to the end. Desolation CA. aka Daniel, saying that Scots are sus humans. Well, I was going to make a comment about South Africans, but given my impending move and the fact that we've got several South Africans taking part in the race today, I'll maybe hold back on that. Byron Coates wouldn't take very kindly to that, and I don't think Stephen Smith or his teammate at LT Racing would take too kindly to that, but I will take that on the chin, and I'll buy you a beer next time, Daniel. Just don't ask. Why would you do that? It's a cool 29 degrees in my office at the moment. Yeah, that's because your computers. It's to be fair, it's 20.5 degrees in my office at the moment. That's just because of my my rather toasty RTX 3070 and the water cooling. That's what that is. But what I will give you a laugh is that outside the actual temperature here in my current location in Scotland is 3 degrees. So yeah. 27 outside. We'll not. It's fine. And the weather at Daytona. You want to just wind me up now, are you? 26 degrees there as well. That's come on. There's no need for that. And it's January 6th as well, so it's current day 10. Who has 26 degrees in the middle of January? It's not right. Yeah. We're hearing that Desolation is suffering 29 degrees outside. No, it's 27 in the... Wait, how's your office hotter than outside? That makes no sense. What are you back on the crypto mining? Is that what's going on? It sounds very sus. Anyway, it's busy time, ladies and gentlemen. GTPs all into the pit lane. Come one, come all, because here they all come. And ladies and gentlemen, it is Pun Crew Racing's time to shine. I believe they are going to stay out. No, they're not. They're in the pit lane as well. I thought they were away to jump into the lead of the race. Oh, they are still out at the moment. So Amir Mohammadi might be able to jump up to the front of the order just now. We'll certainly see. He's a couple hundred meters away. I think he will actually. As we see James Portalese proving that it wasn't James Portalese in the wall in that LMP2 car, because he's got a purple and white car. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pun Crew Racing, get that snip onto the social medias. Maybe not that bit. Well, definitely not that bit. But Pun Crew Racing up to the lead of the race. Doesn't matter that everybody else is in pit lane. We'll take that one nonetheless. Even better, do it now, because you've got the Pun Crew, the two Pun Crew teams right there in the same camera shot. Don't say we don't give back to our community, ladies and gentlemen. We know exactly what we're doing here. That was a beautiful, beautiful shot there. Amir Mohammadi coming through in the GTP and passing his Pun Crew Racing GT3 teammate, Lars Vogler, who I believe is soldiering on in that car all by themselves. I mean, that's a hell of an effort. Yep, Lars Vogler, the only driver behind the wheel of that Martini Works car. So, yeah, that's a great spot right there. Flat Out Escort said that found that Steam decided to download the game, that's why he was blinking. always turn off your Steam downloads because they or rate limit them. We'll soon see. Desolation ZA saying I have 3 monster PCs pushing out max heat. That is, yeah. Well, there we go, and that is what happens to your LMP2 car in the background there. Just while I was talking away there, James Portalese decides to go and see the scenery. Pun Crew Racing's into the pits for the GTPs. So the GTPs have had their fun. It's now into the leads of the race again goes Ture Malarin for Wizards, Black Sapphire. But that gap has come down quite a lot actually. Randy Martin Mutaus for Old Firm Racing Purple, 3 seconds behind the leader. Okay. In fact, actually, I was going to say, Ture Malarin has gone back in the pits. Had he already gone into the pits? Wait a minute, I'm confused. No, that's his... Yeah. Is it? Is that not his 3rd pit stop for Ture Malarin? Oh no. Oh, you're joking. He's just done a pit stop 9 laps ago. I'm so confused. Okay, well, we'll see. Yeah, so Ture Malarin has shown us 3 pit stops. And he's back out. Oh no. What has happened to Ture Malarin from the lead of the race then? Well, ladies and gentlemen, anything can happen. And now what has gone from a fight for 2nd place has now gone to a fight for the lead, because that now means that Alex Carver and Randy Martini Mateos are now fighting for the lead. Oh my good God almighty, there's death, there's carnage, and Benjamin Koo for VGTR Esport just cruises through it like nothing happened whatsoever. Oh my lord, that was brutal. I have the most awful feeling as well that, oh my lord, who was all caught up in that? I literally was looking over at the timing screen, looked back, and there was just bits of car everywhere. That was absolutely wild. I cannot wait to get a replay of whatever the heck that was there. Please tell me that wasn't Zach Summerall. He might have been caught up in that again. Ricardo Sapien, the 2 of them are side by side just now, but oh my me, 1 hour and a half into this race and we are losing cars at a rate of knots here. Right, Randy Martin, Mateos for Old Firm Racing Purple has got Alex Carver just behind him, but also he is onto the back of Patrick Janos top here. So that is a car that's away to get put a lap down. He's got GT3s all around him here. This does not look well. This is going very, very well, I've got to say, for Alex Carver to get this position here, because you've got an LMP2 car in front there of James Portalese, I believe that is, in the purple and white car. Oh, this is going to go horribly wrong. Oh, you feel it in the pit of your stomach. It looks like he'll finally get that move done on Patrick Janos top. So your leader puts a lap down there. We've got another car just in front there. Oh my me, that was scary, scary, scary stuff. But everybody survives, gets on with it, and yeah, lives to tell the tales. Shiba 142 is saying Truck Boys. It was Truck Boys that were involved in that one. Oh, good lord, yeah, it certainly was. Alex Pantelli, I think it was here. Let's have a look here. Lars Vogler. So this was, oh my god, that was Lars Vogler for Pun Crew, sending himself into that number 18, so the Highline Motorsports car, I think that was, and oh, good lord. Well, yeah, that's an awkward one, isn't it? As Benjamin Koo comes into the pit lane. Oh my goodness me. You hate to see it, but, well, good lord. That was, yeah, I honestly don't know what to make of that. Goodness me. So let's have a look. I'm just hearing from our production team about that extra pit stop there from Ture Mollerin. Now, he didn't go into the pit lane, so he didn't go into the pit stop, he just drove through the pit lane. That would suggest to me that that was a drive-through pit lane. It's certainly 16 seconds, so that would certainly suggest to me that that was a drive-through pit lane for Ture Mollerin. So Wizard Black Sapphire from a comfortable lead of the race here, and well, it's yeah, it all goes south. Let's have a look then, as we're back with the leaders of the GTP class. You've got Alex Carver still trying to make a nuisance of himself, still trying to get into there. Hearing from our broadcast team that he did actually have to go into the box. He did actually stop, so it wasn't a drive-through for Ture Mollerin. So a very peculiar situation there, possibly a misconfiguration during that initial pit stop there, and having to change it on that second one there. Either way, fascinating little fight we've got going on here for the leads of the GTPs just now. I wonder if Alex Carver is quite happy to sit there in that second position and possibly try and get a little bit of a run towards the later stages of that stint here. Certainly dropping off now, half a second behind our race leader, Randy Martin Matheos. In the LMP2s, however, Esports 5 Cafe is still in the lead of that one. Juan Paredo is in the lead of that class right there. I'm also noticing that Russell Curzon, that was perfect timing. Russell Curzon for Truck Boys extra fast. Now, he has got damage on that car already because he was dropping down the order. He got overtaken by Craig Stewart and by Kyle Felvis, and now that is into the barrier at the back end there. You can see bits coming off the tail end of that car there, and the Truck Boys extra fast is going a bit extra slow right now after that collision. Zach Summerall into the pit lane as well. He's already a lap and a bit down, 2 laps down now, and that is going to have a little bit of an advantage there to Randy Martin and Matheos there in the lead of the GTPs there, as they get past one of the GT3s. I believe that might have been the VGTR Esport car of Benjamin Koo that was caught in there. Right, this is around the outside for the Phoenix Esports car then. Phoenix Sim Racing, the Kyle Felvis, a little bit of contact there, and what has happened here, is it going to be a lock the brakes? That is bizarre. No idea what happened to that Truck Boys extra fast car, but either way, quite a bit of damage onto the back end of that car there. As we are still watching in, Russell Curzon. Some modifications, I think, possibly to that car there, as we've got our GT3s starting to come into pit lane. That is Yanis Konstantin into pit lane. Pavlo Dayensenko has decided that he wants to stay out, so they've pitted on lap 56. They last pitted on lap 43. That's very early actually for Yanis Konstantin just now. Let's see what his last lap was there, 146.446. So I'm sure that will be, yeah, that's a planned stop because Tim Gruber gets behind the wheel of that car just now. So maybe just trying to split the difference in terms of strategy and trying to do something a little bit different. Back with this GTP fight, and it's all caught back up here as we see a move further down the field there. Ture Mollerin gets ahead of Adam Benjamin for P4. Makes it look very easy indeed, as Adam Benjamin for British University Sim Racing, I believe, taking over that 286 Cadillac. Was that not Alexa Gates that was behind the wheel of that car? I think it was. but looking at these GTP cars, it's like A-class, A-class, A-class license. Adam Benjamin's got a B-class license, A, B. And then the only person outside of that is Stephen Smith, who looks like retired from the race. Our first retirement, you've got to say, from the GTPs. That's a hell of a thing for 2 hours into a 6-hour race, almost a third of the way, and we've only lost one GTP car. Stephen Smith is a D-class driver, getting absolutely bundled into by several cars. None of which is fault, as we've got a move almost for the lead there. That was very, very wide into turn 1 there from Randy Martin and Mateos there. A bit of a mistake, you wonder there, and this is some big pressure applied by Alex Ginger Carver from that Cadillac there. A beautiful, beautiful car, and really pushing everything that it possibly can to do just now. It's just doing a wonderful, wonderful job. That Cadillac V-Series R GTP up through the inside. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you lose it in the blink of an eye. Is it going to be on the inside to 4? Sorry, into 7 there. A little bit of contact there. The two of them still fighting it out as they go side by side onto this famous banking here at Daytona. I think Randy Martin and Mateos is going to have the inside line then. But it's going to be the run for Alex Carver for anti-3D Weekend Warriors Delta here. He'll not want to make a move into the Le Mans chicane. It'll be on the outside. It'll be on the exit of the Le Mans chicane that he wants to get that power down here from the Chevrolet against that Acura. Again, getting an idea of the insane downforce that this 5.5 litre V8 able to pump out onto the track here. And again, onto the back of that car, not able to do anything really with it just now. And this is the real test for that Acura in front. Of course, the Acura ARX 06 taken last year's real life Daytona 24-hour with the Meyer-Shank Racing. Tom Blunkfist, Colin Brown, Helio Castroneves and Simon Pagino behind the wheel of that incredible AR24E 2.4 litre turbo. And I mean, these things are just spaceships. You get a shot behind the wheel of one of them. Now, bear in mind, I've only tried the BMW. That's the only hypercar that I've given a go to. But my God, they just go. They just feel like they do anything you ask them to. It's like, I cannot describe it. Like, the LMP2 is frightening to drive. It's just scary. It's fast, it's unpredictable, and it's really, really like all over the place. It's really nervous. The GTPs, it just feels like, do you remember? Well, some of you will remember, because not all of you are as old as me. There was a game on the Nintendo called F-Zero, flying spaceships. And they just stuck to the ground, and that is what these GTP cars are like. They are like hovercraft. They just stick to the road and give you all the downforce you can possibly want. It's still absolutely possible to make a meal of it and still make a mess of it in these GTP cars, but they give you a hell of a lot of confidence going through the corners here, and that is exactly what we're seeing here from the likes of Alex Carver. But what I will draw your attention to, ladies and gentlemen, is Julian Joy in that number 10 Porsche 963. Third place in the GT3 battle, fastest car on track, 132.747. That is a kick in the teeth away from the fastest lap so far, 132.5. So that Porsche is absolutely charging right now. 2 seconds off of this battle, and very quickly we could have a 3-way scrap for the lead. Out 7 back onto the banking, and again you can see that the advantage that Alex Carver had there on Randy Mateos kind of just evaporated out into nothing. We've got a replay of some GT3 action. This is from further down in the field. This is side by side coming onto the banking. I wonder if this is going to be going down into the Le Mans chicane. And this is, let's have a look here, a beautiful switchback. They're going, sorry, over the start-finish line. And that is Tim Gruber and Mike Gaff, I believe that is, for Yellow Submarine Squad, down into one. What a fight that is. Gets the position done. Yellow Submarine Squad move up into P7 and take that away from the White Stag Romania little outfit there. Back to the leads of the race then, as we've got more pit stops for the GT3s. Trident Motorsport and Cyberdyne Motorsport are into pit lane respectively. So remember, we're on for our second pit stop of the day for the GT3s as we come in to the tail end of our second hour. And we rapidly approach that halfway marker for this afternoon here. Now again, if you watch that GTP in front, that Old Firm Racing purple car of Randy Martin Mateos, watch the tail end of it as he tries to get the accelerator down out of the corners there. The tail end just squirts out a little bit there. That's when you know that the car is really struggling for traction out of those corners there. And I think that is where Alex Ginger Carver is making up all of that time to that car in front here, through the tight twisty technical sections, perhaps even into here, into the Le Mans chicane on the exit. That car just jumps over the curb there. So I have to say, it's been 20 minutes Twitch chat. You've been very, very quiet now. I'm going to have to do a welfare check on you all because, you know, we're nearly 2 hours into this 6-hour race here, and we need to make sure you're all hydrated. We need to make sure you're all okay. He's out making popcorn, so come bring me some. Great to have you all on board for this afternoon's race. What a race this has been so far. Honestly, I cannot believe the amount of action we've been able to cram in just 2 hours, and I get the feeling that it is going to be, yeah, very, very interesting. Duncan, you're still out there driving. I didn't mean you, my friend. That's a move for the lead. So I'm not going to get distracted chatting to Duncan just now, as Alex Carver tries to make that happen, but it's not going to work just now. But again, if you can get a good run out of this corner here, he's almost blocked by a Mercedes. He is blocked by a Mercedes, and that is going to be the lead. Surely, surely, surely. No, it's not. Somehow, Randy Martin Mateos got that happening, and Alex Carver stuck to the outside there. My goodness me. Coming into Le Mans chicane again, doing a little bit of fuel saving where possible here, but I honestly thought that was going to be it. I thought that was going to be the move for the lead of this race here. Right, so Duncan Edward-Jones is still out there on track just now in Audi in the number 76 at the moment. Good afternoon, still circulating. Great to see you back out there. Tomo299 saying good afternoon. Good afternoon to you as well, sir. I hope you're enjoying all of this awesome action that we've got here on the Williams Esports Twitch channel. Lap number 70, if you can believe it. LMP2s are on lap number 66, and GT3s are on lap number 61 just now, as we're watching Dan Shaw for Wizards Fire Ruby. That car has seen its fair share of disaster today. It's been involved in the wars, and at the moment just trying to keep itself out of trouble and in the clear, so to speak, at such an early stage. Because, you know, given that we are a third of the way through the race, or as near as damn it a third of the way through the race, what you don't want to do is cause any grief or hazards to your teammates if you've got one. Remember, some of these outfits are driving all by themselves today, as we're seeing Trident Motorsport and Yellow Submarine Squad into the pit lane for the GT3s. But you've got to say, this GTP battle has had absolutely everything that we could have wanted in a lead battle for the race. It was a an unexpected lead battle, given that, you know, we had Wizards Black Sapphire were in the lead for a considerable amount. Turmolarin was looking very happy in the leads of the race here, as Alex Carver almost gets into the back of a Porsche there. Just also noticing that Acura Racing Team, that Porsche is into pit lane just now. So that is Dominic Koroshavin taking the car into the pits. I wonder if he'll be getting back in or if he'll be handing the car over. I can't remember who was in the car at that point, but we'll wait to find out. But as we said, their GT3s are coming in for their second pit stop of the afternoon here. And it is going to be Dominic Koroshavin stays behind the wheel of that number 30 Porsche just now. Can see traffic gives and it takes away in such quick turns here at Daytona in these endurance events. So I've just been given some exciting news. I've been given access to the Racing Instance, the Stewards Inquiry page as well. So it's quite disappointing, really. It's quite empty. There's like 3 things, and it's yeah, okay. Oh, now actually, that might be a little bit of an answer. Let's have a look here. Who is 18? So that's Stephen Smith for LT Racing. Now, that's the only real penalty that's been given for the race, and that was a completely fair one, I've got to be honest. Car 18 driving unreasonably slowly in the middle of the track here, as that is the 21 sliding about there, and that is Mats Brensater for ITD Racing from second place in the LMP2s. Imagine having that much of a buffer that you can just decide to do that, and yeah, it's absolutely fine. LMP2 leader in the pit lane, Esports Vikafes, Juan Peredo is in pit lane just now. So Mats Brensater recovers that car there. But yeah, as we said, Stephen Smith getting a warning, getting a stop go 20-second penalty for driving unreasonably slowly in the middle of the track and causing a monster accident. You cannot do that. Nicholas Taylor for Sigma Esports coming under pressure from that Porsche of White Stag Romania Motorsport. Tim Gruber behind the wheel of that, and very capably holding his own on that one. But here comes Alex Carver as the pair of them. It's a weird one because it feels like they're working together, and then suddenly Alex Carver will try and make a move up the inside at a completely inopportune moment here. So I'm not sure if they are working together, or he's trying to keep him on his toes, or well, whatever is actually happening here. Again, trying to make their way through some of the lap traffic at the moment. That is one of the GT3 cars. That is actually the BMW of Trident Motorsport. Alexei Barry behind the wheel of that. Currently down in P6. The only BMW, if you can believe it, out there in the field in that sole BMW M4 GT3 car. Of course, also known as the GTD class over in America, where we'll be seeing this in real life in just a couple of weeks' time. The end of the month, we'll be doing the Rolex 24 for real, and oh my goodness me, I cannot wait. Before that, we'll be doing the iRacing 24 as well. Slightly more pessimistic about that, but I will be taking part. I'm so excited. It's been, I think 2021 was the last 24-hour event that I took part in with my good buddy Jake Perrent and his good Mrs. Katie. We'll be taking on as Team Rival Motorsport and Camber Motorsport. So yeah, look out for that. Coming to a very low split near you. But again, it's one of the fantastic things about this sim racing is the fact that, you know, you can get involved and you don't have to be in the top split to enjoy yourself, to have fantastic racing. I mean, this is, you know, I'm going to use air quotes here, this is only a community event here, and we've had some incredible action here as part of Williams Gaming Club. And as I've said, almost ad nauseum now, if you do want to get yourself involved, get onto the Discord, hit that exclamation mark Discord in the chat, and get yourself over, because we've got tons and tons of community events over on the Williams Gaming Club, and it would be fantastic if we could get you on board with that. In fact, in a couple of minutes we'll try and get the graphic up on screen and show you all of the different events that you can take part in. But meanwhile, we're back on board with Alex Carver then coming through the Le Mans chicane onto the tail end of your race leader for GTP. This is the closest fight that we've got on track at the moment by a country mile. And what a race this is. It's had everything that we really want to see. Randy Martin Marteos in the lead for Old Firm Racing Purple again. I think a little bit of fuel saving going on for that race leading car just now. Your race leading LMP2 into the pits. That was in second place, so that will go back into second place when that is all done and dusted. Alex Carver really applying the pressure here to Old Firm Racing Purple here. Those cars are going to be into the pit lane. Let's have a look here. They were last in on lap 57, so they're going to be in lap number 86. So another 12 laps for these cars to do before they head into pit lane. And as predicted, Juan Parado jumps back into the leads of the LMP2 race for Esports 5 Fez, and by a considerable margin as well. Let's have a look at a replay then. This is Truck Boys extra fast racing, going extra. Well, where the hell are they going? That's they've decided to go and skip half the track. I mean, that's a bold strategy, guys. I'm not sure that is going to work out for you. I think Race Control might have something to say, but who am I to spoil your fun? Either way, I think they're going to eventually get themselves back on at turn 1 there. Team James Portelays into the pit lane as well from the LMP2 class, as we are still watching this fight for the lead. ANSI 3D's Weekend Warriors Delta team doing a remarkable job here as we reach out to that 2-hour mark. I definitely think that there is some real fuel saving going on just now. We've got Alex Carver behind the wheel just now, and then it'll be Aaron Alexander taking over from them once their stint is done. It's just a case of when that is done just now. The two of them come out of that international horseshoe. And fascinating battle here. Acura versus Cadillac. Of course, Acura taking the win last year. Cadillac taking P3 and P4. In fact, actually P3, P4 and P5. So, case of always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Maybe that will change in the virtual world here for Cadillac against Acura. Porsches of Julian Joy and Turi Mollerin, they are a little bit further back, 6 seconds and then 34 seconds respectively. You can see that on the deltas there on the left hand side there. That is the relative time, and that is the time to the person in front of them. So 2/10 between these two here, 6 seconds back to Old Firm Racing Yellow, and then 34 seconds back to the Wizards Black Sapphire car. That will almost exclusively be put down to that extra pit stop here as we go side by side there. Tries to block it off. There's Old Firm Racing Purple, Randy Martin Mateos there into one, and this is starting to get a little bit aggressive here. I think Alex Carver has got the number of this lead Acura at the moment. Definitely some strategy going on here, and I think that Alex will be happy to stick behind that car in front, not only to save a little bit of fuel here, but to try and keep that pressure onto that race leader as well. So having a look here with all of the action that is going on. Duncan said, I'm not sure if that's P4 in GTP or certainly can't see any changes in the times or anything like that. Tim Gruber though did a 149, so that might explain it. Great that we've got in race reporters. This is awesome stuff. But what's even more awesome is Alex Carver then right onto the back end of that Old Firm Racing purple car, again moving to that outside, and again just kind of getting blocked off into that turn one there, trying to push that car as much as they can. 132.558 for Randy Mateos, and it's a 133.558 for Randy Mateos, 133.550 for Alex Carver here. So this is all Carver right now. This is all pressure that's being applied from that car in second place right now. As we're on board with the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta Team driver. It's a fairly poor drive out of 5. Right, on to 7, back onto the banking. I'm also looking at the QV Motorsports left twin tail and right twin tail cars. They're both into the pits just now. They are both 1 lap down, and I've got a feeling that they might be about to go 2 laps down. So I wonder if they are still with us, if they're still in the race, or if both the QV Motorsport cars have actually retired. We'll tell you in just a couple of seconds time as we get past through some more GT3 traffic. I believe that might be, it is, that's Duncan there, you can see him in the Audi that is flashing away. Steam's obviously still updating in the background there, but we've reached over 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours and 56 minutes left to go in this race, so we are very nearly at the halfway point here. Again, you can see the cars coming into the International Horseshoe. Still watching this GTP battle at the moment. We'll go on those cameras. That's another pit stop for Turi Mollerin. What on earth? That's the third pit stop in. I'm so confused. I honestly, I am so confused. They blast pitted 10 laps ago. Something must be wrong with that black Sapphire car. It's Mark Zeff that's got behind the wheel of that one, but well, I'm really not sure what has happened to that car. Might be a technical failure behind the wheel of that, but yeah, I'm really not sure. That's a shame to see that happen to the Wizards Black Sapphire team, currently dropping down the order. Of course, as I said, that was about 10-15 laps earlier than was predicted. In fact, even more, because they were on a different strategy to everyone else. So I think it's safe to say their race is kind of going down the pan at the moment. They're really going to struggle to get any way of finding any way back into this race right now. As you can see, when the GT3 Porsche is just in front of Randy Mateos here, that's compromised his exit out of 4, but again somehow just seems to kind of get away with it just now. Looking back at the LMP2 battle now, that is a very commanding lead that Juan Paredo has built up for Esports Bikefest there. 40 seconds ahead of Max Brensater in that ITD Racing 2 car. Now, we saw Max spinning out about 15 minutes ago on a pretty much a solo incident there. But he is now 8 seconds ahead of Magnus Brodersen. And then in 4th place is Drew Hopkins. You can see the sun starting to set here at Daytona. Beautiful, beautiful sight. Drew Hopkins in 4th place for LMP2. James Portalese in 5th position for the LMP2s. And Yo Checo Soppinen in 6th position for that LMP2 class just now. But here we go yet again. The run for the GTP cars, and again, just can't quite do anything with it. Again, it makes me wonder if Alex Carver is really just hustling this car for the sake of hustling it. It's yeah. Duncan saying that that was the car that went off, so it was the P4 car, the Wizards Black Sapphire car that went off. Thank you so much for giving us that update there, Duncan. Very, very much appreciated on that one. So, again, you hate to see it because that is now completely destroyed their race there for Wizard Black Sapphire. So, Turi Molleren has really, just in this last sort of section here, had a race to forget. Meanwhile, what the hell is going on with all this traffic? Goodness me. I love, my favourite part is the fact that these two are really, really kind of pushing each other hard and still breaking away from Julian Dewey in 3rd position in the Old Firm Racing yellow car. This is going to catch them out massively behind some GT3 traffic and an LMP2 car as well. They got past very, very cleanly indeed. But that is a scary, scary sight because the closing speeds on these cars is absolutely horrific. You've got Matt Brensater there for ITD Racing in the LMP2 class. 40 seconds behind your LMP2 leader. Oh, that looked like contact! That looked like a hit from Alex Carver. If it wasn't, then it was a lock-up of the brakes. But Matt Brensater into the barrier. And, oh my lord, that was a wild, wild moment. I don't know if it was contact then, because Alex Carver is still, you know, pressing on as hard as he possibly can there. But that was definitely a horrible moment there for Matt Brensater there. Just basically locking up and that car being pitched into the tyre wall on the inside of one. Remember, I said this, you know, when I was saying about that turn one, you do not want to be anywhere near that inside tyre wall because fate will always have a way of finding a way to send you into it, and it's usually going to be at high speed and it's usually not going to be pretty at all. Again, if you're wondering why we're only watching this race here, I hate to say it, but this is the closest action we've got so far out there on track. Right, let's see what happened into one then. It wasn't, so excuse me Alex, it was absolutely nothing to do with you. Matt Brensater for ITD Racing getting sent into that barrier all by themselves. Right, what has Alex Carver got? Yeah, 100% fuel saving. 100% fuel saving right now from Alex Carver. Had the opportunity to go past, but again, it's just holding that car in front to account and doing as much fuel saving in the process as possible. Now, for me, for Randy Martios, the clever money would be actually to let that car go by and take some of their slipstream instead. Let them do the work for a few laps here. Oh, I hate to see it. Russell Curzon looks like retired. Agathon FN Olin is retired from the race as well. Oh my lord. Right, okay. Enough of me yattering for about 10 seconds. We're 2 hours 10 minutes into the race, 1/3 of the way. Let's have a reminder of what the hell we have seen so far today. GTP started looking like this, and it was pretty much everyone all to themselves as Old Firm Racing Yellow took the lead of the race from the start. They would be very quickly relieved from that. LMP2s got underway, and Esports Vikafez made no shortage of trying to run away with this race. It was an early incident though for Highline Motorsports that saw them getting sent a little bit further back, but Marcus Broderman taken behind the wheel of the G29 Racing. Back in the GT3s, and Dominic Koroshavin. Well, what can we say about Dominic Koroshavin in that Acuna Racing team? They were in the leads of the GT3s, fighting it out with Ryhs Engineering Esports, and they got absolutely... Do you know what? I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil it, so I'm sure we will see it. All I'm going to say is that car is very, very sore. GTP battles all the way through. This was the number 6 car, the Wizards Fire Ruby car. That would not be the last time that we saw that car today. That car has just really not had a fun day. The VGTR GT3 car tried to keep itself out of mischief and out of misery with everyone else. Unfortunately, it kind of caused its own chaos and drama and didn't hold the brakes, but got going again, thankfully. Very, very little damage done on that. With the GT3s, again, Porsches causing some more interest for themselves, really. That was into 7, and that was the number 22 car that caused that there, Phoenix Sim Racing getting involved. GTPs weren't to be left out, though. This was a little bit of interesting hip check going on there onto the Truck Boys extra fast car there from the 420 Endurance team. And, well, this is what happens with the number 15 VGTR Esports car that wiped out your GT3 leader, Dominic Koroshavin. Huge damage to that Porsche, and I can imagine the air inside that car turning a little bit blue. You had more Porsche on Porsche action. Sigma Esports fighting it out as well around the outside with the Cyberdyne Motorsports team. They were really, really just giving it every which way, and just loved watching all of the action that they were fighting with each other there. The 885 fighting it out with that 32. Recently, though, it's been the 32 that has kind of really, really gained from that. It's the Punji Community cars that were, well, yeah, I don't have any words for that. Tried to turn in on a GTP car. The GTP car just says nope. This was a little bit earlier on with the GTPs as well. This was involving a fight for the lead, actually. This was Old Firm Racing Purple and ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors that were involved in that as well. This is the number 51 6th or 7th position when all that is said and done. Adam Benjamin into the pits as well. Right, here we go then. This is Alex Carver versus Randy Mateos, and I think he's done it by about 3.6 seconds here. Let's see what has happened here. That is the number 26 car. Dot Point Racing. That's... No, oh sorry, that's the 286. Excuse me, that's Adam Benjamin for British University Sim Racing. Comes straight back onto the track and gets absolutely smashed from VGTR Esports GTP. Oh dear. That is what happened then to the 286 car. That is not the best. Yeah. Well, there you go. Right. Back to the lead of the race, and what a performance from Alex Carver, who is now taking the lead of this race for ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta, ahead of Randy Mateos there in that Old Firm Racing purple car. The gap back to Old Firm Racing yellow, though, that's extended even more. That's now up to 8 seconds as Puncrew Racing GTP into pit lane. And down into the final corner here at Daytona, of course. 3.5 miles of track at Daytona. You get that beautiful, beautiful sunset. And that is absolutely gorgeous over the infield. You can see there, that is on turn 9 on the left-hand side of the screen, coming down towards the Le Mans chicane. And the iconic Ferris wheel in the infield section there, that will light up as the skies get a little bit darker. I would imagine then that in game time, I would imagine it's probably going to be about 6:30, maybe even towards 7 o'clock, given that the sun is already setting just now. Here is Alex Carver, though, 2.5 seconds into the lead of this race. That gap coming down. 5:30 is it? Well, wasn't too far off. It's about an hour out. 5:30 it is in game time then, and that is modelled on today's statistics. So this is, I mean, if this is how the weather was today, this is kind of how it would be shaping up. Sunset would be around about this time in the evening. Right, let's do a quick check on Twitch chat, and it's all still quiet. Come on, guys. We need to get you involved here. Who do we think is going to take the second half of this race? Are we going to have any big surprises? What's going to be the fight in GTP? Are we going to see ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors in the lead of this, or are we going to see Old Firm Racing Purple back up to the top step? Or is it going to be somebody that we haven't seen just now? Same way for LMP2. Is it going to be the day of Esports Vikufez? Are we going to see anybody taking down that number 47 team? Because they have just been sensational today. Nearly 50 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. And then GT3s, it's been all changed. But we see now Ryhs Engineering Esports back up in the lead of the race here. Are they going to win this, or are we going to see a late comeback from a Acura Racing team after that earlier devastation for Dominic Koroshavin, getting that car wiped out by a GTP car? Could we see Sigma Esports making a comeback from the brink, even though they're about a minute down at the moment, and now we're starting to see quite a lot of traffic? What do you think is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen? Get yourself involved on the Twitch chat. As always, hit that follow button, and if you feel so inclined, hit subscribe as well. This is that's Duncan in the background there, Duncan Edward Jones. Oh no, into the back of a Porsche, and the Phoenix Sim Racing number 2 car of Ryhs Bell, I think, is going to be very, 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 very not happy at that one. My goodness me, that is not what you want to see. But Alex Carver, though, as we come up to the halfway point through this third hour of the race, again looking very comfortable. He's not breaking away anywhere near as much as I thought he would in the lead of this race. But either way, he's doing what he needs to do. Again, just looking at the way this race is panning out now, we've got what in the GTP class, we've got what's that? 7 cars on the lead lap. Adam Benjamin, the first of those lap cars, as that was a car just disappearing. Who did we lose into the ether realm right there? There was that Duncan again in the. No, there was definitely somebody else. We'll have a look. But either way, we've got 7 cars in the lead lap. Adam Benjamin is a lap down. And in the meantime, we've got Adam Carver that we're on board with just now, 2.5 seconds in the lead of Old Firm Racing Purple. We're going to go on board with Alex for ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta Team. And we're going to step away from Mike for just a couple of minutes' time. So enjoy, and we'll see you in Twitch chat. So, a very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you got your popcorn, hope you got your juice, hope you got everything sorted out. I've got a couple of tins of energy drink and some sweeties and all that sort of stuff. We're good to go now for another couple of hours. Lots has changed, lots to tell you about. Right, or at least lots had changed, it's now changed back. Esports Vikingfest had went into the pit lane. ITD Racing had temporarily taken the lead in LMP2 category. I was getting all excited about that, and then ITD Racing went into the pit lane. Acura Racing back up into P3. I say back up because Sigma Esports, after that latest round of pit stops, have taken second position. So Dominic Kodashavin on that recovery drive where he was looking very comfortable in second place has now lost that out to Nicholas Taylor behind the wheel of that number 32 Sigma Esports car. If you have just joined us, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Williams Esports Twitch channel. My name is David Christie and I'm here taking you through the Meow Before the 24, a 6-hour community race here at Daytona, ahead of what is one of the biggest events in iRacing of the year, the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. This is our own little community event, our own little special 6-hour tribute to that wonderful, wonderful race. And I'll be honest with you, this is a fantastic showcase of the skill and determination that we have here at Williams Gaming Club. If you do want to get involved with Williams Gaming Club and be part of their future events, type !Discord. Get yourself over at the server. We have got tons and tons of events coming up this month and pretty much every month through 2024. Launched it late in 2023 and my goodness me, what a start they've had just now. Sigma Esports then jump back into third place because they've done their pit stop just now. Now I need to check because I think the Dominic Kodashavin, yes, so Dominic Kodashavin needs to pit again. So does Writer Engineering Esports. So again, I wouldn't get too excited about all of this just now. It will chop, it will change. Now, LMP2, Esports Vikingfest, Mateus Martinez Garriab is behind the wheel of your LMP2 leading car just now. They have had an exceptional race. They really have had everything kind of going their way just now. They are in the lead ahead of ITD Racing 2, G29 Racing in that third position. Mikhail Randlov getting back behind the wheel of that one, which should mean, by the way, that we are due to get somebody back in the chat, because we had Magnus Bruderson, who was in the Twitch chat earlier on, and he was behind the wheel of that. It's now Mikhail Randlev behind the wheel of that car again. So we should have him back having a chat with us in third place anyway. Highline Motorsports was getting a little bit of love in the Twitch chat while we had a little bit of break. Let's have a look here. It was Flightwire that was saying that. Right, while I was busy doing that intro, Redix, aka Magnus, who I was just talking about, has let's go. Right, G29 race has also been pretty quiet, primarily just their own mistakes messing us up, primarily my mistakes. Ha ha ha. I didn't crash and retire the G29 car. Well done, mate. Well done. Well done. Although he then immediately says G29 Racing had a little spin the pit entry. I messed it up and locked wheels. That is an F. That's I would be lying if I said I hadn't done it myself. 2 years ago in the LMP2 car, I was doing the Daytona 24 with my good friends, and yeah, I did exactly that, didn't I? I was late and I was tired, and yeah, I just brought it in too much heat. And the thing is that it was my best stint as well, so I was getting all like, you know, cocky and arrogant, and just what makes it worse, it was like the slowest damn spin you've ever seen in your life. And here's me sitting at 2 AM in the morning, facing just like 90 degrees into the pit lane. And I'm hearing we've got a replay. I'm hoping, for dignity's sake, I'm hoping this is not a replay of the spin. Let's have a look at what happened. Oh, it's not, right, that's fine. Let's have a look here. So this is Porsche on one of the GTP cars, and Oh no, that's the 47, isn't it? That's the LMP. Oh, okay. So that was Mateus Martinez Garriards in the Esports of Iconfez car that was involved in that there with one of the GT3 cars. Well, that's yeah. I think the less said about that, the better. Goodness me. Duncan is saying he's done. He definitely crashed mines. Photon isn't going to reappear. I'm again gutted to hear that. G29 crash with GTP. Oh dear. Well, yeah, that's why I didn't want to say anything about that. Back to what we've got on at the moment though. Reddick saying, well, this is the second day I try to drive the LMP2 and also the Daytona track. Well, that's your problem. I mean, to be fair, you did really well if this is only your second day on at Daytona and the LMP2. Because let's not forget, right, the LMP2 is an absolute... I want to use bad words, but I can't use bad words because this is a polite stream. We don't say bad words on here, but that LMP2 is a nasty car. Okay, it's fast, but it's horrible. Okay, it just twitches. It's just no. I don't like it. I'm glad there's a GTP now, but either way, I can understand why you had issues with that. Back to the race then, as we rapidly approach the halfway point in this race, and what a fantastic race it has been. 14 minutes left to go, and I think the drivers will be breathing a sigh of relief, because if you look at the time towers now, ladies and gentlemen, you see the gaps now really starting to open up here. They're really starting to get to the point where you can't make that, you can't get that done over a pit stop. There's still plenty of fights that can happen, but whether they will happen is another matter entirely. I'm looking at Craig Stewart for the 420 endurance team, just behind Kyle Felvis in the Acura of the Phoenix Sim Racing team, for instance. And then the GT3s, you've got Raymond Zarins for Yellow Submarine Squad, although he's now just gone into pit lane, as has, I believe, Benjamin Koo is still out there just now. There is Artem Makarov, though, for Trident Motorsports in the number 6 car. The Cooney Racing team do go into the pits, as I said. Joris Weber and the Ryhs engineering team, they're going to have to go into the pits very shortly as well. And it's a good stop there for Okuni Racing team. 41-second stop, so that's one of the faster ones that we've seen in this latest round here. On board with Mark Zeff on a stabilised shot there gives you really an idea of how much that car pitches at the bank in here. It is wild to see. We'll try and catch him back on there. You just saw it there as we see Team James Portolaise up into P4 just now, as the two of them are fighting it out, as well as Dalton Powell, I think, has come into mischief. He is really struggling in that number 51 Highline Motorsports, so he has lost out on 4th position. Remember, we were talking in the chat about how quiet their race has been, and something has definitely gone wrong with that that number 51 car, because in the middle of the lap, his lap time is kind of going all over the place just now. So it'll be very interested to see what on earth has happened with him just now. Either way, here is Mark Zeff then. Look at how much this car banks up here at Daytona. That is enough to make you spill your packed lunch, ladies and gentlemen, here as the Wizards Black Sapphire car on that recovery drive. Remember, that car was in an insane position. It was leading the race, and 2 pit stops within 3 laps of each other kind of put the kibosh on all of that. As manages to recover, get that car around the outside of your Okuni Racing Team Porsche, and they will be starting lap number 106 very shortly. Leaders have already gone through. In fact, no, they're away in the pit lane, so they will start lap 106 just from inside the pit lane. Meanwhile, here is your race leader. This is the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta car. Alex Carver behind the wheel of this one, and he is just stomping his way through to the leads of this race. And again, it's going to be whether, or when rather, he hands that car over to his teammate of Aaron Alexander. I would imagine that will likely be at the halfway point. And he will decide to just give that car over. But again, it's when that car does decide to come in. I'm just checking when he last pitted. And it was on lap number 86. So 21 laps ago. And if he's been in 3 times, so that's going to be, let's have a look here. Yeah, I am literally doing 86 divided by 3, 28.6. So if we say lap 27, that's roughly when they pit. So another 5 or 6 laps, I think, here for your race leader, and then that car will be into pit lane. But any chance that we thought of Randy Mateos catching back up to the tail end of that car, I think it's kind of gone out the window at the moment. 7.5 seconds and going up at a rate of knots here. If we're being honest though, it always looked like Alex Carver had the pace on that Old Firm Racing purple car through that last stint there. We saw repeatedly how quickly Alex could catch right back up to the tail end of the Frenchman's car in that Acura. But you've got to say, what a brilliant performance for Old Firm Racing Purple and for Old Firm Racing Yellow. Starting on first and seconds on the grid. They were down to P2 and P4 at one point, and then got themselves back up to P2 and to P3. So it's been a decent day at the races so far for them just now. But again, traffic being the order of the day. And Mark Zeff for Wizards Black Sapphire has brought that car in again. So that car now, bear in mind that we're now into some semblance of strategy in the pit stops. They're down into P8 at the moment. They will be going down very shortly. This is back to the GT3 battle. Now this is fascinating right now, because you can see just in front there, that's James Shotton behind the wheel of the Sigma Esports car, just ahead of the Merc that you see here. Pavlo Denishenko in the Kuni Racing Team car. Now, he is at the moment about a second behind, so he's really been caught out by this lap traffic right now. And this is GT3 lap traffic, so this is, this isn't like your GTPs getting past in a GT3 car. This is going to take a while to clear. But in the same way that James Shotton got an advantage with that, I'm pretty sure that at some point in the next couple of laps he'll come across traffic that will possibly hinder him and give that advantage back, such as the fantastic nature of multi-class racing here, not just at Daytona but all through the world. Le Mans, Dubai, Spa, Nürburgring, everywhere. Wherever you've got multi-class endurance racing, it gives and it takes away in equal measure. But we're seeing LMP2s into pit lane, ITD Racing 2 into the pit lane. Now that's a long stop for them. I'll double check, but that does look like a very long stop. That's over a minute for David Adeyeye for ITD Racing 2. Now let's keep an eye on this, but I'm very concerned for that that car there, because that car was in second place and that now hands over. Yeah, they're done, are they? That's a minute and a half. So is that repairs? Is that a technical failure for ITD Racing? But the number 21 car retiring. Well, I'm jumping the gun here. I'm saying retiring, but again, 2 minutes in the pits, what are you supposed to say about that? But here we go. Here is a beautiful... I love iRacing for this. I mean, it's one thing seeing these on the broadcast, but see when you're a driver, especially in VR, and the sun starts to set, and you get the ambient light off of all of these different things, like the little virtual fun fair and the little the Ferris wheel and stuff like that. It just feels amazing. It makes it feel so special that you're part of it as well, because of course you get something similar down at Nürburgring as well. And yeah, it's just a great sight. That is of course just on the exit of the International Horseshoe. And you can see in the backgrounds all of the grandstands total bucket list to go over to America and see this for real. And yeah, I would definitely like to see that happen. Right, Redix is going absolutely nuts right now because they're in second place. Listen, you're well entitled to that one. G29 then, and I hate to say it, but I think that's it. I think that it looks like David Adeyeye has disconnected. That car is in the pits for 3 minutes. That car's done. You're not undoing that sort of damage here. Oh, I hate to see it. Right, let's have a look at what's going on through the rest of the field as well, because just absolutely bonkers stuff. Jonas Weber for Writer Engineer and Esports here. Now, he has just pitted on lap 96. Does a 19.5 in that first sector as ITD Racing. Now, wait, what's going on here? I'm so confused. David Adeyeye is out of the pit. But is now ahead of Highline Motorsports. I'm so lost with that. How have they managed to do that? They were in the pits and Highline were about half a lap ahead of them. Never mind. Anyway, well, at least that car is fixed. David Adeyeye not retiring from the race, just with 3 minutes 10 seconds. Let's have a look. So this is in LMP2. This is going into the first corner. Oh no. Oh, that's a huge hit into the 51, and Dalton Powell for Highline Motorsports. Yeah, so Dalton Powell already had an accident and David Adeyeye colliding into it. So that would explain why Adeyeye has got past Dalton Powell, but I would imagine both of them are now with considerable damage on those cars. Back to your GTP leader then, ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team of Alex Carver. Again, surely now just a couple of laps away from heading into the pit. I would imagine 2 laps. That's my guess. This is the final 2 laps for Alex Carver just now. He's already opened the gap up. When we spoke about it just about 10 minutes ago, it was 6.5 seconds to Old Firm Racing Purple. It's now 12 seconds, nearly doubled in the space of time, and literally that was like 10 minutes ago. So it really is some amazing laps going in from Alex Carver. In fact, this might be his last lap. That last lap was this, let's see, 133.2. I'm not going to get too excited. But he's now got that fastest lap back, 132.318. So again, the time's coming down very quickly indeed. Right, more drama. Artem Makarov for Trident Motorsport on the entry to the International Horseshoe decides to, well, for me, I would do exactly the same. I would send it up the inside. Unfortunately, that car was always going to come across the inside. You're always, when you go on the inside of a car, especially midway through a corner, there was a brilliant meme I've seen on it, and I think it was on Reddit, and it basically, whenever you enter that, whenever you go to a car's inside in the middle of a corner, that's what you call the vortex of danger. You're just like, you're inviting trouble at that point, because the car can't see you. The car's got no idea that you're just going to send it. And in real life racing, I've found myself at least twice sending it into the vortex of danger, and guess what? Collisions happen, and that's exactly what happens there. You're always going to go for it because you see the gap there and you think, oh, I can take him. It's unfortunate. It's your smooth brain racing driver instinct that tells you every ounce of believability that you can make that position. And nothing ever holds you back from going, well, actually, you probably should maybe just wait and line that up. But, yeah, never mind. Either way, let's see what Twitch chat are saying. Noctis TDM saying, go esports Vikafes. Well, yeah, listen, they have been just absolutely incredible. In the lead still of the LMP2 class just now. And I think they will be feeling very, very happy about that indeed. Just looking up to your GTP class though, Alex Carver, 132.9, 0.2 of a second faster than Randy Mateos, but that gap's still going up 14.3 seconds. And we're on what, lap 113? So like I said, I predict this is the last lap for Alex Carver. We'll see if I'm right or not, but like I said, about 27 laps I think is what they've been doing, or maybe just over. But certainly that's what I'm predicting. End of this lap, that car will be in. Kevin Giler has got behind the wheel of the Old Firm Racing yellow car. He did last pit stop basically. He took behind the wheel of that Porsche just now, and doing a rather grand job of it, taking over from Julian Joy, who we saw through the opening stint of this race. But there we go. I also just noticed, ladies and gentlemen, that we are at the halfway point. We're 3 hours in. Reddick said, now I'll get some pizza with chili before the next driver swap. That sounds like an amazing idea. Thankfully, I've got a very, very wonderful partner who surprised me with said couple of tins of energy drink, and is apparently now going to cook some supper. So if you hear some crunching in the background, I'll try and mute my mic, obviously. But if I speak with my mouth full, you know, it is what it is. Right, Old Firm Racing Purple have blinked first. Randy Mateos into the pit. So I will shut my mouth because I was obviously wrong. It's obviously going to be one extra lap for Alex Carver. Kevin Gillet going into the pits. Again, that is my approximation of his surname. He's got a French flag beside his name. I'm Scottish, so I am absolutely woeful at pronouncing any names whatsoever. So we're going to call him Gillet for the rest of the broadcast, or at least until he gets out the car and starts shouting at us. Either way, Adam Lyle, side by side. This is a little bit of fisticuffs going on right now because he has got Dean Parry right beside him for 420 endurance team, trying to go right round the outside. He says, not today, sunshine, not today. And then immediately gets mugged going into two. Welcome to Sim Racing, ladies and gentlemen, where you can lick a hero into one corner and then get absolutely destroyed into the next. To be fair though, Dean Parry is just on it right now for the 420 endurance team, going through four. It's not going to happen here as the two of them manhandle a Porsche going through that dog leg. Oh my goodness me, that was 100% seconds from disaster. Right, there we go. Alex Carver is now in the pit lane. So lap 115. So 1 lap later than I thought. You've got a Porsche on the outside. Oh dear Lord, that is the Acura Racing Team. Pavlevo Denisenko is not going to want to see any of those GTPs anywhere near him, given what we saw in the opening hour of this race, and that number 9 car number 30 car getting absolutely sent to the moon, into the barriers at the International Horseshoe. Go through the Le Mans chicane. Here comes Amir Mohammadi onto the outside. That is a lap that he's putting down on that 717 Phoenix car. Adam Lyle's having none of it though. He's like, no, I am not letting this happen. There's a Ferrari that comes across. Oh, that's so close there. The two of them. You'd think this was for the lead of the race, but it's not. Mohammadi goes round the outside and takes that position. Oh, that was a prime example, ladies and gentlemen. I think, now did he hit that there? It looked like desync. So when we say desync, what we're talking about is where the spectator, our camera basically, and the server have a disagreement. So it might think that Adam's not, like, for all intents and purposes, Adam's absolutely fine, but it's confused and it tells our camera that he actually did hit it. So that's why for that split second, you can see his bumper flying off before our camera checks and says, well, wait, is that the case? And the server saying, what are you talking about? No, he's absolutely fine. So it looks like Adam Lyle didn't actually hit that wall at all, which would make sense, because if you're going to hit that tyre wall on the inside, you're going to lose A lot of time, and B, Quite probably spin that car out as it pinballs across the wall there. Redix, Mr. Commentator, do you know why our team name is G29? Is it anything to do with it? Is it anything to do with the racing wheel? Maybe. I've no idea. You can let us know in the comments here as we go back again. Dean Parry then side by side with Adam Lyle. Oh, Lyle's overcooked it into turn one. And Dean Perry says, thank you very much. Takes that position, and that will be P6 done and dusted for that number 5 car. And they laugh themselves off into the sunset there. Beautiful, beautiful move there. And, well, wait a minute. I've just realised that wasn't even for position. Oh, it was for position. Yeah, Phoenix Racing jumping down then with Kyle Felvis into 6th place. Apologies about that. My timing screen has only just updated itself and given me all of the relevant information. So after the pit stops then, Aaron Alexander has finally taken charge of that ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta car. Julian Hermans behind the wheel of the Old Firm Racing Purple Machine. Kevin Jallier back behind the wheel of the Old Firm Racing Yellow car. And Mark Seff behind the wheel of the Wizards Black Sapphire car. Metallic 985 laughing that I said desync. I'll tell you why he's laughing at desync. It's because so me and Metallic, we play Valorant together, and poor Metallic is always suffering desync. Whether he's claiming it, I don't know. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he's clicking heads and people are not taking their shots. It's like when you were a kid and you played cops and robbers and you would shoot somebody and they just wouldn't die, and you know you'd have to like punch them or something. And not that I ever did. and they just that's desync in a nutshell for you on Valorant. Redix is saying that both drivers are driving with a Logitech G29, so of course they've got to represent the G29. Well, that's fair enough. That is fair enough, and I'm just frantically seeing the Williams Esports page. Well, I can't see any mention of Fanatec, so I can actually say that without worrying about that now. So well done. That's awesome. Yeah, there we go. My first wheel. What was my first wheel? I think my. Oh, I'll tell you what my first wheel was. Way back in the day, right? So basically, probably before half of you lot were even born. Was on the PS1, and my first wheel was the Mad Cats. I'm sure they're still a thing. It was the Mad Cats? Yeah, it was the Mad Cats, and it was the Jordan F1 Grand Prix 2 steering wheel, and I got it for Gran Turismo 2 and for Formula 1 97. I want to say, yeah, it was Formula 1 97. I love those games, and I absolutely detest F1 games ever since. Funny that. But yeah, that's a long time ago, folks. I have no idea where I can possibly take that conversation now. Let's know, actually. Pop in the chat. What was your first steering wheel, and what was your first game? That it doesn't have to be a sim, doesn't have to be a serious one. I still say to this day one of my favourite racing games is not a sim, is one that you could actually have fun in. Project Gotham Racing 2 on the OG Xbox. Only because it had Edinburgh as a circuit, and of course I'm from Scotland, and at the time I was obsessed with, still am to a certain extent, but I love my dance music, and there was a dance music station called Beat 106, a local, like, in a Scottish dance music station called Beat 106, and it was in the game when you were driving around Edinburgh, and you're like, all the presenters from Beat 106 would come on, and you're like, this is cool, this is the best thing ever. Yeah, so it's funny how all of my favourite memories about racing games are almost never sim racing games. Burnout as well is, you know, yeah, Burnout 3 Takedown. Whoa, that's the peak of racing games right there. Jonas Weber behind the wheel of the Ryhs Engineering esports car. Again, just desperately trying to get back to this actual race that we actually got going on in front of us. The GT3s, though, this is what I was saying. So as we hit the halfway point in the race, barring any incidents, barring any issues, it's kind of, you're already nearly there. You've already done the hard work. I mean, Segment Esports, right? Unless there's a drama for Ryhs engineering esports, and I mean like collision or there's a mess up and you've got to take a drive through, right? You're not undoing 1/11 of a gap. I don't care how fast you are, you're not undoing that. So that's exactly what you want to be. Coming into final 2 hours and 45 minutes, that is exactly what you want to be. You want to be in the position where you've got a buffer, you've got a cushion, and you're not really having to look over your shoulder every 2 minutes here. And that's exactly what Ryhs Engineering Esports have done. Metallic 985 says, he can't remember, I've had it so many wheels, got the G25 now, still going strong, still love it, bought it for €10. And there is another great point, is the fact that you don't have to, and how many times, God, how many times have I said this? You all are fed up with me saying this. You don't have to spend hundreds, if not thousands of pounds, euros, dollars, whatever currency that you have on sim racing equipment. Like I said, I'm not going to mention the brand, but I've got literally a £100 budget force feedback steering wheel. It's like proper entry level, right? And I still won a race in iRacing with it the other day at Nordschleife in the Fanatec Challenge. I was in the Cadillac CTSV. Is it CTSV? The old caddy race car. And you know, it's still capable. It's still. I was racing in another race a couple of weeks ago. I think it was like it was another one on iRacing, but again, you know, in my split, out of 30 cars, I finished 6th in both races. You don't need to spend hundreds and thousands of pounds on wheels to enjoy it and have fun. And yeah, there we go. Right, rant over. Actually, that's a record for me, to be fair. 3 hours in, we've only had one rant. That's pretty damn impressive for a Williams Esports Twitch stream for me. Certainly, it's usually significantly more. And don't worry, Tim Philbrook will be coming back in the next hour or 2 hours to save you from this point. See, this is what happens when the energy drink starts to kick in and I become a little bit more awake, a little bit more confident at just babbling on. Yeah, sorry. But it's great fun because it gets to pass the Saturday afternoon here. Flightwire. I race with a $60 joystick due to my cerebral palsy, but won a lot. Money doesn't always mean fast or good. Do you know what? I find that incredibly inspiring, Flightwire. Again, I'm a huge believer in accessibility for video games and for sim racing, and you know, it's exactly that. It's you race with what you can. You race with what makes you feel comfortable. Because we get so hung up on this whole thing of realism and spending £600 for a bloody wheel rim, and we kind of lose sight of the whole fact of this is what it's about. You know, we're racing on a virtual track and we're doing it because we enjoy it and we love it, and it makes us feel really, really excited in a certain way about, you know, taking these virtual race cars as, you know, even Stuart Vickers in the Phoenix Sim Racing, who is now, unfortunately, the last car at the moment, currently still circulating, right? We've still got, what's that, 13, 18, 32 cars in a 6-hour race. That is not bad going over the 3 different classes. I'm really, really impressed with that. But either way, yeah, it doesn't matter. You race with what you have. And there was that thing in Assetto Corsa Competizione. Somebody actually got told they couldn't enter the professional championships. It was somebody that was on the sim grids or was on one of their championships, and he raced using a controller and using chase cam as well, and he was like so rapid, It was, and yeah, he wasn't allowed to race in any of the professional championships because they wanted to keep it realistic. Old Timer Dude saying, I had a Microsoft Sidewinder, still have it today, but Euro Truck Sim 2 was the first game I played with a wheel on a old laptop and Windows 8 Pro. Oof. Goodness me, that is... See, I see a lot of people giving Euro Truck Simulator or Truck Simulator in general a lot of love. I've tried it myself. It's not for me, mostly because it's it's a dangerous route to go down. You know, I've seen people that start off on Euro Truck Simulator and they start off playing it, and then suddenly they've got the console. Then suddenly they've got the virtual CB radio. Then, and it's like, how much do you want to kind of spend? Or Farming Simulator, that's another one as well. God, if you get like the proper farming wheel and the little buttons and everything. It's yeah, it's all it's all about immersion. Apparently it's called a control console. I'm being told that from broadcast, and that means, ladies and gentlemen, that means they have in-depth experience on this subject, so I'll have to dig further on that. Back to a little bit of a race update here. G29 Racing, Magnus Brodersen is back behind the wheel, so that means that we're going to be without our in-depth updates from Redix, who did say that. Flightwire saying, yes, my PC is 4K, but that's just that. People think gear will make them fast, and ego slaps them in the face all the time. Preach, my friends, preach on that one. It's a shame because, you know, I see it all the time. It's the same with, Mr. Gruber, Mr. number 74, what happened there? They say you cut the course. You're going to have to slow down and give up the time gains, I think, on that one. That car is, yeah, that's not the best. I've got a feeling that might be getting a penalty for White Stags Romania Motorsport in the number 74 Porsche. Meanwhile, this is an awesome little bit of fun that we've got going on here. This is not in any way a fight, but it is still, nonetheless. Pavlo Deyensenko is trying to hold off Benjamin Koo in the VGTR esports car, who he wants to get past, bless him. He's already a lap down, and well, I'm wondering if this is a move that's already just happened. Alex Carver Racing saying, I agree, gear doesn't make you quicker. Nope, it does not. Do you know what does make you quicker is learning your car. Do you know another thing that doesn't make you faster as well? Setups. The amount of time you see all of these setup shops and setup services and stuff like that. I swear to goodness, do you know the best thing that will, I need to go and find it actually, that will 100% make you faster, make you a faster driver, is, what was it? I'm trying to find the, there we go. It's literally Google Steam Car Setup Guide, and you'll find on the Steam forums a quick car setup guide. I've mentioned this a couple of times before. This was my lifesaver, was my absolute, because I don't know anything about car engineering. I don't know about camber and caster and toe in and coast and brake bias and all that sort of stuff, right? You know that from the fact that I don't really talk about a lot of the technical stuff when we're watching the races. This little guide here was Pavlo Deyensenko almost came a cropper there with one of the GTP cars there. This little guide, it's split up into two sections. It says car is understeering and car is oversteering, and it's then got three other bits as well: turn entry, apex, and exit. So when you go out, you drive your car, you say drive it for 10 laps or whatever, or get an idea of things. And it basically then gives you ideas. So if your car is understeering on turn entry, here's some things you can try. If it's understeering on the apex, here's some more things you can try. Here's some things you can try if the car's understeering on the turn exit. And vice versa if the car is oversteering. And you then realise that basically they're flipped over. So, it tells you if you can tighten up the front springs or loosen them off or put more caster on, put less caster on, put more front toe in. It doesn't tell you what they do. It just says to do it. And every sim, whether it's Race Room, whether it's been Assetto Corsa, whether it's been iRacing, these little things, these little tweaks, for some reason, they just work. They just do what it says on the tin. And yeah, it's... And for me, the other thing about car setups is that everybody drives differently. This is the key factor. You dial your setup based on how you drive. Now, the problem you've got here with endurance racing is that you can't change the setup too much in the middle of the race. So that leaves you scuppered. Say you drive massively different, you drive way more aggressively than your teammate. You can't really change that. You kind of have to find that middle ground. But honestly, it's such a great little guide, and yeah, that helped me absolutely massively. If only just to get a little bit more confidence behind the wheel of the car. I've said numerous times, I'm not the fastest driver in the world. I'm not massively slow. I mean, I'm usually about a second and a half off of whatever the alien pace is. That's where I'll be happy to get a time a second and a half off of whatever the hell they can do. Because let's face it, I mean, none of us are even coming close to that sort of pace. But it keeps the car controllable, and it keeps it comfortable, and it means that I'm, always in charge of what the car's actually doing, which means that you enjoy the race much more as well. Flightwire saying, to be honest, recent open setups feel so much more rewarding when you do well. Yeah, I can absolutely agree, but they can also feel a little bit more intimidating. So if you're not into or you can't be bothered with it, again, it gives you the opportunity, if you want to dial that car in, to do what you want to do. The fixed setups can be a little frustrating because again, depending on the sim that you're on, the fixed setups aren't always the you've been given. And again, as I said, varies massively on the sim. But back to the race itself, Jonas Webber, we were seeing you there for Writer Engineering Esports in the lead of the GT3 battle. Now, I am seeing a little bit of a fight here. GTPs, we've got Pun Crew versus Wizards. In fact, Amir Mohammadi has just gotten past Mark's F. And I believe this is, let me just check the pit stop strategy. Yeah, so this is legit. Given that Black Sapphire, they need to pit in about 10 laps time anyway. Yeah, okay. 11 laps time, I think, for Wizards Black Sapphire. But that's a move for position. So Pun Crew Racing making waves and up to P4 just now. 26.5 seconds off of P3. Now, here's the question. What has happened to Anne Alexander, your race leader? Now, while we were waxing lyrical, while we were chewing the fat there, remember that comfortable 12-second lead that he had? Yeah, it's kind of 4.5 seconds. Let's have a quick replay, though, of how Amir got past that Wizards Black Sapphire car. Start finish straight, on the curve banking, moves to the inside. A little bit of gamesmanship there, and that is a fantastic move up the inside there from Amir, and there was absolutely no answer from that Wizards Black Sapphire car. That might change this lap by, but I don't think that car has got the pace to be able to make anything happen on that one. So that is going to be position done and position dusted for Wizards Black Sapphire down into P5. Flightwire saying, I'm full-time NASCAR next gen and fixed setups are so tight. Oval racing is a bit of a black art, if I'm honest. Obviously, when you start out in iRacing, the only ones you can do, I believe, are the Carburetor Cup and the trucks. Now, Carburetor Cup, I do enjoy. That is good fun. But the pickup trucks, I hate. I cannot get... Oh, and that looked like a bit of contact, if I'm honest. Wizards Black Sapphire into the sight of one of the Porsches there. And that looked like a bit of miscommunication there between the two of them. Unfortunate to see. But either way, I mean, if that was, maybe it wasn't, maybe it was just the way it looked there, but either way, Old Firm Racing Yellow into pit lane then from P3 at the moment. Kevin Gillard behind the wheel of that one in the number 10 Porsche 963, the GTP class. And their times at the moment, 1:34s. And this is where the fuel saving does start to come in. Old Firm Racing Purple, they are not fuel saving whatsoever. Their last lap was 1.6 seconds faster than your race leader. But there we go, Pun Crew Racing GTP up in a P3, and that is a well-deserved and well-fought for P3 position. Drive by 95 saying, how are the VGTR cars getting on? Well, oh, have a seat, my sweet summer child, and I will tell you many stories. Right, Zach Summerhill for VGTR Esports GTP is basically on a recovery drive. They have had a horrible day at the races today. It's been brutal. Declan Bowler, we saw. How do I put this politely? He locked up the brakes into turn 4 and pitched the car 90 degrees into the side of your GT3 race leader and caused them some severe damage. That is a Cooney Racing Team who are now down in 3rd position. Zach Summerall then coming out of the pit lane went into the back of one of the, it was LT Racing actually, the LT Racing car was going very, very slow on the exit of the dog leg, and Zach just smashed into the back end, completely unsighted, probably didn't see how slow they were going, and basically trying to recover from then. However, has been doing well and got themselves up into P10 just now, so currently two laps off the lead lap at the moment, and trying to recover from that. And then for VGTR Esports in the GT3 class, Artemi Elaine is behind the wheel of that one just now, and well, actually not doing too badly. They are quite happily just plodding away in 7th position in GT3. We haven't seen too much of them apart from trying to smack into a GTP in the early stage of the race, and the GTP didn't move, but they certainly did, and they had to take the long way round at turn 1 after being almost sent onto turn 8 instead. We have got Alex Carver Racing saying, does Old Firm Yellow have damage? Yes, that was Kevin Gillard in the number 10 machine. Now, that wasn't the car that we saw with the GT3, so unless you guys saw something else there, it was the Wizards Black Sapphire car, remember, that we saw colliding with the Porsche. So we'll double check there, unless Matt Cassoffre is actually saying that that's what happened there. So if that is, just let us know. Good afternoon to Will Green, joined in and doing the only thing that matters, which is punching into the chat, !Discord. This is a Williams Gaming Club community event, and of course we want you to come and join in all of the fun and frivolity on future races, as Aaron Alexander, just like nothing happens, sends it round the outside of two Porsches there. Antsy 3D Weekend Warriors Delta Team, what an unlikely leader of the race here. 133.6 at the moment. Talking about Williams Gaming Club though, remember I did say that we were going to try and bring up this graphic again. So here is a rundown then of what you can get involved in. Tuesday 9th of January at 7:30 is the iRacing GT3 Sprint Cup. It's Road Atlanta and will be happening at iRacing. That says it in the title, doesn't it? Zilla Plays their F4 Series is on Saturday the 12th of January, and that is going to be at Red Bull Ring. And then it is Suzuka for the 6-hour hours, the Suzuka Big Grid, again on iRacing, 20th of January. And then I am so excited for this Winter Cup Season 2, Monday the 29th of January, Assetto Corsa Competizione, Circuit to Barcelona, Catalunya for round 1. Get yourself involved with that. Big names, of course, going to be involved in that one, and really looking forward to that. Get yourself involved, !Discord, and come and be part of the family here at Williams Gaming Club and Williams Esports. Back watching with your race leader then, and this is turned into, I've got no idea what this has turned into, but why is Old Firm Racing Purple now just 0.3 of a second behind Aaron Alexander? Why? Where the hell has that time come from? Julian Hermand is in an Exocet missile, ladies and gentlemen. That thing is going about 500 miles an hour, catching up to the back of the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team. It's the only explanation we can possibly have. Talk about pressure. 135.991 for Aaron Alexander last lap rounds here, and it was a 133.8 for Julian Herman. This is going to get spicy. Do you remember half an hour ago when I said, oh, well, you know, all the main battles are kind of done now. It's just a case of kind of maintaining your lead until the end. Yeah, I never saw this one coming. That was a 12-second gap that's evaporated in 30 minutes. My goodness me, that is, I mean, is that strategy? Is that, yeah, okay. Will Green saying that it sounds a bit sweaty, it's barely above zero here, in reply to Desolation saying it's boiling up his 3 broadcasting machines. Yeah. It's, well, to be fair, it's still 20.9 degrees in here, and it's about 1 degree outside, so I will happily take that just now. Right, back with Julian Herman then. This is going to be it, isn't it? On the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Look at the pace difference between the two of them. Old Firm Racing Purple almost certainly going back up to the lead of this race here. Oh, well, this is a turn up for the books, ladies and gentlemen. We are being joined by Sim Racing Royalty. Punju is getting behind the wheel of the number 31 Pun Crew Racing GTP machine. And, well, that is a turn up for the books. I was not expecting that, mostly because I didn't actually look fully at the teams that were going to be taking part. So great to see that is going to be happening. And Eli is going to be jumping behind the wheel of the car very, very shortly. But, Julian Herman's at the moment trying to jump behind the wheel of the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team and take that lead off of that car at the moment. They come out of 7 yet again. 133 laps in the book here, and I'm trying to figure out where all this pace is coming from with the Acura. Come down into Le Mans chicane. Cadillac versus Acura at the moment, and the ARX06, of course, your real life 2023 24-hour champion. 2.4 litre twin turbocharged V6 engine, just over a ton, and able to put out just around about 675 brake horsepower. The thing is an absolute rocket ship, and we're seeing that in full effect here today with a drive from Old Firm Racing Purple that I think even Meyer Shank Racing would be proud of. Tom Blomqvist, Helio Castroneves and Simon Pagenaud, I think, would be chomping at the bit to have a performance and to have a chance at a win that Julian Herman has got right now with Old Firm Racing Purple. Sharing that car, of course, with Randy Martin. And the two of them really have been throwing everything and the kitchen sink into the race today. Of course, it could have been so different if it wasn't for the demise of Wizards Black Sapphire. Metallic's asking if any of the drivers race with VR goggles, and Deus Hyper saying that they do. It's I'm again just introducing Metallic to the world of sim racing. We've got him on Assetto Corsa, we've got him on Automobilista 2, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and of course doing it in VR is an absolute game changer as well. It's something that I do. That I do almost religiously. I can't go back to normal screens now. But anyway, more of that in a second. We've got a replay to check out here. Oh no, it's the VGTR Esports GTP car. Zach Summerhill going around and around and around the corner, and well, that's mighty close. I'm pretty sure that was the Wizards Black Sapphire car that was just behind him. Either way, back to the race itself. And that is very late onto the brakes into 5 then. Julian Herman for Old Firm Racing Purple, still hounding the tail end of Aaron Alexander right now. Can we just pretend that I didn't take a bite of something that took about 15,000 chews to actually get rid of? I hate when that happens, of course. But the good news, ladies and gentlemen, is that Tim Philbrook will be joining us in around about 5-10 minutes time back on the commentary. So you'll not have to put up with me as Aaron Alexander just gets nuked from orbit. Old Firm Racing Purple, Julian Herman says, Nah, mate, I'm done with this, and absolutely sends that car. This is 100%. It's got to be fuel. It's got to be strategy right now. From the two of them, I think Aaron Alexander just chomping at the bit to get going here. I wonder now though if Aaron Alexander, now that Julian's gone past, is actually going to latch onto the tail end of Julian and try and get him to tow him around, and maybe get a little bit of the work done and try and lighten some of that load there. It might be the case, but it could be the case that it's just raw pace from Julian Hermans. I mean, let's face it, Old Firm Racing Purple were 1 and 2 on the grids. They were just so fast. Wow, what a lap from Ryhs Engineering. Jonas Weber doing fastest lap of the race for the GT3s. 144.787. That is a wild lap going in there. And they last pitted on lap number 70, so I wonder, are they going to have to... on lap number 96. So I'm wondering when they have to pit again. I think they're probably going to have to go into the pits in the next 2 laps or so. That might explain why they were able to just punch in that sort of a lap time there, especially if they haven't really got anything to worry about in terms of fuel or in terms of anyone around them. Acura Racing Team looks like back up to P2. They'll be happy with that. Sigma Esports dropping down to P3. Interested to see what on earth happened to Sigma. At 1:58 their last lap time there, and that's because they were into the pit, so that's why then. So Acuna, on paper they're up to P2, but it's not actually a case here. Right, let's have a look then at Julian Herman, because he is 9/10 of a second here, but he's getting caught up. Trying to get past one of the GTP cars. I think that might have been, is that Maurice Piekler? No, it's not, sorry, Maurice Piekler. That's the 51 that he's getting past there. That's Dalton Powell in the LMP2 car. I've got no idea how he was able to mistake a GTP for an LMP2. That's around the outside as well. that I believe might have been, was that James Cortellesi? And also just saying, was that a slowdown there? I'm trying to figure out there because you've got cars in the rear view mirror here that don't. How does that work? I don't know if any of you saw that, right? That was. What? Can we go back on board with Julian Hermand again and figure out what? Jeez, oh, what on earth? Right, what is this about? I'm so lost. That's a completely different part of the track. Who are we on board? Is this like some vortex in a third dimension here? It looked like they were just straight on the oval track. Goodness me, I'm so confused. That's honestly, that's pickling my brain. I don't know. Right, Julian Hermand then for Old Firm Racing Purple at the moment is in first position, 1.4 seconds ahead of Anti-3D Weekend Warriors Delta team just now, and that is Alexander behind the team of that one. Drive by 95 saying yes, that mirror does look bugged. I don't know. It's definitely not from Julian Hermand. Put it that way. It's from another car. Could you imagine actually driving that car and having somebody else's rear view mirror? That would be, yeah. Right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Not quite yet for Tim Philbrick. He'll be coming back shortly. But it is time for the man, the myth, the legend, Punju, getting behind the wheel of the Pun Crew Racing GTP. Amir Mohammadi coming into the pits after what has been a stellar outing for that number 31 Cadillac car. I was getting excited there. Wait, what? Amir's still behind the car. What? What is actually going on? Did Punju just lie to us in Twitch chat? He did say that it was going to be him going in. Maybe it takes time for our time screen to update, but yeah, he definitely said that it was going to be him getting in, but well, obviously not. Meanwhile, Pun Crew Racing into that third position then. Right, Alexander then, 1.8 seconds. That car dropping even further back there. And now 2 seconds behind your race leader. You've got the number 10 trying to go around the outside there. That's Kevin Giler for Old Firm Racing Yellow. They're getting put a lap down as well now. My goodness me, this is down on underneath the apron. I'm not sure why that was from Anne Alexander. And you hate to see it. What you don't hate to see, nonetheless, is I've seen the mute icon come off from my good buddy Tim Philbrick. Tim, welcome back. It's been quite an eventful day.
It seems like it, David. I mean, I come back to this race and I was thinking, I hope David's looked after it well. I hope everything's still going fine. You know, everything's clean and happy. And we're on board with an Acura, and you're talking about portals to another dimension. I'm starting to wonder what's happened since I've been away, David.
All hell has broken loose. Actually, right, I'll show you what I was on about. If we can go on board, I wonder if it'll happen with Aaron Alexander as well, actually. If we go on board with the car, the rear view mirror is another car entirely. I've got no idea. Maybe it's an iRacing bug or something like that, but when you go on board with the GTP car, we were watching it coming through the infield, and somebody was causing sparks going on the banked oval. It was the most peculiar thing I've ever seen in my life. What you've missed, it's gone nuts, basically. It really has. We lost Wizards Black Sapphire from the lead. I think that just happened as you were heading. They went into the pits twice in quick succession, so they've now lost the lead. It was Anti-3D Weekend Warriors Delta who got the lead of the race. Aaron Alexander got behind the wheel. Now Julian Hermand has suddenly found the turbo boost button for the Acura and is now rocketing away at the speed of light. They're going to be coming into the pits, I would imagine, about 10 laps time here. LMP2 has been LMP2. We lost Highline Motorsports from 4th position. They're now down to P5. That's now meant that ITD Racing lost out on 2nd position as well. G29 now taking 2nd position on that. And a Cooney Racing team on paper look to be recovering back into 2nd place, but they're actually still away to pit stop, so they're behind now Sigma Esports. That is what has happened so far.
Brilliant. I mean, look, this a field of sports cars, Daytona at night, the thundering round, the tri-oval there, the Cadillac of Amir Mohammadi here in the 31 Pun Crew racing car. It's good to be back, David. This looks so good. I love seeing the cars under the floodlights, or the floodlights on certain parts of the track here at Daytona. It's not all in complete kind of lit as lit as the tri-oval and the oval is, but yeah, looking forward. Things kind of change when the sun goes down. The mood shifts a little bit. Okay, the pace might quicken as well as the track temperatures just cool off a bit, and everything, the ambient temperature drops as well. You can find pace in the car without really trying to. It just kind of comes to you without much changing your inputs, let's say. But often with that, the sun goes down, but the temperature on track in terms of the battles can often heat up as people maybe find a bit more pace in the different conditions, or as the race kind of moves into its next stage. So now we're over the halfway mark. We'll be looking towards the, counting backwards, with pit stops. And you can see track temperatures there on the right, David, 26 degrees Celsius. It's a positively chilly track surface temp indeed. But yeah, we're going to start moving into that phase of the race where you start really counting back, and when you're going to make your last pit stop, and how many you're going to make between now and then. And the strategy part of the endurance race, the numbers start coming into it in the second half here at Daytona. And as you said there, one of the Porsches, the Acura Racing Team Porsche, after that incident in the first hour, has kind of been playing themselves back into contention, but they're a pit stop out of sequence, kind of. So where they are on track doesn't quite count. And you could get that situation repeat in the last half an hour where you're running around, you're like, oh my goodness, I'm on the podium, I'm third, I'm second, it's looking great. Or even worse, you're in the lead, but you know that you need to pit again and your competition doesn't. So it's about now working out when those pit stops need to be made, when those decisions have to be called, when teams, your teammates might call you in, change things up. Starting to get to that point where the strategy is going to play just as much of a part as the on-track action.
We did also have somebody in chat asking about the VGTR squads and how they were getting on, and had to break some very gentle news to them that it hadn't gone really well for them, at least for the GTP side of it. They're still going with Zach Summerall down in P11. But, well, yeah, it's not been the best day as your race leader in GTP goes into the pit lane. Let's check out an earlier incident then with one of the GT3 cars. So this is one of the Porsches. This is Stuart Vickers in Phoenix and Racing. And, well, that's how you don't exit turn 7. And steering looks absolutely banjaxed. And again, Tim, I'll be completely honest, that is a David Christie special right there.
It's quite bizarre, that corner. I think we were chatting about it before. It's one of the only parts of the track that feels really narrow, in terms of grass or runoff or just, empty asphalt surface. It really narrows down there because basically the track goes in between the inside retaining wall for the oval. So there's a cut out section of the wall that you're driving through, and they put tyre bundles around the open ends. And so there is virtually no space halfway through the corner to run wide. And it looked like I think it was Vickers in the Porsche, it was too late into the corner to bail out and into the runoff area that there is, and too early to be able to use the space that kind of is open on the outside of turn 1. He was kind of caught in the no man's land in the middle where there's that bundle of tyres and the wall there. And unfortunately, clipping the right front as well, on the wheel as well, it's just going to, in iRacing, knock that steering out, and you can have a horrible time driving with one hand down, getting around the oval and back to pit lane. And steering damage as well can be costly in terms of pit stop time on iRacing as well. So, yeah, massive shame to see what looks like, these are always the things as well, David, it looks like such a small little problem at the start, isn't it? It looks like such a little, just a bit of a lock-up, bit of a wiggle, and then you find yourself spending a minute in pit lane extra than you'd like to repairing damage. You know, it's just these kind of, you know, the meme with the little domino that knocks up to then the huge domino. It's like that, except in the racing world.
I love it. I love it.
It is, isn't it? You know
is.
the exact one I'm thinking of, Dave.
Yeah. But the thing is that, you know, when you're trying to do that, and what I was thinking when you were saying about, you know, with the steering damage and stuff like that, I was just thinking to myself, how damn lucky from knowledge at that's the exact spot, and that's why I'm saying it's a David Christie special. That is the exact spot at Daytona 24 where I tend to have my issues, is at that exact point into that tyre wall there. And he's damn lucky that he didn't lodge that car in, because again, with the uniqueness of this game, sometimes it's very easy to lodge the car in so that it can't actually come out. The car is jammed in the tyre wall, and you have to then recover your car back to the pit lane on top of the damage. And you know, thankfully, just with that moment, and you know, you bump the car into the tyres there, if there is steering damage, you can take it back, because obviously it's there's not going to be any fast repairs by this point.
Absolutely, yeah. Just a little knock can really change things, and unfortunately spend a lot of time in pit lane. But a battle warming up here, David. I'm kind of rubbing my hands next to the fire here, because it's the number 21 ITD Racing LMP2 is closing up on the Team James Portoles car in second. They're separated by 1.6. You can just see the other P2 ahead there in the black, white, and kind of pinky purple colours, flashing through the Le Mans chicane. And it looks like, judging by the timing screen, they've gained quite a bit of time in the last lap alone, David. Nearly a second, over a second, in fact, in that last lap. So a big swing of pace here in the 21. David Adeyeye closing up in this middle part of the race.
Yeah, they've just gone across the line now, half a second on that last lap there. James Portoles is in the car just in front now. James, to be fair, has been pretty much in around about sort of fourth position for the entirety of the race. Remember though, we've just seen G29 pit from second place just now, and they are slightly out of sequence with everyone else at the moment. We see Acura Racing going into the pit lane. Now I'm trying to see if that is early or if that is on schedule for them. The last pit stop that they did, I think, was about, yeah, that would probably make sense, probably about 20 odd laps ago, and they'll be making their way out as soon as they can do it as well. But you're absolutely spot on with that. David Adeyeye here for ITD Racing, desperately trying to recover that second place. They were up there, and then for some reason the pit stops have just really not went their way. It's just not worked out for them at all. But thankfully now we're starting to see it all come together for them. But it's finally happened, ladies and gentlemen. The man, the myth, the legend that is Punju is in the 31 Cadillac. He's behind the wheel of the Acura Racing GTP. Eli Singh has joined us, and we are about to see greatness taking part on the track here. Of course, gave us that awesome track guide. So if anybody knows this track inside out, I think here, Tim, it's going to be him.
He's got no excuses, has he now? You know, he's given us the track. He's told us.
Now we've said that,
yeah.
If he bins it on pit exit.
Yeah, there's trouble here, actually. This is that fight for second place in the P2. That was that's James Portoles, 37, running deep at turn 1. And that's allowed the 21, David Adeyeye, through and up to second place in the class. Now, there is a GTP car in the mix, but I don't think he had anything to do with that. I think the Cadillac was off the back of the pair of them. It looked like James just ran in a bit deep, trying to get the car stopped, and was just kind of crawling around on the outside of turn 1, gathering the thing up, and it just allowed this 21 car through. So second place. You did get a feeling it was a matter of when, not if, David would get the job done. He definitely had a pace advantage, but an unforced error there from James has let him through. But quickly, going back to that Acura Racing car that we're seeing on screen, Eli Singh now in the number 31. Now, I don't think that car... Oh, there's a bit of confusion there coming off the banking onto the backstretch, not knowing which way to go around the 37. That could have been catastrophic. Sorry, back to my point. I don't think that car has done a full stint as Eli Singh drops it on the exit of the Le Mans chicane. And David, was that commentator's curse? I think it might have been.
Swear to God, I promise I'm not sitting with a voodoo doll under there. Oh,
What a shame.
I wonder actually is there damage on that car, because James Portalese is just taking that car into pit lane as well. So
Well, I think this car has not been, because before I was back on the mic, I was listening in, and the teammate in the 31 stayed in the car and was coming out of pit lane. I think it was Amir Muhammad in the car, and you made a remark about, oh, he's staying in. And then only not even 20 laps, less than that, he's back in pit lane and they've swapped drivers. So I wonder if there was maybe a drive-through or something being served, and now the driver swap's taking place. But a couple of visits to pit lane, not too far apart, I don't think, for this number 31 car.
yeah, that's. I mean, I'm not sure there's going to be any damage from scuffing the wall there, but certainly, I mean, it just took too much curb on the exit of that Le Mans chicane. And again, it's so easy, ladies and gentlemen, for that to happen, especially on the outlap of your first lap, for a couple of reasons. One, if you just had new tyres put on, the tyres are usually not going to be up to full working temperature. The other thing with that as well is that, you know, you can be a little bit over exuberant. You need to calm down. You need to get yourself back into the pace of the car, and sometimes that can be a little bit more difficult to happen. Thankfully, just clipping the curb on the exit there, it was just a little bit of overexcitement there, just over rotated the car, and thankfully Punju gets back away with it, but loses about 8 seconds there on that 420 endurance team here, as we see Esports Vikavez into pit lane from the leads of the LMP2 battle just now. ITD Racing won't really have anything that they can throw into the mix just now, but also this little fight here with Julian Hermand, every single lap has been a banger. 1.1 seconds faster than Aaron Alexander on that last lap round there. I'm just wondering where this pace has come from with this Old Firm Racing purple car here, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really kicking on after getting past not that long ago, taking the lead overall, and really setting about. You know, this is a real statement part of the race, I think. You know, like I said, we're moving into that strategy point where you're starting to work out how many pit stops you've got to do, etc. But you're actually looking at who you're racing against. You know, you're in part of that. You're trying to set up who it is that you need to beat in each stint, who you need to be watching their pit times, their, you know, which drivers on board, whatever. But it's a great part of the race to really set your standout and go, right, this is it. This is our claim on the race lead. Julian Harman's doing exactly that. Number 7 car is ripping along here at Daytona. The pace is really, really strong. 133 last time around. Let's see what he does when he crosses the line this time. 133.8, so he's staying sub 134. Now, other cars are able to match that. He's not completely clear of the field, but the consistency from Julian at the moment in that number 7 is really good to see. And it looks like, David, the mirror has reconnected, which of course adds to the pace. It is showing what I believe is out the back of his own car, which is reassuring that portal's somewhere being closed down the line.
Oh, that was scary on the exit of the dog leg. Yeah, no, I've never seen that happen before in my life, where it's just another driver. What it can be, actually, what I have seen is when you're looking at a replay of a driver, it can sometimes show the live view of the rear view mirror, but I've never seen it where it's a completely different driver that you see out of the window. Stranger things have happened nonetheless. The other thing that I'm interested in, you were mentioned about the pace of some of the other cars there. Kevin Jallier in the Old Firm Racing yellow car at the moment, his last lap before was a 133 almost flat. Good lord, honestly, I was looking at timing screen there and heard the the car sign change, and then just looked over and there was a car just racing through my screen. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, so 1:33.0. Given that our fastest laps are 1:32s, the pace has fallen off, but it's still. I mean, when you're like gaps of 13 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, I just don't see, unless it's an incident or something happens to you, I don't see how you make that time up in 2 hours.
Yeah, true. I think, in terms of the GTP class, the gaps, yeah, they definitely have opened up in this kind of middle, the second third of this race. We now actually moved into the final 2 hours here of this Williams Esports Community 6 hours of Daytona, the meow before the 24. I think really these gaps can ebb and flow, and they definitely will with traffic. But if things start to add up, that's where the gap will come down. You know, you can allow a second or so here or there because you kind of accept that somewhere down the line it's going to come back to you by, you know, traffic on the infield pretty badly for someone on the next lap, you know, and the gap goes back out again. It's if that bad luck stacks up for a few laps, and it allows that kind of mental vulnerability. You know, if you had a gap of 14 seconds like Julian Herman does at the moment over Aaron Alexander in the number 24 Cadillac, if that gap kind of crept below 10 seconds, you'd actually start to get a bit worried, and that might knock your pace a little bit. So I think there is opportunity for these gaps to still ebb and flow. But yeah, if that kind of a small incident on top of a couple of laps with bad traffic, you know, things like that just mount up at a circuit like Daytona, and you find yourself, you know, coming under fire a little bit quite quickly. But yeah, everyone seems to be running really quite consistently now. They seem to really set their stalls out looking strong. I mean, the top 5 cars in GTP are looking very solid at the moment in terms of lap times. I mean, Marine Hogeveen in the number 9, that's the Wizard Black Sapphire car, a 1:33.0 on the previous lap. Kyle Felvis in the Phoenix Sim Racing 717 Acura, a 1:32.8, fastest of anyone on that previous lap. So, you know, even cars further down the order are still attached to that, you know, decent pace, still within the window of the cars that are leading overall. Will just be about keeping clean, I think, to really help find that time. I think it's free time, right, David, isn't it? Keep clean, and it's time you don't have to get in terms of pace. You just kind of get given it, right?
It's free real estate. That's
free
what it is. Free real estate. You know, you can fit so many positions in this bad boy. Right, enough of the memes. James Portalese, wanted to bring a little bit of attention back to him. Now, he's lost 3rd position to Mikhail Randlov. Randlov was in 4th there. Portalese had a bit of a moment, had a bit of a spin. Something happened basically to that car there, and he has ended up losing quite a bit of time. Now, the other thing that I wanted to point, well, there's 2 things I wanted to point out. One is that Mikhail Randlov was shown as being in pit lane last time round, which is fine. But Mikhail Randlov is shown as last being in the pit lane in lap 1:37. So why was Mikhail Randlov in the pit lane if he wasn't in the pits? I wonder if he's maybe had a drive-through penalty for some of the incidents. There is the G29 driver. They were asking, are we going to see a G29 win? No, we're not going to see a G29 win. We could absolutely see a G29 podium, as that was almost a Porsche getting sent into the tyres there. But James Portalese, we have to actually give him quite a bit of fair dues here. James Portalese is a driver in the rookie class. He has not gotten out of rookie in road racing, which means that he has not gotten a safety rating of over 3.0. And I tell you what, I'm going to actually have to have a look, because I think that James might actually be fairly new to the iRacing service. So yeah, if that is the case, I mean, that's a hell of a baptism of fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Props to James for taking this on. 6 hours at Daytona on your own, it looks like. And like you say, iRating of 383 must be very new to the platform, and like you said, rookie class in terms of his license. So he's doing very well, very, you know, competitive with that in mind. running consistently. You know, he's been moving up and down depending on where the pit stops are, and did have that little moment just a few laps ago at turn 1, which has allowed allowed him to slip off the podium. But fair play to him. I mean, if you think about how in real motorsports you're not allowed to do more than 4 hours in any 6, that's typically the ruling. And here's James heading into over that 4-hour mark in this 6-hour race, and looking really, really strong and stable at the moment. It's a great job.
For sure. So always fantastic to see that. More of an oval racer, I think it's safe to say, and making a occasional foray out into the road. So it's great to see that, and great that we can be part of that.
Must feel at home on the bank.
Yeah, I was going to say, it must feel at home at Daytona. He's got the banked parts down to a T. It's just the rest of it that's a bit of a mystery.
Yeah, it's the right-handed corners are a little bit tricky, but yeah.
This is the only road. The second road race that he's done this year. He only does a handful of road races normally every year, but does quite a number of oval races. So yeah, fair play. It's obviously a difficult one getting into a different class when you're used to another thing. I mean, God knows I tried rallycross once, and that didn't go very well.
It's a way to get humbled very quickly. In iRacing rallycross after you've been a circuit racer for so long. It's just different gravy, isn't it, David? It's just so hard.
It is.
You always find the same kind of thing. Like, you drop into a session thinking like, yeah, I'll just give this a go. And then you start getting into it, and you get like, oh yeah, I've actually set quite a good time. And then you look at the timing standings, and you're like 4 seconds off, and you're like, what have I got to do?
Alt F4 uninstall iRacing. Oh, that's happened so many times. I was actually saying while you were away, we were talking about the driver naming system here on iRacing, and obviously if there's multiple people with the same name, you get a number after your name. Or if you've over the years created numerous accounts. I think I'm on my 3rd account since 2012, and basically through either forgetting my email, like not having access to my email address, or changing payment, like leaving for a number of years and then just choosing a new one. Yeah, it's I think Dave Christie 3 is what I'm on now.
It's not that there's 2 other David Christies that are enjoying iRacing. It's purely through your email forgetting.
Yeah, we'll leave that one there. But my point I was making is that there was for LT Racing a Stephen Smith 36.
Oh yeah,
now what do we? What do we do? I mean, Smith is a really common last name, though. It's like the most common last name, isn't it?
I want to know how many email addresses Steve on iRacing.
Just rage quit every 3 months after a free trial.
Yeah. Well, 36 accounts for the 3-month trial.
Well, to be fair, I will admit at least one of the reasons that I'm on Dave Christie 4 or 3 or whatever it is for that reason. Is for like trying a 3-month trial out and then just like, nah, it's not for me. I wish it was. I actually had access to those older accounts, because it's quite prestigious saying that it's like from 2012, although the I-rating and the safety rating is probably absolutely hideous on them. But
the record, like the archive record, that was what would bug me, like not being able to have my.
Can I have to look now?
Results in one place, over the years. But yeah. Oh well.
That's exactly what I'm doing now. I'm busy looking up Dave Chris. Right. Okay. So there's only 2 of them, but it's obviously I prefer now to be it's David's rather than, and there's lots of other ones, but they were all around about 2012, 2013. So I'm very worried that might have been around about that time. So yeah, I think it's safe to say all of them are me. That's really bad.
The worrying thing would be if you're in a session and a David Christie without a number pops in.
I know, it's like
Someone's
the
in your
OG.
account. How are they in your account? How have they managed to get in?
The OG has appeared.
Yeah.
That's oh well, then it just makes me think maybe it wasn't me, maybe it was someone else. But yeah, I hate to say it. I think originally that first one was me, and like I said, I mean, it shows how long ago that I've been in iRacing. So this was 2012, August 2012, which is I mean, that's impressive. That's 12 years of iRacing, and I'm still absolute garbage. I mean, that is quite impressive.
No
At least
comment.
I didn't even get out a rookie. Right, okay. Well, anyway, enough of that, because let's remind ourselves what has happened so far in the race. Let's take ourselves, and this is a perfect way to bring you up to speed, Tim, with what you have missed in the second half. Then this was the race start then for the GTPs, and it was kind of all to play for Old Firm Racing Purple and Old Firm Racing Yellow. We saw the LMP2s get off underway as well. This would be the last time that we would see all 6 of them happily playing together. They very quickly broke off into a war with each other after about lap 2 there. You can see G29 were up into P3, which is where they are now. GTD, aka GT3, again, was a very, very prim and proper affair there. We saw Dominic Koroshavin leading them off in that Acura Racing Team Porsche, a car that we would remember for all the wrong reasons very, very shortly. On lap number 4, I believe it was, as he was taken out by a stricken VGTR Esports GTP car. But nonetheless, that's kind of preemptively cutting things forward. Right, this was the number 74 GT4 car, the White Stag Romania Motorsport team, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is how you completely miss your pit stop marker. Reverses back, gets it done, and then had completely lost about 10-15 seconds on that one. This was a fantastic overtake for P5 on the for P5 in the 286. That was the British University Sim Racing car, and that was Alexa Gates that was behind the wheel of that one. Phoenix Racing as well, boxed into perfection. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And then car 15, which was VGTR Esports on lap 38. Yeah, just around and around and around the corner. Easy to do, and not the last time that we would see that. Then on lap number 42, it was car 31 that went off into the side of Pun Crew Racing. That went straight into the 420 endurance team and caused a little bit of havoc. Then on lap 44, this was the overtake for P2 on Old Firm Racing. It was a fantastic move, sent up the inside from the 24, and Anti-3D Weekend Warriors moved up into that second position. It was a position they would have to give back a little bit later on. And then after that, it was a crash on lap 45 with the 717 Phoenix Sim Racing squad. And, well, again, such a strange corner there on corner number 7 on the entry to the banked oval there. We've spoken about it many, many times. I'm sure we'll speak about it even more. Then after that, just a couple of laps later, it was the 18 car, proving that it wasn't all just about the GTPs. Stephen Smith for LT Racing went straight into the barrier, but that's not all. There would be more for that number 18, just very, very shortly, because the next lap, number 29, would get involved in a monumental accident. This was the Truck Boys car coming into turn number 5 and going across that same GTP car, the number 18. No idea why it was driving so slowly in the middle of the track. They got a 20-second penalty for that. Then, oh my mate, excuse me, what a perfect time for my voice to go there. That I just don't know what they were thinking. The Pun Crew car in 10th position whacked into the side of the Wizards Fire Ruby car. My favourite part of this is the VGTR Sport car of Artmay Illen thinking, yeah, you guys do you, I'm just going to drive straight through. Lap 65 and car 7 decided to try and hold on to that position there, but it wasn't to be until he got that moved on into 7, sent up the inside, and Old Firm Racing Purple would say thank you very much for taking that one. A couple of laps later, on lap 77 as well, all hell kicked off, even more so than what we would see on previous laps, with the number 52 car deciding to have a little bit of fun as well. We'll see that in just a second. This is the G29 car, and well, boop, I think is the word that the kids would use nowadays. He got back onto it. I mean, it's not a massive deal until the fact that you just rejoin straight into the middle of the track and almost wipe out some GTPs. Car 22 then on lap 75 then decided to, well, play with the GT3 cars. That was our very own Duncan Edward Jones in the number 76 that got involved in all of that as well, and that is the number 51. We saw that just a couple of minutes ago there, the number 51 there getting spun around. That was James Curtin in the Highline Motorsport car tagging the 21 of Matt Brensater in ITD Racing number 2 car, and then again side by side with GT3s and GTPs. What could possibly go wrong here as the Ferrari tries to turn in on a Porsche, and well, the Porsche unfortunately bears the brunt of that one, and the 164 for Trident Motorsport gets sent off spinning into the infield there. Then we've got the overtake for P1. We saw this about half an hour ago. Brilliant move from Julien Hermant to the Old Firm Racing Purple machine, sent it to the inside, and well, why not end things as we went on with the crash. Possibly the most slowest speed crash that you'll ever see from Rhys Bell in that Phoenix Sim Racing number 2 car, and that with an hour and 45 minutes left to go, Tim, is how we got here.
And now the question is how we get to the end, David, because so much can happen in such a short space of time, and the production team having to cut down what I'm sure has been an absolutely thrilling just over 4.25 hours. I mean, I was in for the first 45 minutes or so, and it was just hectic to say the least. So props to the team for managing to cut it all down into just a few minutes there, because it looks like it's been an absolute thriller of a race, but a car that is has been involved in some of those moments, but crucially has stayed clear of any drama, is this number 7 car. And I think that's looking, super strong and out of trouble. We've actually got just a quick replay of something else that's taken place while we were looking back at the opening 2/3 of the race. Here we go. This is...
Oh no, that's James Portalese.
It is in the number 37. To the inside, the 31 goes, and James just...
You panicked there like I did, didn't you?
I thought it was going to go hard right and into the Cadillac, but somehow managed to keep it to himself and carry on. But yeah, I got a feeling that it was going to be a lot of clanging of race cars.
Oh my lord! Right. Also, you were saying about our production team. Well, I mean, yes, to a certain extent, but remember that one half of our production team has been bragging on Twitch chat that they're stewing in 28-degree temperatures right now. So I say let them cook. That's what I say. See, that's me trying to be down with the kids as well. There, that's what they say, isn't it? Tim, back me up on this one, for God's sake.
Man,
that's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah. Let them cook. Absolutely.
Let them cook. Yeah,
who's
right,
cooking?
okay.
Someone's cooking, or whatever it is.
Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. Thanks, mate. Thanks. Listen, I am officially stepping. I'm literally sitting in slippers anyway, so I've already got the sort of like I am out of touch, so it's absolutely fine.
I don't think that forgetting your email password as well helps with that image.
Hey, that was 11 years ago. I don't have age to blame for that one. That was, we're done on that one. Goodness me. Reddix on Twitch chat is saying, "Where's the beautiful 52, Mikhail Randlov in the G29 racing?" Well, he's in second place. And he's 14 seconds ahead of ITD Racing. However, no, actually, he's on the same pit stop. Well, he's done 4 pit stops, so okay, we'll give him that one. Aaron Alexander, though, is in second place for ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team. Who is that behind him? That is one of the Old Firm Racing cars, and I'm trying to figure out which one that is. That's 154. That's Alexandre Carlier. That's a lap down, trying to unlap themselves. This is interesting.
Yeah, we see this, don't we? You know, blue flags don't quite mean the same thing in sports car and endurance racing as they do in Formula One or single seaters. You know, there's Aaron Alexander doesn't have to let the 10 through. That 10 car is a lap down, but the 10 wants to get back past and looks pretty solid at the moment and want to try and be back on the lead lap. You know, it's the place to be. You've got that reduced margin to the leaders and you kind of feel like you're within touching distance should something go wrong. You get this awkward situation now where the number 10 isn't really in this fight. You know, they're not. Alexandre Carlier here isn't passing for position. He's passing a car that's in a different race at the moment. So just get this kind of awkward exchange between the two of them. If Alexander's going to get it, let the Porsche through, he needs to do so cleanly and kind of crack on, but as well within his rights to just keep on hustling and not be looking in his mirrors, because he's the car leading this fight. David, you and I have been on commentary when lap cars have caused all kinds of havoc in races, within the same class. So a bit of a touch and go moment here, I'm sure, for both teams.
Yeah, maybe so, but as a commentator, I'm sitting like, I am here for this.
Absolutely.
I don't know how this is going to go on, but oh my, this is some spicy little drama, especially because that Old Firm Race Yellow is teammates with the race leader just now, who is just ahead of this car here. So, you know, you kind of, it's a bad look for the number 10 either way if anything was to happen here. But at the end of the day, this is a fun community race, and I'll take any drama, any sort of drama I can get, and I will make the absolute most out of it. That is what we are here for. But ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team, Aaron Alexander, you've got to say, I mean, just hasn't had the pace of his teammate for the course of this race, and that's late into turn 1 there from Aaron Alexander there. Here comes around the inside Alexandre Carlier. They can't quite make that happen here. Again, you're just seeing the pressure already being applied here, and the thing for me is that where's Dean Perry in that 420 endurance team? He's a minute and 20 behind. Can this be an accident for Aaron Alexander waiting to happen here? And can this be a possible podium here for Alexandre Carlier? Yeah,
it absolutely opened the door for that 420 endurance team car getting back into this, should something go on. And it doesn't feel like it's that far away. The way both of them ran so deep at turn 1. I mean, Aaron Alexander was off the gas, lifting and coasting in towards turn 1. He's clearly trying to hit some sort of fuel number. But then misjudged his braking zone and just ran in so deep off the track in the marbles over the white line and onto the kind of concrete surface off the racetrack there. But number 10 followed him in and went the same line as well. And it's only takes a little something different for that scenario for the number 10 to run in even deeper, for the 24 to stop up short and the 10 be having their own instant, and they both are off there into the runoff and into the wall. It's very close. I don't feel like an exchanging of paint is too far away, as the number 10 gets a huge run over the tri-oval and the Cadillac's just going to lift out. He's sticking to that routine of lift and coast, and it allows the Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche 963 through. Not a gain of position, but crucially a car back up ahead of this number 24 car that the 10 looks quicker than. And just behind, there is that Phoenix Sim Racing Acura. So we've got this whole situation now again, David, as the 717 Cole Felvis, who's been really quick in that car, is going to be looking for a way past this 24 Cadillac, because he doesn't want the Porsche to get too far up the road. He needs to get the job done and get into the slipstream of the number 10.
Yeah, and I think if I'm honest, Aaron Alexander will probably just decide to kind of let these two go and do their own thing here because he's not wanting involved in it. But at the same time, he could benefit from this himself if he can get himself behind Alexander Carlier and possibly get a little bit of the toe there, get a little bit of that slipstream, and do a little bit of fuel saving here. The problem is that you've got Kyle Felvis behind you who desperately wants to get past here, and 100% is. He's got the run right now, and he's going to have the slipstream of this car. So it's going to be surely into to turn one here, and I wouldn't be fighting this if I was Aaron Alexander right now, knowing that you're an hour and a half away from the race, and there we go. That's the kind of move over to the side there. And that looks like that is that's done and dusted. So Phoenix Sim Racing will be able to catch right back up to the tail end there of Alexander Carley, who did look like he went wide into turn one again here.
Yeah, Felvis absolutely needed to get that done on Alexander because, yeah, that number 10 car, despite running deep at turn one, the Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche, but they'd cleared off down the road in just half a lap, really. So good to get past and be back into slipstream range. As here we go, Mikael Randlov up the inside, and that's a GTP car. I think the Punkaroo car has been turned around. Bit of an awkward one there. He went in so deep and kind of swung around the nose of the Cadillac in the international horseshoe. But yeah, look, I don't think Aaron Alexander's really got the pace at the moment. He's dropping off the back of those two cars. But look, they've gone through and cleared up down the road, but you can't really see them in the camera shot at all at the moment. The Acura and the Porsche have clearly got the pace on this number 24 at the moment.
Have to absolutely agree. I'm just looking distracted slightly by the time screens there. 134.4 for Alexander there, and Alexander Carlier, and good lord, Kyle Fellis doing 133s that last lap round. They did 132s. But, I mean, they are significantly faster. Everyone's faster than Aaron Alexander. What I'm wondering, is he on maybe a different fuel strategy right now? Has he decided that he's going to try something different? Because surely it's too late. Surely you've got, 3 pit stops left to do. How much can you do? As that's a dive ball up the inside. And that is for position. Great move there from Phoenix Sim Racing to snatch it away from Old Firm Racing Yellow. That was a fantastic move. We didn't see the start of that move there, but we already knew what was going to happen. Kyle Felvis then sends up the inside, P4 for for Phoenix Sim Racing, taking that away from Old Firm Racing Yellow, and that was a hell of a move.
Felvis absolutely flying. That last lap of 32.7 really got the thing lit. That number 717. Acura ARX 06, the black and orange Phoenix Sim Racing car, looking great out there on track at the moment. And this was a moment not too long ago, just as the field were closing up, a send up the inside, and Alex Pantelli in the Truck Boys Ferrari kind of doing his best to avoid the number 96 BMW that came in so deep. That was I think that was Alexi Bari in the Trident Motorsport car into the international horseshoe. But two very similar incidents, actually, not too far apart down there at that first horseshoe. But yeah, Felvis, David, is looking quick, isn't he? He's looking solid, and you could tell by the confidence in that pass and the lap times he's setting. I get the feeling he might just kick away now from the Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche.
So I'm looking at the pit stops that just happened. 140 was the last pit stop for Phoenix Sim Racing, and 156, so it was much later in the pit stops for Old Firm Racing Yellow. That's why they're so far back there. But 140 for Phoenix Sim Racing, so they're going to have to come into the pits next time by. That's why they're so fast. So maybe Old Firm Racing Yellow kind of know that that car is going to have to pit very, very soon, as Punkaroo Racing into the pit lane as well there. So again, strategy is going to be a huge thing here 420 Racing Team. So first, second, third, and fourth all have to pit in the next sort of 4 laps, I think. 420 Endurance and Phoenix and Racing, they're going to have to pit in the next 2 laps. And I think Old Firm Racing Purple and ANSI 3D, they're then going to be in the next sort of within 2 laps of that happening as well. So we've got 3 pit stops, I believe, left to go, half an hour each, to take us through to the final of this this race here. But if I'm honest, I just don't see how anybody can bring. In fact, there we go, 420 Endurance Team into pit lane. God, it's almost like I know what I'm talking about here. I'm not gonna lie. See, when something like that happens, I feel kind of happy, because it's like, yeah, I'm doing the numbers right here. There you go, Phoenix Sim Racing into the pits then, Old Firm Racing yellow tape. That's why they didn't really fight that too hard, because they knew they were going to get that position eventually. So 2 laps time, we're going to have Old Firm Racing Purple and ANSI 3D Warriors Delta team into the pits as well. They lasted 132.9 for Old Firm Racing Purple. What has happened to that Aaron Alexander car? I'm really confused, because they're at least 2 seconds a lap, 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap slower than everyone else out there on the track. My concern... Oh, sorry, Tim.
Yeah, I was going to say, David, I really think they are trying to make some sort of fuel number, trying to get into some sort of window or make this stint a certain length, because that lift and coast when we were on board with them, and I'm sure if we went on board with them down in towards turn 1 again, we'd hear it, but the car just went quiet down just before the braking zone, and I really think that they're working to try and extend the stint. Now, if you can do that really well, and it's an art in itself, somehow magically creating fuel, Scott Dixon in racing, so good at it. Richard Westbrook, another driver in the real world, that's so good at somehow making a stint go longer, but you do that by lifting off the gas and trying to roll the speed into the corner, braking later, and basically just kind of not having any input on the throttle. Less time on the throttle, less time burning that fuel. The tricky thing is trying to then carry that speed into the corner later and not lose lap time, as we see a spin from this Porsche through the Le Mans chicane. That's the car in 7th place, according to the Lumi rank system on the window there. But just to finish off my point, David, it's a real art to not lose lap time. I think at the moment, unfortunately, Aaron Alexander is losing lap time trying to do this lift and coast, and that's going to negate the benefit you have from their strategy play. You'd be better just running as fast as you can and taking that pit stop with everyone else on sequence and trying again the next stint. At the moment, all these 1.2 seconds, 0.8 seconds, 1 second kind of deficits are just going to add up to an entire pit stop. Amount of time lost really closer towards the end of the stint and of course towards the end of the race.
Absolutely great. I just can't see where the benefit is on this one. Again, we're just in the commentary box, so we don't have the data that they have, we don't have the numbers that they have, and maybe they see something that we don't at the moment. Seeing that Adam Benjamin for British University Sim Racing is in pits, Kyle Belvis for Phoenix Sim Racing is into the pits. Is that car retired? He's going again. No, so he's got going again. It was just a very long pit stop, because I'm pretty sure that he was already in. I'm very confused. Phoenix Sim Racing, they were fighting with Old Firm Racing Yellow. They've dropped down 49 seconds. I suppose by the time we get in the pits, that's absolutely fine. I was a little bit confused there. The other thing, that car that we saw into the wall there was the Ciderdyne Motorsports car of Byron Kutzer, who was in the pits, has now got back onto the track. This, though, is your GT3 leader right now, Jules Mullers for Ryhs Engineering Esports, currently 1 minute 16 seconds ahead of second place at the moment, the Cooney Racing Team. That is legit, ladies and gentlemen. That is not an on-paper result. That is a legit, in terms of strategy, they've been absolutely faultless. Ryhs Engineering, you'll see that from the fact that their car is just completely unscuffed. And there you go, 2 laps later, Old Firm Racing Purple into the pit lane. I'm not sure if that was actually 2 laps later, but we'll count it as 2 laps later. And they are into pit lane. I've got no doubt they will come back out in the lead of the race, for sure, because that ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors car, I just don't know what. I don't know where the gain is going to come from with that, but we'll wait, let's say we'll wait and see with that. LMP2 as well is quite interesting, as Esports Vicafes still in the lead of this one. Mateus Martinez Gallardo in the 47 car. Again, that car has looked splendid throughout the course of this race. And, well, right, here's a question for you, Tim. If that was about fuel saving, what's been the point? Because ANSI 3D's into the pits already.
I knew that was coming. I knew it's like that gut feeling you get that you're going to be picked in assembly to do something at school. I knew. I saw it.
Is it just pace? Is it just maybe that the pace isn't the same with this new driver in the car than it was before?
I don't know. I think it was so clear audibly when we rode on board with that car down towards the Le Mans chicane in towards turn 1 that there was someone was lifting. They were off the throttle lifting into the corner. But yeah, they were 3 laps later, I think, on the previous stint in terms of pitting compared to everyone else. And here they are, pitting roughly about the same stint length, albeit with what seemed pretty aggressive lift and coasting. So yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that's, been for any gain at all. And I think they'll find themselves dropping back, lower down inside the top 5 than probably their performance in the first half of this race has deserved. So yeah, coming out pit lane now, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Old Firm racing car goes through. I am a bit confused about where the 717's dropped to, seeing as that car was in the fight further up. Oh no, sorry, I'm getting confused with when they were fighting past lap traffic, aren't I? Of course, we had all that fun. But I still think that car might have dropped down in the recent pit stops for some reason, for the Phoenix Sim racing car. So I'll have to have a look into that, David, but I'm convinced this car was a bit further up in the fight.
Yeah, I'm at the point where I'm just getting very, very confused as well. But nonetheless, what a race this has been. And if you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, where have you been all afternoon? Welcome to the Williams Esports Twitch channel. This is live coverage of the Williams Gaming Club Meow before the 24. This is our special community event. Of course, January is just all about the Daytona 24 here in iRacing. So we wanted to get in on that and do our own little taster of that. An important little warm-up act for the main race in just a couple of weeks' time. And we've got tons and tons of events coming up here as part of Williams Gaming Club, the Williams Esports community. Type in chat, !Discord, get yourself an invite to the Williams Gaming Club and get yourself part of this fantastic community and get part of some of these brilliant races coming up over the next couple of weeks. You certainly won't miss it. Remember, we've got the Winter Cup Season 2 happening at the end of January. Oh my lord, am I so excited for that. That was just, honestly, that was the highlight to the end of last year. It was just awesome stuff. Kyle Felvis, though, sending it up the inside. We've got cars going off left, right, and centre here. An hour and 20 minutes left to go. Esports Vicafes going into the pit lane from LMP2 leads at the moment. There is the man, the myth, the legend, Eli Singh, aka Punju, in the Pun Crew Racing GTP coming through the Le Mans chicane. And he is catching up to the back of your second place. Is that Matt Brensater in the ITD Racing? That's a slowdown penalty for Eli Singh. That's what that is.
Yeah, got it all kinds of crossed up in the Le Mans chicane in the transition between the second right, the first and second right. So he goes around the outside of the Porsche, which is then diving back up the inside, try and come into pit lane together. That was exceptionally touch and go there. They were so close to each other, down on the apron, slowing down for the pit entry line. Well, that could have gone very wrong very, very quickly.
Yeah, I was waiting for it to really go wrong as quickly as you said there. But into the pits then comes Eli Singh from 6th position. I was thinking that he's already been in the pits, but well, we'll see as Kyle Felvis then is back out for Phoenix Sim Racing. He'll be retaking that 6th position, trying to chase down some of the other cars that are there. The Wizards Black Sapphire team, the 420 Endurance team that are there as well. And again, realistically for the GTP class, I get the feeling that this might be it. But my concern is right now whether or not Alexander Carlier is going to take that 2nd position. I've got a sneaking suspicion that the pace that he's got right now, given that that last lap was the personal best, 132.483, they've got a big chance of making this happen. Let's work this out. Yeah, because they've still got another 8 laps before that car needs to... In fact, they've got, let's see, yeah, another 15 laps before that car needs to come in. So I've got a feeling that Alexander Carlier is about to mug ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta and potentially take that 2nd place here.
Yeah, this is endurance racing summed up. The way things can really ebb and flow, and into the second half of the race, kind of new challenges emerge, if you like, and new pace, and the swing can go away from you and go to another team. And I think the Old Firm Racing crew and of course Wizard Black Sapphire, who were leading early on, really need a nice clean remaining hour 20. They're going to have to make a couple of pit stops or so in that time, and just get it nailed, bring yourself back into the fight, because they're fairly close together in the grand scheme of things. Look further down in the other classes where there's a lead of a lap or so here and there. The top 3 cars are on the same lap. Top 4 cars plus, actually, I think, are on the same lap. So we're fairly close together. It would just be about keeping clean and hoping that something maybe plays you into the fight and pushes you up the order and back into things. But I think, David, the Old Firm Racing Purple team, that Acura, has just looked so good, hasn't it? It's just been super quick, super consistent, whereas other cars are, having moments here and there, and I think that 7, that's really where the time has come to them. Not only are they quick, super clean as well.
And that is exactly where we are, with an hour and 15 minutes left to go in this race. And I think this is what I was saying when you were away a little bit earlier here, Tim, is the fact that from experience, in most of the races that I've commentated on, this is now the changing point. This is now the point where the kind of races are... I don't want to say the races calm down, because they most definitely don't, but for the most part, a lot of the drivers and the teams now are kind of in come home mode. It's an hour and 15 minutes to go. The racing, the fighting for the most part is done. It's all, the gaps are normally 10, 15, 20, 25 seconds. If you've got time and you're gaining hand over fist, absolutely. But usually at this point, the aggression is kind of dialed down a little bit. And, you can tell that the teams just kind of want to get the race done and dusted. And they do what they can to kind of help each other out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, everyone will kind of leave that bit of margin. Look, we all want to get to the end. We all want to make the finish. We want to get to the checkered flag and secure this result. So, yeah, you can get that little bit of extra margin from each other, which is super helpful, particularly on a race in a close quarters race like at Daytona. We saw something I wanted to talk about, actually, in terms of how this race typically runs and some of the kind of the unspoken agreement between drivers on the banking round the oval corners. There's this saying, which is, if you're slower, go lower. So if you're in the lower classes, stick down below to the yellow line, because it's easier for the other cars to judge and go around the outside. But there becomes a couple of points on the track where that's quite tricky to kind of set that up, particularly on the exit of turn 7 as you come out onto the banking. And when we watched those highlights back, David, one of the things I noticed was that was a part of the track where you were having, where we're seeing incidents. And it's interesting, you get so many pinch points at different circuits, don't you? You get the bits where everyone seems to run clean, and it's the same corners that crop up time and time again where the incidents happen. And I think in this race, that turn 7 and out onto NASCAR turn 1, if you like, that seems to be one of those hot spots.
Just watching as all this unfolds as well, we've had so many hotspots, as you were mentioning there, throughout the course of this track here, this 3.5 mile road course here at Daytona International Speedway, as Declan Bowler in the VGTR Esports GTP. Never mind the course being a hotspot, I think that car has been a hotspot for some of the chaos and the action, as we cut back to Gilles Muller's for Ryhs Engineering Esports in the pit from the leads of the GT3 class. And again, while a lot of them will be on that sort of come home mode, while a lot of them will be just trying to nurse the car into health, nurse the car back to safety here, because for a lot of them, there's, like I said, there's nothing massively now to gain. There's nothing to be actually taken from everything that's going on. However, for some of them, if there's 4 or 5 seconds between them, then it very well might be something that they're going to have to see here. But I'm looking at the likes of Alexander Carlier, who is now actually dropping back a little bit here from Aaron Alexander. Now, he brought out a yellow flag just a couple of seconds ago. He's way pit lane.
In the pits, yeah.
So Alexander Carlier has jumped into pit lane. I think that's a bit early for him.
I wonder if something's happened, Dave. This has got all the symptoms of
Let's
a
have a look
spin
if
or
he
an
goes
instant.
in.
Might have a little bit of damage on the
Is that a
right
drive-through?
rear.
It's a drive-through.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. I know exactly what's happened, right? He brought out the yellow flag, and it was at 3/4 of the way through the circuit. 100%, if we get a replay of this, I bet this is what it shows. I bet he's either spun it or driven straight across the track as Jill Millers comes out of pit lane. What's happened to your race-leading Porsche? Is he just letting all the cars go by there? Oh my god, my heart absolutely stopped there. That car was going so slow.
It definitely off the road. I think he was off the road on the inside there on the grass and rejoining. So something's definitely happened to the number 23 Ryhs Engineering Motorsports car. And yeah, I completely agree, David. I think the Alexandre Carlier in the Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche, I think he's probably had a moment at the bus stop, hasn't he? And picked up a... Oh, there we go. Sorry, that's 10p in the jar. Bus stop. Le Mans chicane.
I said it as well, so there's 20p in there already.
Had a moment and picked up another instant point and picked up a drive-through penalty as a result. But yeah, something happening for Joel Mullers there. This car's run so cleanly, David. That looks like the first time I feel I've seen that car off. What happened here?
Let's have a look. So this is through the dog leg. Oh, that's a GTP car up the inside. Has he just spun it? Oh, he's just spun it. Has he been hit? Has he been hit? No, he avoids everyone. That's fine. I can deal with that. That's just cold tires coming out of the pit lane and overdriving the car. Very, very easy to do, and God knows how many times I've done it. However, you're not going to want that to happen too many more times. Going back to that little incident there with Alexander Carlier, now brings up a very interesting point, because if he's had a drive-through penalty, that means he's already exceeded his 25 points. That means that car only gets another 10 points before it gets another drive-through penalty. That is, I think, going to be absolutely crucial in this final hour of this race. Excuse me, because when you're driving like that, you're so mindful that you don't want to incur penalty points that usually you trip up over yourself and cost yourself penalty points.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just another element to manage, isn't it? You're already trying to keep the car on the road. You're already trying to make your fuel number. You're already trying to make sure you don't rip through the tyres somehow and find yourself skating around in the final laps of your stint. And here you are now having to make sure you don't just take a little bit too much through the Le Mans chicane and find yourself picking up an off track. Or it's another problem that you're going to have to be on top of. throughout the rest of this race. And yeah, like you said, with only 10 to the next penalty, it's going to be very, very close in this remaining hour and 10 minutes for the team to ensure that they don't pick up another penalty. And it's important to remember as well that it's not driver specific, so it's not incident points for that driver, and then if they get out of the car, the counter's kind of reset. It's instant points for the team as a whole. So you could only leave your teammate with one more instant point before they get a penalty, and that's not good for intra-team relations, shall we say, if you leave your friend, your buddy, with only one instant point to play with for the rest of his stint.
Tim, do you know why I'm giggling on that point? Because I've been in that situation. We were doing Bathurst. I think it was like a 10-hour race or something at Bathurst, and yeah, I put I think it was Martin Buchan I was actually driving with, and I put him in that position. It was something like 60 penalty points or something like that, and I got 59, and he got 1 X and had to do a drive-through, and I felt absolutely terrible. But yeah, part of me was like, well, it wasn't me. I didn't do that, guys. But it's like, yeah, you kind of did. There's no way out of that. And it's so awkward on the Discord as well, because when it does happen, you hear the sigh and the silence, and you're just like, all right, okay. Well, do you remember when I said there was nothing really worth fighting for left at this one? Well, take that all back, because there goes the Yellow Submarine squad. Trying to take that position there from the Pun Crew Racing GT3 car. And I think they've just had that position taken away from them by Pun Crew Racing. And if that is the case, that's a great move there for that 8th place car of Lars Vogler. Another one of those drivers here, Tim, doing the entire 6 hours all by themselves. Hell of an effort there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so taxing just doing a stint, David. Just doing 45 minutes or so, half an hour to 45 minutes. Just driving these 6 hours all in one go. I think the longest I've done in Daytona last year, I think I did potentially like a triple stint, which was 50 minutes a stint. So, it's getting towards 2 and a bit, nearly 3 hours in my go. But I can't imagine trying to do 6 hours all in one go. And look at the instant points there on the screen that we're showing at the moment. Those guys, all the cars actually across the board. There's only a couple that are below 20. The ITD Racing car on 10, but been racking them up across the board, haven't they?
I'm honestly, I'm looking at that and I'm like, I don't feel so bad anymore. Like, I feel vaguely normal, although that is over the course of 5 hours here. Well, that would explain why Esports Vikafes are back into pit lane. They've just been given, I would imagine, a drive-through penalty because they were at 50x. So if it's at every single one, because they last pitted on lap 159, and in fact, no, ignore me, I'm looking at the wrong thing. They were ahead by at least a lap there, so they've done 7 stops already. They're not into the pits, they're in the pit lane, but they haven't stopped yet. So we'll know if they've actually pitted. They've not went into the pit stop, so that was a drive-through penalty. Again, it just shows you how often this is happening here and how much it's costing.
Definitely. And it will play in definitely to this last hour, because there will be teams kind of on the threshold of picking up a penalty that won't want to, because of the cars they're racing against and how close they are to the competition around them. Okay, fine, look, if you're 3 laps down on the car in front and you've got an entire 2-lap advantage over the car behind, then you might not be so diligent with your off tracks. But if you're in the thick of things, if you're one of the cars at the front of GTP, if you're one of the cars, say like the ITD Racing LMP2 that's only 11 seconds off the G29 in 2nd place, if you're any of the GT3s, they're all fairly together. Okay, there are bigger gaps here and there, but it's crucially still time that could be easily lost with a penalty. You just got to be so careful of that into these crucial final moments of this race, and someone's got to be on the button telling their friend to be careful here and there.
Oh man, Tim, I don't know about you, but I have just got this really, really unnerving, I'll say, feeling in my stomach that something's afoot here. Something's going to happen here within the final hour of this race that's going to turn things upside down and on its head. I hope it's not the case, and I hope that it's everybody just kind of makes their way through to the checkered flag. But yeah, I'm just saying that now, so it's on stream, it's recorded, and I have proof of it. Right. Chat has gone so quiet. Where has everyone gone? The only person there is Redix, and there we go. Yeah, just saying that it's going to be close between ITD and G29, and I'm presuming that's for second place in that LMP2 class. I'm going to say that as well, yeah, because that ITD racing car is starting to close down on them very, very quickly. Now, the difference being is that car did pit about 13 laps earlier. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Let us have a look. Oh no, it's James Portoles. Oh no. No, Tim, what's happened here? Hold my hand. Oh no, he's in the tyre wall. Oh, that's a monster crash. Oh my god, and that's into the GTP car. The VGTR Esports one as well. That was Declan Bowler that he hit on the way out as well.
So tricky. We've
man.
seen James so unfortunate. You've seen him have a couple of moments, haven't we? Kind of locking up the rears and the car really rotating on him. And that's what happened down there at turn 1. Unfortunately, where he's had it in previous moments, he's kind of got away with it because there's been a bit of room either side of the track. On the inside of turn 1, you have this wall that is to stop cars running from pit lane, kind of across traffic on the exit should something go wrong. And unfortunately, just the end is capped by tyres, and that's what he's hit. He's dropped it into this inside wall and clattered the front of the car. And yeah, Metallic 1985 and Guru Cookie in the chat dropping an oof and a nasty. Yeah, completely agree. Really tricky one, that, and I'm sure James will be limping round to pit lane to fix the damage, but such a shame. So easily done though down at turn 1.
Yeah, and the car's just left pit lane as well, so he's obviously been into to get that damage repaired. But here we go then as we crest the hill of the final hour of the race. It's on the horizon. That is going to be very, very shortly. Hour number 6 is going to be pretty special as well. Let's take you through a rundown then of the order at the moment. Now, I've also noticed that Eli Singh is back in the pits again. That car was into the pits 10 laps ago. That's got to be a drive-through penalty, surely, for them as well. Keep an eye. In fact, no, they've been in the pits for 3 minutes. Well, maybe it was at them that they got hit.
I think it was, David. I think.
Oh no! An Old Firm Racing Yellow into the pits as well, but I think that's Alexander Carlier for a pit stop. Is it?
Yeah.
Either way, I mean,
I do think, David. Yeah, you're right. I think that 31 car was the car involved with James Portalese's crash there, just getting collected late on. And yeah, close to 3 minutes in pit lane now. So it's going to be a lot of time lost, sadly. I'm sorry, over 3.5 minutes actually. Yeah, again, getting caught out in someone else's incident. That's another thing to bear in mind in this final hour.
Oh man, you hate to see it. You really hate to see it. Right, let's take you through a rundown then of your order so far, starting with GTP. In the lead is the Acura number 7 car, Old Firm Racing Purple. Randy Martin behind the wheel of that one just now, and second place currently is the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta crew, and Alexander currently behind the wheel of the Cadillac 24, and then it's Merin Hujevin in the Wizards Black Sapphire. God knows how this car is back up in the P3. A stellar recovery drive there from that Porsche in the number 9 up into P3. We'll wait and see if that actually all holds out as it does. And then in 4th position is Dean Parry in the 420 Endurance team. Kyle Felvis is 5th position in the Phoenix Sim racing car in the Acura. Again, another car that's seen plenty of drama. Alexander Carlier in 6th position for Old Firm Racing Yellow. Adam Benjamin is in 7th position for British University Sim Racing, sharing that car with Alexa Gates. Zamfir Radu Olympiou in the QV Motorsports Right Twin Tail is in 8th position. And then we've got Dan Shaw for Wizards Fire Ruby in 9th position. Declan Bowler just doing whatever he can in the VGTR Esports GTP car in 10th position. Ricardo Sapien is in 11th position with the QV Motorsports left twin tail car. Is currently 6 laps down. And then it's Jake Hatton for the Truck Boys, extra fast car that's not really gone extra fast at all in P12 just now. They have been caught up in some miserable contact throughout the day. Over to LMP2s then, and it's Juan Paredo that is in the leads of the LMP2 class. Esports Vikafez leading from the start, and they have shown exactly how it is done. They have looked so good today. And as we said, coming into the final hour, they have got very good things going for them just now. Mikhail Randlov for G29 Racing is in 2nd position. Then in 3rd position, Max Brensater for ITD Racing, catching them up, but very slowly. 12 seconds is the gap there between 2nd and 3rd place. Dalton Powell for Highline Motorsports is in P4. And then it's James Portalese. I mean, this poor lad in the rookie class, doing what he can, but still out there on track in 5th position just now. Then it's on to the GT3s then. Yul Mullers for Reiter Engineering Esports in the leads of the GT3 class right now in the number 23 Porsche. A Cooney Racing Team, Pavlos Denisenko is in 2nd position in the number 30 Porsche. And this is a turn up for events because remember, they were wiped out by that VGTR Esports GTP crash in the 15 GTP car early on in the first hour of the race. Nicholas Taylor is in 3rd position for Sigma Esports in the 32 Porsche. And then 4th place is the 96 BMW, the only BMW, ladies and gentlemen, if you can believe it. Arsen Petrosian for Trident Motorsport in that 4th position. Artem Makarov is in 5th position for the sister 164 Trident Motorsport car in the Porsche, just getting out of the Wizards Black Sapphire way there. And then it's Artemi Alien for VGTR Esport. Now that is the Esport VGTR car that's had a slightly better one of fortune today in the 14 Ferrari. One car that's not had it so well, Yanis Konstantin in the White Stag Romania Motorsport 74 Porsche down in 7th position. Lars Vogler in the Pun Crew Racing GT3 has had a fairly quiet race today in the 180 Mercedes AMG, apart from that moment where he tried to punt a GTP car and the GTP car firmly said no and sent him off into the infield. Raymond Zarins in the Yellow Submarine Squad car, the 534 Ferrari, is in 9th position. Alex Pantelli for Truck Boys is in 10th position in the 29 Ferrari, and then in 11th position is Joe Lask for Phoenix Sim Racing 2 in the 22 Porsche. And that is the last of your remaining runners out there just now. We have got a whopping 28 cars still remaining at 5 hours in. Tim, I think that's a fantastic achievement, and it just goes to show the sort of level of racing you can get here at Williams Gaming Club.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this isn't an esports competition, if you like. This is a community coming together to do a race, varying skill sets, varying levels of experience with sim racing, as you touched upon there in your rundown. You know, James Portalese doing the whole race, and he's super new to road racing on iRacing. We love to see that, as well as, you know, full esports teams showing up to give this race a go. Just good to get stuck in and be involved, and there's always a fight to be had and fun to be had as well, and a battle to have out there with someone else. You'll always find yourself in a race of some sorts. Now, David, I've just heard that we've had a request from Twitch, and I'm not surprised, because it seems like I think it's Redex, isn't it, in the Twitch chat, who's been loving the G29 racing car. You know, when we're watching a race at Monza, and every time the Ferraris come past, the Tifosi fans stand up and kind of shout and cheer. Redex has been doing that for the G29. Every time it's come up on screen, he's let out a cheer in the chat. So giving it back to the people here, giving the fans what they want, and having a look at this number 52 car thundering around the banking here at Daytona.
Do you know why that is? Do you know why Redex is so vocal about the G29 team?
Is he driving it?
Yeah, it's one of the drivers. It's Magnus Brodersen.
I thought so.
Yeah, it's he let that one out the bag because he went very quiet when he was behind the car there. And so, oh my God, I swear I thought Mikael Randlov was a way to put that car into the tyre wall right as we were watching. Obviously, all the pressure of having Magnus watching that car was almost too much, and that almost got sent in there. We've got, who's that? That's the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team trying to get past at the moment. Wizards Black Sapphire into the pit lane. This is... Oh, I'm not liking this, to be honest. Although, to be fair, that G29 racing car is not being harassed too much by that ANSI 3D car, and I think that maybe... Oh, okay, this is... I'm really getting nervous now watching this because the frustration is going to get so much. And I think Mikael Randlov now just... they're actually fighting! What is this?
Well, the thing
you
is
saw
that the P2s are so quick. They are a really quick package. You know, the GTPs, prior to this kind of era of prototype racing when we had the LMP1s, they were so much quicker. You know, they could come out of a corner, hammer the hybrid boost button on the steering wheel and just jump past like it was nothing. But with the GTPs, they're a lot heavier. The hybrid doesn't deploy in the same way. It's kind of part of the altogether power deployment. And so actually the LMP2s are fairly level pegging, you know, on the exit of corners, and definitely, you know, towards the top end they can be quite similar on a track like this on a very low downforce circuit. So in fact the Cadillac spending the whole of the infield behind Mikael Randlov, not through having any problems, just simply through Randlov being quick enough to stay ahead and there not being that opportunity for the GTP car to get through. But it does cause some awkward moments, doesn't it, David?
It certainly does, and it causes some enjoyable moments because we're sitting on the edge of our seat going, "Ooh, this is getting a bit spicy." It just looked like there was a little bit of aggro from G29 onto that ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team. So I'm not sure where that came from, but yeah, that was awesome. Redex saying though that Mikael hasn't driven iRacing races in a year, so he's doing pretty good. Absolutely, I would thoroughly agree. However, it looks like we're going to have Mikael Randlov into the pit lane. What is possibly, this will be the penultimate time because we're going to get one more pit stop, I think, from the GTPs. After this one. So after he's gone through the Le Mans chicane, not the bus stop chicane, the Le Mans chicane, he will be in for he'll be in for one more, I think, after this one, because we've got 53 minutes left to go, and given that they're in every 27 laps, and I'm trying to work out the lap timings here, he was last in on lap 172, they're on 192. It's a bit early for him coming in, actually. It's like 7 laps too early. I'm very confused at that.
Yeah,
that's why he's not went in. That's why. Right, never mind. Sorry, it just cut away, and I was like, I thought it said that he was going in. Oh no, he has.
Fine,
I was reading the wrong thing. That's why. Sorry. Sorry, I was looking at GTP's Nancy 3D Weekend Warriors team. Right. Okay, I'll shut up. Tim, do you want to go and say something that makes sense, please?
I'll try, but it looks like G29 Racing are into pit lane, and our very own Redex is jumping out of the Twitch chat and jumping into the car. So kind of had a live driver change almost playing out across our stream community, which is always fun to see.
Awesome. That's like in real life racing where they do like an interview with the driver just as he's a way to go and get into the car and distract him. Yeah, that's exactly what's that's so cool. So yeah, Magnus Brodersen then behind the wheel of the G29 racing car, as we're seeing Randy Martin in the lead for Old Firm Racing Purple just now. There he is, Magnus Bruderson. Well, he did pay some money to see him, so we might as well see what happens to that car as he comes out of pit lane. Remember, the tyres are very, very, very cold. You've got the 26 GTP trying to get past you there. Is that the Dot Point Racing car? Is that back out? No, it's not the 26.
It's the British University.
Yeah, the sim racing. It's the 286, not the 26. That's why I was getting mixed up there. And they're on their way down into 5 just now. So, yeah, this is going to be very. Whoa, okay. That is. Oh, he's on. Don't do it like this, Magnus.
He
Come
knows
on
he's
now.
on screen.
He
doesn't
is. He's like, yeah, I'm going to make
this.
this entertaining.
He's trying to show off for the cameras, trying to get all flashing the lights, trying to get past this Porsche.
Did you see that? That Porsche came down. That Porsche totally came down. He was not having any of that whatsoever. A little bit overly aggressive there, I think, from Magnus. A little bit showmanship there. But interestingly, this is now where the battle is going to be, because what is Matt Brensater going to do in that ITD racing car that's in second place? Now, that car is 51 seconds up the road here, and it says to me that they're on the same pit stop strategy. However, well, they've done the same amount of pit stops. However, that can't be the case, because Matt last pitted on lap 167. So that means that car is, I would imagine, going to have to come in soon. And again, if you'll excuse me while I do my trusty calculator here, dividing 183 by 8, that gives us 22 laps, or just under 23 laps for the LMP3s. And if they're on lap 185, then that means that the lead car and second place car are almost certainly going to have to come in the next 4 laps time. Look at that. The quick maths, just off the top of my head, like that.
And it's been right so far, David. You've called cars into pit lane as they've been arriving, so I'm not going to question it at all. But yeah, the ITD racing car in G29, I think that's going to be the battle, isn't it, for that second and third on the podium in LMP2. The number 47 car, Joan Peredo, on board at the moment. That car's kind of cleared off down the road, hasn't it, throughout this race. It's been somewhat untouchable, and same can be. Yeah, this car.
Oh, sorry.
Dave.
No, I was just saying I was slightly silent there because I was busy suggesting a poll on Twitch. I just realised you can do that for only 500 tokens. You can suggest a poll. Whether or not admins accept it is, yeah, we'll see if that one. We'll see if this is my last ever Williams Esports stream.
that could be a poll as well, David.
Well, should he return? Actually, we should say, if the admins were taking part, which admin would win?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not even jumping on that minefield.
I'm gonna do the very polite no comment. I'm sure it'll be very close. They do a Disney Pixar Cars, finish across the line, all 3 of them tied together. Maybe across the line. So
yeah. Except Will Garrity would be the one going backwards across the line with the tongue out. Doing it in style. Right, Dean Perry then, back to the action then. 420 Endurance Racing Team is trying to navigate whatever the heck this is right on in front. You've got GT3 cars, you've got an LMP2 car on, of course it's G29 Racing. Gets his way past here, and it's chaos, quite literally here. With just 45 minutes left to go in this meow before the 24, Highline Motorsports have went into pit lane, presumably for their penultimate time in this race here. This is the 6 hours of Daytona here as part of Williams Gaming Club. If you do want to join the community, which we heavily suggest you do, get into Twitch chat, type !Discord, and get yourself involved in that. Guru Cookie is saying, which car's character is Will G? Right, so I can only comment on characters from the first one. I've only ever seen Cars 1, so don't judge me from that. I kind of want to say,
it's a tough one, isn't it?
It is a tough one, He's not exactly old, so he's not Doc. I
No.
don't think he's. I don't think he's Lightning McQueen either, because he's actually, from what I've spoken to him, he's quite a quiet person. I think he's more like what's the little guys that are in the pit lane, and they're the little Ferrari fans.
Guido and
Guido, I think
yeah.
Will G's Guido.
Yeah, that could be a shout. Actually,
He's always hyper, and he's always like super happy.
He's always quick in the job as well. So
yeah,
much like the super fast pit stop that happens in the film. Yeah, that's a shout. That's a shout, David. I'm gonna dodge the bullet by backing you up on that.
yeah, just throwing me under the bus.
That's
See,
the
in
best
that
we're gonna
case,
do.
who's because there's the two of them that are in the pit lane. There's the one that's like the really little grumpy one. And I can't remember that. Yeah.
I think it's Luigi. I think it's Guido and Luigi.
Guido and Luigi. That would make sense. Yeah.
And I think it's Luigi that does the pit stop where they throw the wheels up on the end.
Yeah. Man.
yeah, exactly.
Just not having it. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Right. Okay. So that's distracted us for the whole 5.5 minutes on that one. I've not seen cars for so long. I think it was like about 8 years ago as the last time I saw it. As we see 420 Endurance team into pit lane as Aaron Alexander going side by side with Phoenix Sim Racing, who's getting very, 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 very close to the wall there. And that car looking a little bit twitchy as they are into pit lane. And we've got Phoenix Sim Racing into the pits. We've got the GT3s fighting out in the background as well. That's for position. That's Sigma Esports and Acura Racing Team for P2 and P3. Now, this might be affected by pit stops. I think they're about 5 laps apart here. But what a move from Sigma to fire past Acura. We saw Acura looking very comfortable in second position there. But Sigma, what a move that was to take that second position away. Nicholas Taylor will have to wait and see, Tim, whether or not they can hold on to that right now, because I get the feeling on the run down into the toe, into the banked arena, that is going to be a very, very difficult hold.
Absolutely, no, a solid move down at turn 1, and we had all kinds of things kicking off there with the Phoenix Sim Racing Acura trying to get down off the banking into pit lane in front of these two cars, managing to do it just about in time. But yeah, the number 32, Nicholas Taylor, getting the job done. Pavlo Distienko, who's been in at the wheel of the Acura Racing Team, Porsche. And those guys have been really trying to fight back, get back into the thick of it after some pretty bad luck in the opening hour or so. But these two locked together, fighting for second and third on the road. And yeah, look, we'll see if the seconds out and round 2 down towards turn 1. But it does look like Nicholas Taylor's just been able to put a bit of a gap between him and the number 30 as they come around NASCAR turns 3 and 4. The track levels out, the camber reduces. It feels like you get slingshotted onto the front stretch towards the tri-oval, locked into the slipstream. I don't think he's got enough pace to bring that pink pig Porsche up to the back of the number 32 in towards turn 1, and it looks like the Sigma Esports car is going to hold on to second place for now as they round turn 1 and off again on the start of another lap into the infield. Traffic returning to the circuit. Of course, it's the G29 LMP2 car as they all check up into the International Horseshoe. The job's done. Second place on the road, and they kick on now for this next 45 minutes. They might need one more pit stop, the GT3s. We'll see how they get on. An important fight there, important position for that number 32. And
Inco certainly hasn't done anything to, help that happen there. So Acura Racing Team, listen, either way, after the earlier drama they had, I think they'd be over the moon to have third place, or at least a step on the podium with this race. And there's still, 40 minutes left to go here. Anything can happen because you've got the Trident Motorsport car. Actually, that's their class, and that is going to cause a big pile up there. So there comes the Cooney Racing team. This is now back on yet again.
Yeah, and look, the 32's trying to decide whether to go down low to get the slipstream off the BMW or to try and carry the momentum around the outside, but he didn't have the speed, and that's just brought back in to the fight. This number 30, Pavlo's close now, right up under the rear wing, but hasn't got the advantage down in towards turn 1. Taylor holds on to the position for now. But yeah, look, it's those moments in traffic, the kind of getting boxed in, the indecision about which line to take around the banking. The GTP car coming steaming on through as well, giving maybe your opposition a slipstream that you don't benefit from. And it keeps these two cars together as their scrap continues for second place in GT3. And obviously Ryhs Engineering will be up the road loving this, knowing that their margins are going to continue to extend with two cars fighting away over a minute behind them. But great to see these two Porsche teams going at it. And yeah, it's all about who's got the slipstream, who's got that run down towards turn 1, and who can get the job done last of the late breakers into that tricky braking zone. But Taylor, deserved of the position, he's put up a good defence so far.
100%, and it's been a fascinating little battle. We were literally saying there's 40 minutes left to go, anything could still happen, but it was looking unlikely, and right at that it just all kind of kicked off a little bit there as well, as we've got a GTP car trying desperately to get past there. I think that might be the one of the Wizards cars trying to get past there. Indeed it is. It's Wizards Fire Ruby, Dan Shaw behind the wheel of that one. But again, I think that that damage has been done for that fight with the Porsches. Segment Esport just able to run away with this one just now, and again it will be all down to the next bout of pit stops, you feel, as they cross the line to start lap number 178 now. They're just 1 minute behind Ryhs Engineering Esports at the moment. So again, a drive-through could massively change the complexion of everything just now. ITD Racing 2, they're into pit lane as well. Old Firm Racing Purple, they go into pit lane, so that's going to be their penultimate pit stop of the race here, because you're certainly not going to manage to stretch that out for, I don't think you're going to stretch that out for 40 minutes. I think half an hour is going to be pretty much your tops in that one, but we'll wait and see. Maybe they're able to somehow time it just now, but this is now it. This is now a case of drivers and teams working backwards and now trying to get the strategy to be able to go to the end, as we see ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team into pit lane as well here, Tim.
Yeah, definitely. This closing hour, these final pit stops will be crucial. These aren't the last. I agree with you, Dave. I don't think these will be the last time we see these cars visiting pit lane for fuel and tyres. But again, yeah, the strategy plays. Do you try and extend it, grab a couple laps here or there, and get ahead of, on fuel in terms of the competition? Have a shorter stop at the end, or whatever it might be. This is where these kind of different routes to the checkered flag all play out and all start to come together. Here's the number 63 car running wide on the exit of turn 7, and actually drops it into the outside wall. Big ouch there. Going hard right. That was Agaton Olin, I think, in the number 63. They're in pit lane fixing that damage. And David, it's that corner. It's turn 7 again, the exit where there seems to be no grip, and these GTP cars trying to deploy all that power they've got locked up in the rear wheels. They've deployed all of the hybrid and the internal combustion engine power through the rear wheels. You don't get that four-wheel drive grip that you used to get in the LMP1 cars. It's so easy to spin up the rear, and he did so well to try and hold on to it, and actually just the snap right at the end sent him into the outside wall, and it looks to have picked up some significant damage. Over 3 minutes in pit lane for that car. David, how quickly things can change, right? There's nothing to say that won't happen to those cars further up the order.
The thing with that as well is that it's always a case of yes, nope, and then you've got nowhere left to go apart from having to spend your time picking up your car pieces from the banking at Daytona here. It's unfortunate, but yeah, it's not going to be the last car that we see going into the wall there like that. But hey ho, that is the joy of multi-class racing here, as we have got only 35 minutes left to go. Can't believe we've already just panned through the entirety of a 6-hour race here. Tim, I know obviously you kind of went away for a little bit in the middle there, but I mean the action is exactly the same when you left as when you came back. It was just relentless.
Yeah, relentless. That's the exact word I had in the front of my head to use, David, because it is, that's what makes this race so great, and it's so great to see that our community here able to put on a show for us. It's been a fascinating watch. It's been great to have so many people in the chat watching along as well. Obviously, drop us hello if you've made it this far, if you're still tuning in and enjoying this race. David and I will be here through to the finish and loving every second of it, and I hope Twitch chat is as well. This has been a fantastic race to be a part of, and we've still got time left to enjoy, David.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty of time for stuff to happen here. Bob Sturgai saying, and I believe this is the number 63 QV Motorsports left twin tail that we saw with that snap oversteer into the wall there, saying 13 minutes of repairs from that, and that's a rough one for sure. So close to the end of the race. Right, this is Declan Bowler. Now, he is at the moment catching Patrick Janos-Todt in the QV Motorsports right twin tail car, catching up by about a second and a half on that last lap alone, and they're going to come across the line just now. What can Patrick do? Did a 1:35.3. Declan on that one did a 1:33.5, 1.8 seconds now. Gap 2.9 seconds. This is going to be like candy from a baby here, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. And you go from that pace difference, you're quicker to the car in front. There's a bit of a lock-up from Declan down at the hairpin, the International Horseshoe. And it goes from, okay, I've got the speed, I've got the pace, I can see the relative coming down, to then when you can see the car in front, somehow seems to unlock a bit more performance from your car. Don't know what it is. The gods of racing somehow deliver that extra bit of power, because when you can see you've got that visual target to aim for, you can just pick up the pace, and it gives you that extra bit of confidence and push onwards. And Declan Bowler here, I'm sure, will be much the same. He'll see the Cadillac up the road and know that gap's just tumbling down. And again, through the first part of the lap, another 0.7 of a second coming out of the advantage the 263 has over this number 15 Porsche as they come up towards the Le Mans chicane. But David, that confidence, right, that you get when you see the car in front and you're catching, it's just, this is the place to be. What a feeling.
It's an extra 5 to 10 horsepower easily, because that whole thing of like, oh, okay, let's go. The problem with that is that confidence that it does give you can lead to you overdriving the car in some situations and in some circumstances, if you're someone like me who finds it very easy to overdrive the car in these situations. But nonetheless, Declan Bowler, listen, if anyone deserves it on the recovery drive, you've got to say Declan does deserve it, because that car has had their fair share of absolute nonsense today. Fair enough, Declan may have overcooked it going into turn 4, but we'd be silly if we'd be saying that we didn't have all been there ourselves. But the incidents later on, they had nothing to do with it. And now, given that they're catching QV Motorsports right twin tail handover fest, this is surely going to be P8 on a platter for them just now. The other car that I'm watching just now, as all the cars, actually I've just noticed this, all of the cars seem to be kind of easing off 133s, 134s and the GTPs, but Merlin Hugvin in the Wizards Black Sapphire, now that car pitted on lap 190, so 14 laps ago, that did a lap 0.3 of a second slower than its fastest lap. So that car is absolutely on it right now as your race leader, Randy Martin, into the pits for what could be the final time as we go and check a previous incident. Let's have a look at the replay then.
This is the leader. David, I was looking at this on the timing screen. Something happened to the leader. Contact there. That is the Old Firm Racing Purple Acura.
That's G29!
It's the G29 LMP2. Down at turn 1. Can't believe it. We were talking, Dave. You were talking about something. I was looking at the timing screen going, where has 10 seconds gone? What has happened? But this throws this race completely open because that gap has been decimated by that incident. Now with the pit stop, the ANSI 3D Cadillac Weekend Warriors car, that's back into the race lead. Okay, albeit it's got a pit stop to make. But this has really changed how this race is going to pan out in this remaining half hour. I can't believe that these are the two cars that get together at turn 1.
Oh my god, Redix, what have you done? Oh my lord. Right, okay. Now, let's try and look at this on terms of the positives then. One is that Old Firm Racing Purple, they would have had to go in for a pit stop anyway to get them through. Now, do they have enough time, do they have enough in the tank to get them through to the end of the race? I think they should. I think pit stop wise, 27 laps at 1 minute 33, they should be okay fuel wise. The other question is, do they have damage? No, they don't, and I'll probably tell you why. They've had a fairly clean race, so they had one fast repair. I think they had still their fast repair, so I think, as bad as that was, I think they're still in the prime seats to win this race right now. I don't know how they've done it, but my god, that could have been so much worse.
I mean, we saw just how quickly an incident at turn 1 can just change the race. James Portalese, the solo runner in P2, hitting that inside wall. Could have been two cars there, both on the podium, a race leader and a car competing for the podium in class in LMP2, in that inside wall and out of contention. But they're kind of lucky to get away with what they did have to deal with there. You know, that could have been so much worse. And for the Old Firm Racing Purple car, if that is their bad luck, if that's all the bad luck they're going to get this race, I mean, I'd take that. You know, okay, lost a big chunk of time, but they're still on pit strategy. They're still within touching distance of the leader. I think that Cadillac needs to pit soon as well.
Tim,
so,
look at Randy Martin and look at who's just in front of him.
We're gonna have it again.
Yeah, Magnus Broderson. What is 0.70 of the lap? Right there he is, and this is. Oh god. Oh, this is gonna. Oh no.
We'll
yeah,
right.
He's right up there. He's literally 4 cars ahead. I just saw him in the tail end. I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine. But also, I've got no doubt Randy Martin's going to get this position before it even comes to pit stops. But
I would love to know if that ANSI 3D car is still lifting and coasting, because the gap has really come down. And look at down in turn 1, it dives up the inside of the White Stag Porsche thing. But a couple of cars ahead is that Cadillac, is the race leader, and the gap's just kind of disappears at turn 1 so quickly. So I think they're still trying to do something with the lift and coast, or maybe they just don't have the performance in that part of the track.
Could be. That is what we're going to find out in the final half an hour. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. If you wanted drama, if you wanted excitement, well, we're giving you it in bucket loads here for the final half hour of this Meow before the 24 here on the Williams Esports Twitch channel. Almost lost for words here. This is a Williams Gaming Club community event. If you want to get involved with the community events, type !Discord in chat and you can get an invite into the fantastic WGC Discord channel. Alright, this car in front of us is Patrick Janus Toth for QV Motorsports, right twin tail, who moves to the side, and there is your race leader in the ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team. Was that car parked at the wall there? I'm pretty sure I just saw one, but we'll ignore that for just now. this is it. This is going to be for your race lead in just a couple of seconds' time. As you can see, the two leading GTP cars catching again on Magnus Bruderson. In fact, Bruderson into pit lane. I need to check that that penalty thing. No, nothing's been updated on that. So that car is into pit lane, and I wonder if they're going to be jumping out and swapping driver for this last stint here. But yeah, well, there you go. That's avoided one drama. Goodness me, that is... I've got no idea how this final 25 minutes is going to go out now.
That's how quickly things can change, right? Just takes that moment like that. Just takes one misread of traffic, one miscommunication between drivers passing, being passed, and the whole race can be blown wide open. And yeah, like I said, both quite lucky to get away with how that instant played out. You know, that could have been a lot worse. And so...
Oh, Tim, I'm so sorry, but I got some exciting news, right? Okay, God, I sound like a bloody child, do I? Right, bear with me on this. Right, remember how I said Old Firm Racing Purple have got enough race fuel to go at the end? They don't. They didn't stop for fuel. They stopped to take their fast repair. That's it. They stopped for 3.82 seconds and went again. They still have to stop again. I strongly, well, did he? Yes, I think they do.
And I'd agree with you.
Oh man, and that now means ANSI 3D are genuinely in the lead of this race, and now that it has to be done on the track here, but that gap is going up.
Yeah, it is starting to eke out, isn't it? Yeah, the short pit stop time. I see exactly what you're looking at on our timing screens as well, and I think the cars will need to pit once more. So that is a fight on track, David. I do agree with you there. As we've got another fight on track here for the top 5. The Old Firm Racing yellow Porsche in P5. Kevin Jallier at the moment, but closing up Kyle Felvis in that Phoenix Sim Racing Acura in the 717 car. He's been just so quick all day throughout this race. Kyle's looked so speedy in this car. And here he is, the Porsche up ahead. That's a position inside the top 5, which it's one of those tricky ones, Dave. Both cars, I feel, deserve to be in the top 5. Both have had kind of up and down races, but crucially have looked quick enough and deserved of being in that position. Only one of them can get it. Only one of them will be able to finish in that top 5, unless, of course, we get some more drama, which we probably will at some point. This is going to be a good fight between these two.
Oh my goodness me. Right, so Phoenix Sim Racing catching up to the tail end of Old Firm Racing Yellow. Meanwhile, the gap to your leaders now come down to under a second. Here comes Old Firm Racing Purple here. Now, again, this is going to be touch and go. The last pit, both of them came on, if we remember rightly, they both came in on the same lap last time. That was 201. Now, if they are doing 27 laps, that is going to be lap 228. They're on lap 210, which means they've got 18 laps to go with just 23 minutes left to do it in. It's going to be very, very tight to see whether or not they've got enough fuel to go to the end here. That might explain why Aaron Alexander is lifting and coasting so much, but he's also trying to cover off the leader, who, let's face it, is not lifting and coasting right now, who is absolutely charging, but then again might have just realised that that's exactly what they need to do instead as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's a head scratcher, isn't it, David?
This is 3D chess.
It is. It really is. And this is what we love about endurance racing. It always seems to come down to the final half hour. No matter how a race is run, it all seems to happen. It's like a 5.5 hour qualifying race just to get into these final 30 minutes, it seems. But the top two separated by under a second, under 9/10 of a second, and Old Firm Racing Purple, they'll want the lead back on the road. And yeah, with pit stops still potentially to play out, they'll want that track position. Crucially, they'll want to lead from the front, as they have been doing for so long in this race, for so much of this race. They've been the car out front. They just need a few opportunities here or there. And Get up the inside of the Sun Crew Racing, the Mercedes there, the Sun Crew car in turn 1. That was so close. Randy Martin clearly pushing on. He's desperately trying to make up that time and was trying to squeeze through a closing door there. Lucky to get away with that, I think. Another life used up in this situation, in this fight for the lead, and the gap that was below a second now up over 1.5 seconds. Every single pass matters. Every single look up the inside is going to cost you time or give you a position. Every single move needs to be calculated in these closing stages. And in a fight for the lead, David, it counts just that little bit more.
It really, really does. It's, wow. It really, really just makes or breaks your entire race. Crazy to think that it comes down to the final 20 minutes of the race. Metallic saying would be so painful if you run out of fuel. The horrible thing is commentators, Metallic, we've both seen it, both Tim and I in separate races. We've seen that happen. We've seen cars run out of fuel in the final 10-15 minutes of a race. I mean, goodness me, real life. Let's look at Le Mans and Toyota, wasn't it, a couple of years ago? What was it, 2016, 2017? Ran out of fuel on the final lap. I
don't know if it was quite fuel. I think there might have been a mechanical.
Oh, was it electricals?
Yeah, but still, look, your point remains, David. It's not over till it's over. You're not done until you take that checkered flag, and especially if you're trying to do something different and you're trying to push that fuel. As the broken mirror returns on the Acura there, they're really going to push it, and it's, a lot of teams will be looking at, is that an option? Is that something they can do and extend the fuel stick, lift and coast, push that out so they can avoid another stop? But I don't think they'll be able to do it. They've got to do something special. These top two, though, will play any card they can to hold on or reclaim the race lead. And at the moment, Randy Martin's closed that gap up again through traffic. There's been a couple of moments that have slowed up Aaron Alexander on that previous lap, a traffic through the bus stop, cars to deal with on turn 1, and now the Acura looks to have the upper hand again, and again, look, this will be traffic into the bus stop, albeit the same class, but hopefully won't cost Alexander too much time. But just having that dirty air, having that car in front, blocking your sight lines and your apex points and things like that, just cost you a little bit of time as they head round past traffic. Look, swooping up and down the oval, trying to pick up any slipstream they can. The two leaders, David, dancing through the traffic.
This wild stuff as second place weaves his way through a GTP car and through a GT3 car into turn 1 then. Very, very tight for Randy Martin, but close within half a second onto your race leader. I tell you what we need right now is if we can get broadcast production to put up the off tracks or the incident points that they've currently got against them just now, and we can work out if there's any pending drive-through penalties that are close to becoming here, because that would be very, very interesting to see if we can find the little display on the timing tower of the off tracks or the instant points they've got. I don't think it quite matches up with the one that we've got on the timing screen here, but certainly that would absolutely make or break this race right now, is one of these two cars getting a drive-through penalty. I don't see anybody else that would kind of make or break. I'm watching Old Firm Racing Yellow and Phoenix Sim Racing. They're still a 1.5 seconds just now. But again, it seems to be that Arnold Alexander just getting the drive out of the corners here with that ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta car. But it's on the long straightaway as Esports Vikafis go back into the pit lane again. Now they were into the pit lane. That's been their, third stop in, I think, about 10 laps here. I mean, so they're on the, well, no, that would put them on pace, but it just doesn't feel like they were out too long ago.
And here we go into turn 1. David,
oh no!
Number 7 the E29 car. They're side by side on the exit. Huge slide from Magnus into the corner, so nearly connecting the Acura once again, as the two leaders are leaving nothing on the table, as the G29 P2 sliding into the International Horseshoe, I think making contact on the GT3. BMWs, but Randy Martin is pushing so hard and he's actually within slipstream range. We saw it on the run across the tri-oval that time to start this lap. He gains now in the slipstream. He's picking up a toe from the race lead. He's going to lose a bit of time here through turn 7 with the traffic. That's the Acura Racing Team Porsche. Just going to drop him now back outside of real slipstream range, gaining a real advantage. But, oh, David, it's getting close. These two are leaving nothing on the table. It seems that Aaron Alexander's able to just kind of pick his way through the traffic. And Randy Martin is desperate to follow him through and just sends it into the gap that Alexander has kind of made and just hopes that he can get through. He's really putting this race on the line with some of these moves. But David, he's kind of got to at this point, isn't he? Because he's got to get back past it and get back into the lead and kind of reassert this car's position, because we're not sure how things are going to play out with pit stops.
He does now, because we're 15 minutes away. It's honestly, it's touch and go, and I think that is exactly why Aaron Alexander lifting and coasting as much, and we were making comments on that as well, wondering if it was just a pace difference from Aaron. But I mean, look, if Aaron wins this would be just a sensational performance. But let's not count our chickens too soon, because we've got several cars to get past here. We've got 2 GT3s in the space of the dogleg left here into turn number 5, into the West hairpin. That car is literally doing everything it possibly can. Poor Randy Martin. I mean, throwing the car into left, right and centre. Right, we've got a replay here of the G29 car. I've got a feeling this is going to be the incident we saw into the BMW of Trident Motorsport. Let's have a look here. It is. So it's into, this is the one we saw in the background, into the International Horseshoe here. And honestly, just way too late on the brakes. The car slides bang into that poor BMW, and well, it's safe to say they've not had the best day at the race. Has also seen that Team James Portales has retired from the race. Got to see that. James doing a grand job of just trying to keep on and keep on chipping away here, but it wasn't to be. But with 13 minutes left to go in the race, this is what everything is focused on right now. The lead is only separated by half a second. And have a look up the inside into turn 1. Oh my goodness me. Right, we've got another replay to show. I'm hoping this isn't with the G29 Racing. We'll double check here. No, it's not. It's Eli saying, no, Punju, what have you done now? Right, through 2. Into the back of the... Oh, tell me that's not with his community car. Oh no, that's the VGTR car.
Oh. That's just one of those iRacing instance there. That's really difficult kind of dragging of the two cars when they get connected and spins them around. It's a real shame there, but yeah, a difficult one. And David, I was just going to say, we're watching our 2 race leaders battling around on track, and you said about James Portalese dropping out of the race. A real shame, a mammoth effort from him to get this far in the race on his own, but I wouldn't blame him for pulling up a seat, getting a nice cold glass of water with him and sitting back and watching this one now, because we got such a good fight for the race lead. These 2 cars together, locked together on track. Now it looks like the Cadillac, the number 24, does have the legs in a straight line, but this gap just decimates down at turn 1. Randy Martin's just able to close up so much under the brakes. I think there is still that lift and coast going on. He's just able to eat into this gap, and I hope we see it happen again here down at the start of this next lap. No traffic around to cause problems, but looking towards turn 1, look, he just kind of closes up enough to just make a real difference in the lead. And actually there is traffic. That's the Phoenix Porsche there as they run through the turns 2 and 3. There's a car on the outside and in towards the International Horseshoe. Randy Martin looking for a way round the outside. Alexander able to hold the inside line and keep the Acura at bay. Lead intact, but the gap has been halved just through a couple of corners. They're going to be running nose to tail throughout the infield, and you get the feeling, David, that Randy Martin wants to get the job done soon.
Oh my lord, this is absolutely spellbinding racing going on here. You would never say that this is a community race. You'd say that this is top tier professional level esports going on right now with the fighting that's going on here. But what a fight we've got on our hands with just over 10 minutes left to go. ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta versus Old Firm Racing Purple with just 10 minutes to go, 0.3 of a second separating us in a 6-hour race, ladies and gentlemen. This is the battle of the GTPs. Acura versus Cadillac. Cadillac currently has the upper hand at the moment, but you get the impression how long is that going to last, because it's been closer now than it ever has before. 0.4 of a second, and now suddenly Aaron Alexander ratcheting up the pace here. But is it going to be enough? 0.3 of a second here, weaving, bobbing left and right. They're going to be side by side coming across the start finish line here. We've only got 8 laps to go. Up to the inside goes Randy Martin, but it's covered off there by Aaron Alexander. He goes wide, has to compromise his line out of there. And this is the start of things now. This is where the fists come out, and we are going to get a proper fight for the final 10 minutes of this race. I am just praying, I am absolutely praying that this is settled on the track properly, fairly, because anything else would be absolutely robbery right now.
Yeah, gloves are off between these two. Randy Martin looking to the inside down towards turn 1, and he had every right to do so, the way he's been closing up into that part of the track. Then he tried to set up the exit through the left, through the right and left of 2 and 3 down towards the International Horseshoe. Didn't quite have the run. Now he needs to settle back in, prioritize exit of the Le Mans chicane. That is the crucial part of the lap for this number 7 Acura. Get that nailed. Okay, yeah, we're going to see Alexander bobbing and weaving, like you said, ducking and diving, trying to break the slipstream. But if you can nail the exit of the Le Mans chicane, you are just eating up that gap all the way around NASCAR's 3 and 4 and all the way run up towards turn 1 across the start-finish line. And look, you can see the way the cars are just moving up and down the banking, slightly across this stretch towards the tri-oval, with clear indication from Alexander that he doesn't want to give that slipstream. Randy Martin just not quite close enough yet, but closing right up towards turn 1. And as they come down towards the left-hander, Martin unable to open that door for himself. And Alexander closing it in his face as they reach the apex. But flash of the lights and a look to the inside towards the International Horseshoe. But once again, the pass unable to get it done through the tight right-hander. But David, I'm convinced it's about setting up that exit of the Le Mans chicane. You're not going to get it done elsewhere on the track, but if you can get the run, get the slipstream and run round towards turn 1, that's where the pass is going to be made.
Yep, it certainly is. And just to distract us for a minute there, James Portalese into the Twitch chat there. More than welcome for the support, my friend. Glad that you had an absolute ball this afternoon. And this is exactly the point I was way to make here, is that it doesn't matter whether you are a seasoned professional or that you occasionally dabble in road racing or whatever. The fact that you can jump in and have a fight and have a bit of an enjoyment as well, that's what sim racing's all about. Love to be a part of that, and that's exactly what we are seeing here. But this is it then, ladies and gentlemen. 7 minutes left to decide this race here. It's the battle of the GTPs. Aaron Alexander, Randy Martin fighting it out. 0.2 of a second. This might not even last down to turn 1 this time by. It's going to be Aaron Alexander hugging the inside line. The two of them have got a little bit of traffic to deal with coming into turn 1. Fights it off. Randy Martin has to go the long way around. We've got a GT3 car that says, nope, I don't even want any of this whatsoever. That's a Porsche in the background, and a very wise Porsche. If you ask me, that almost looked like a little look up the inside there from Randy Martin. Never mind the acceleration and the gun power that Randy Martin has under his right foot. The braking power on that Acura is absolutely sensational. The fact that he can outbrake that car in front, turn it in and get the run out, that's where he's making all his time right now, as we've got 6 minutes left to go here.
Absolutely, yeah. David, I still think that this race leader, number 24, is trying to run to some sort of fuel number. The way the Acura is closing up on the brakes just gets that feeling of a little bit of lift and coast here and there, but Randy Martin had a great shot down at turn 1, but he seems to be trying to open that up. He seems to be trying to get the cut back and actually get the job done down at the International Horseshoe. But that all starts here at this part of the track, through the Le Mans chicane, over the curbs, get a good run. He's done exactly that. He's so close up the back of the Cadillac, under the rear wing. Alexander can't really weave to try and break the slipstream because he's so close. Round NASCAR 3 and 4, they're going to be side by side. Who's got the ponies in the straight line? Who's got the top speed advantage? It looks like the Acura's drawing up alongside. They're neck and neck across the line. Down towards turn 1. Alexander on the inside. Randy Martin trying to go the long way round. Can he do it? They're still going to be side by side by the apex. Alexander able to just run out wide on the exit, close the door and retain a position. Traffic ahead. That's the Ryhs engineering car as Martin round. He's dropped it into the International Horseshoe. David, the battle comes to an end.
Wow. Wow. Drama, intrigue, chaos. It all comes to a head. It always was going to come to a head. Hold your horses, though, because watch the pace from Randy Martin. I've got no doubt that he is going to charge. And think about it. If he was able to bring that gap down repeatedly, lap after lap after lap, what can he do in the final 5 minutes here? We've got, what, probably 3.5, 4 laps to go here in this 6-hour race here. It's 4.5 seconds, 4.3 seconds to be fair here. Again, has Randy Martin cooked those tyres? Has he done it in for himself? Let's have a look here. Was there anything at all? He goes across to the inside, to the outside, and then again just... Oh, he tried to avoid hitting that car in front, flicked the car, and that was it. It was an avoidance measure from Randy Martin, and that gap's going up. That's it. And the thing is that Aaron Alexander, if he was fuel saving, that's what he wanted. He's like, yeah, I can boot it now. I've only got 5 minutes left to go here.
He's got margin to play with, crucially, and to the pit lane. The number 7 comes to pit lane. David, we were talking about whether there would be enough fuel to make it to the end, and this is our answer.
But does ANSI 3D? Because they came in at the same lap. So that's my question. If they came in at the same lap and took, I'm presuming they take the same. It's not. It's a drive-through. Because he lost control. That's a 2X. Oh, that is heartbreaking. Oh, you hate to say. Well, that's it. Definitely done now. So congratulations. Well, I'm saying that is that we can get to the end on the fuel for ANSI 3D. So at the moment, it's GG to Aaron Alexander. But my God, I don't think I've ever seen a 10 minutes to finish the race here, Tim, that has been quite that dramatic. That was incredible.
2 things, David. When it rains, it pours sometimes, and that's exactly what's happened for this Old Firm Racing purple car. But we've still got 3.5 minutes, and it still could happen. It changes so quickly in this 6-hour race, and it could all change again. And a car that's kind of looming to pick up the pieces should something go terribly wrong is that number 9 Wizards Black Sapphire car that's just been kind of out of the picture. But the pace has been unbelievable from Marin Hogeven in that number 9 Porsche 963. Setting the fastest lap of the race, a 32.0 in his time in the car. His pace has been quicker than the leaders, lap after lap. Yes, he's 50 seconds back, but Old Firm Racing Purple just dropped 25 out of nowhere. So it's all still to play for. This top 3, all of them have a shot at a great result, but sat in the hot seat in that position to take this victory is Aaron Alexander in the 24. Just the question mark is, can he get to the end? Has all that lift and coasting been paying off? And I think it's going to be close as to whether this Cadillac can make it.
Looking at the times here,
Yeah,
he can comfortable.
The pit lap difference from what I can see is about 3 or 4 laps in terms of
but fuel. Remember, that's when they had to go for their pit stop after they got crashed into by the G29, and they both pitted on lap 201, and then they had to pit again 4 laps later. That's why that reads the same. But the thing is that if they're doing 26, 27 laps there, they've got at least another 4 laps of fuel. We're on our penultimate lap. We've got, well, yeah, we'll have maybe 2 more in here. So I think they're safe by at least 2 laps here. And that's on top of whatever fuel saving Alexander has been doing here. What I would say though is I am worried that he's going to start coasting a little bit here. 23.3 seconds. That was a 1:34.1, and we're normally seeing a 1:32 sort of 5 or 6 here. So again, it's just about those penalty points. But we've got 1 minute left to go. So this could be, this actually could be the last lap of the race here then.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? We'll see if the checkered flag gets waved, but they've kind of I don't want to say they've lucked in, because you've got to be there to pick up the pieces. You know, they've played their cards, they've run their race on their own as this ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta team. This Cadillac has been really feisty throughout this race, and they were just within earshot of the leaders, the Old Firm Racing purple car, when drama hit. And David, I've got to agree with Claire 13 in the Twitch chat. Let's go for another 6 hours. I don't know if we'd make it another 6 hours, David.
No, there's definitely no way I'd last another 6 hours on this one. I'm feeling completely burned out on this. What? And that's just on this last half an hour. Because, you know, it was getting quite quiet for a bit. It was getting quite chilled. I'm like, oh yeah, they're all doing it. They're all just making their way around. But there you go. 6 hours is done and dusted here, ladies and gentlemen. I think this is going to be it. I think we're going to get the checkered flag here for Alexander. There we go then. 6 hours to meow before the 24 is completed. And it's ANSI 3D Weekend Warriors Delta who take the win in the most spectacular way possible. All fair play to Old Firm Racing Purple. They fought their heart out. But Juan Paredo, Esports Whitecaps, I mean, they have just been amazing. Don't do it. Do not do that, Juan. At least get yourself over the line first. They're going to take the win there. Ryhs Engineering Esports are going to take the win for the GT3 class here. But honest to goodness, I am absolutely beyond words at how amazing that 6 hour race was. What a fantastic poster for the Williams Gaming Club racing community. This is the level of quality that you get, you know, at any given moment here as Juan Paredo comes across the line here. And what a brilliant win there for Esports Whiteshafts. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a race. Look at that. Tim, I mean, I'm absolutely buzzing after that one. It's absolutely nothing to do with these energy drinks that I've got, but wow, that was amazing.
Incredible race at Daytona. 6 hours. It felt like an entire season crammed into one race, right? We had absolutely everything. We had incredible class battles. We had instants, and then we had that whole string of drama happening in that final 10 minutes. An incredible race, and like you said, David, what an advert for what this community can do, and a race that you know, in a community, a racing community, sim racing community that you can be part of and you can get involved in. And I you know, you and I, David, we've watched this. We've been lucky enough to be here commentating on the action, but kind of a little bit jealous we weren't getting stuck into that. I would have loved to have driven in this event.
Well, these are all the ways that you can get involved, ladies and gentlemen, with the Williams Gaming Club. Type in !Discord in the chat to get yourself over there. On the 9th of January, we have got the iRacing GT3 Sprint Cup at 7:30. I would like to take part in that. Zilla Plays F4 Series is on Saturday, the 12th of January, and that's not on F1, so I'll like to take part in that too. That's at the Red Bull Ring, and then you've got 6 Hours of Suzuka, the big grids on iRacing, Saturday the 20th of January. I'd like to take part in that too, but I think that might clash with Daytona. We'll see on that one. And then Winter Cup Season 2. Oh my lord, I am so ready for that one. Monday 29th of January for that one as well. And then Meraki is on his usual insane lobbies takeover on F1 2023 live on Wednesday from 6 o'clock. That is what we have got going on. Right. We've got a couple of minutes left here, Tim. How the hell do we try and pick whatever that was in that 6-hour race? Honestly, I've done 24-hour races that were less exciting than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree. I think the key takeaways from that race, it's never over till it's over. You know, we really had to wait till that checkered flag to see the winners, you know, stake their claim on the race, because into the final half an hour, you would have said that number 7 Old Firm Racing purple car, things pretty wrapped up, and then it all changes right at the end there. But my second kind of takeaway from this race, incredible quality of driving. Yeah, we had a few incidents here and there, but you know, it's endurance racing and these guys are pushing on hard. An incredible event. Honoured to have shared the virtual comms box with you again, David, because I thoroughly enjoyed that one and can't wait till the next time.
Well, you heard it here first, folks, in the Twitch chat. Will G saying that there's going to be a mega stream, 24-hour stream planned on Twitch for the Daytona 24 that, of course, Williams Esports will be taking part in. I'm going to be taking part in that as well, so I'm going to beg to try and be part of that and take part in my own team race as well as that. That'll be fun. I will be absolutely knackered by the end of that. As always, a huge thank you to our broadcast team behind the scenes. A huge thank you to the wonderful Tim Philbrick for joining me here on commentary today. Thank you very much for that, Tim. And as always, a huge thank you to you at home, the Williams Esports audience, for watching today. We would be nothing without you. Hit that follow button and we will see you very soon for another quality Williams Esports stream. Until then, take care.